Chapter 197. As Chun Rue expected, when the official training began the next day, the guards finally knew what the hellish training was. Their complaints were endless. By the time the training was over, everyone was like a dead dog. However, Chun Rue didn't treat these guys badly. He provided a lot of food. Coupled with Eric's and Athena's deterrence, everything went smoothly as expected. The sheriff was called public security. In fact, in addition to public security in the city, the more important task was defense. It was impossible for an estate to completely hide its strength. Moreover, as the plan progressed, some things of the Dark Moon would eventually be exposed. When the power and development exceeded a certain limit that the capital tolerated, war was definitely inevitable. Therefore, Jia attached great importance to the guards, especially now that she had regained control. Although individual strength was quite prominent in the War of the Demon Realm, the battle between conventional troops was still very important, especially when the upper echelons had similar strength. Besides, a well-trained team with magic circles and magic weapons could also compete with the powerhouses to a certain extent and even change the battle situation. Chun Rue had never been a soldier officially. He only received military training in the university. Although those basic methods were simple, they could effectively make the team reach the level of strict obedience. If he wanted to build the guards into a team with strict discipline and strong execution, these 4 words were essential. Athena's father was known as the first general of the empire. She grew up in the Warlock Fortress since she was a child, so she had received her father's teachings in military management. When she listened to Chun Rue's method, she couldn't help but look surprised. With Athena's ability, she could naturally understand the meaning of these simple training contents. Athena was even more satisfied. He is indeed the man I like. Not only does he have extraordinary strength and wisdom, but he also has such talent in military affairs. In this way, even her father will not object to the 2 of us being together in the future. For Athena's praise, Chun Rue was a little embarrassed. Other things, such as personal quality training and the next step of screening and simplification, were left to Athena and Eric's. He was happy to be a hands-off boss. Of course, in addition to the sheriff, he also had the identity of the Cloak Gang leader. After the Cloak Gang destroyed the Gorfine Gang and became the largest force in the Dark Moon, Chun Rue was a little ashamed of Athena's praise. However, the Cloak Gang's ambition obviously didn't end there. Instead, they started another unexpected move. The Cloak Gang issued a notice to all shops and vendors in the Dark Moon City that they would collect protection fees at regular intervals according to the scale of business. The customers who had paid the protection fees would be protected by the Cloak Gang. All the criminals who affected the normal operation of shops and stalls would be severely punished by the Cloak Gang. Moreover, transactions within the Cloak Gang's sphere of influence were strictly prohibited. Once discovered, they would be killed immediately. The protection fees were divided into monthly and annual settlement. The monthly settlement was collected every month. There was a discount for the annual settlement, which only counted for 11 months. With the current scale of the Cloak Gang, swindling was not a long-term solution after all. The current income from protection fees was only the first step of the stable development of the Cloak Gang. Chun Rue's real goal was to gradually control the order of the entire Dark Moon City. As soon as this notice came out, it immediately caused a lot of reaction, especially from the shops with backgrounds. They expressed strong resistance. On the other hand, those small and medium-sized shops and vendors seemed much calmer. They were used to being blackmailed by all kinds of big and small forces. Feeding a pack of wolves was no different than feeding a pack of wolves. If the Cloak Gang could really do what they promised, the losses they suffered would be much smaller. Due to the despotic power of the Cloak Gang, some shops and vendors still paid the protection fees. Most of them paid for a month first and then continued to observe. As for the big shops with backgrounds, they continued to maintain a tough attitude. But soon, these shops were harassed by various means. The security nearby was particularly chaotic. From time to time, there were troublemakers. The customer flow had also greatly decreased, and the income had decreased sharply. Now, the Dark Moon City's military guards were in a state of disunity. They couldn't do anything at all. The business side was messed up by the Cloak Gang. It could be described as a mess. However, Chinrue was quite satisfied with this. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Besides, at this time, the chaos in the Dark Moon was a good thing. However, his mood was not very good because Jia's special reward had arrived. That was Kia. She had beautiful facial features, sexy red lips, and amazing breasts. She was still that seductive seductress. Her small, curved wings, coupled with a thin tail behind her buttocks, had a different kind of exotic charm compared to the red which that Athena had transformed into. The siren in front of him was dressed in a maid costume. She looked at her new master pitifully, even without using the talent of seduction. This gaze was enough to make the secretion of any male hormone suddenly increase. "Don't look at me like that!" Chinrue smiled bitterly. "This is entirely Princess Royal's intention." "No way!" Kia looked doubtful. "Princess Royal said that it was you who took the initiative to reward her in the name of the sheriff promotion." Chinrue felt a little like crying. "You can't accuse me like this. It was obviously Jia who forced her to come over." Kia looked resentful. "Since she has already been brought over by you, you don't even dare to say that you like Kia? Master?" The word master was called so affectionately that Chinrue shuddered. "Enough! Kia, let's put it this way. We were originally friends. Now that Princess Royal arranged you to come here, don't be restrained. Just like before. Do you remember our picnic at Blue Lake? Also, we ate hot pot and barbecue together." Kia's eyes moved slightly, but she sighed. "Of course I remember. That is one of Kia's happiest memories. In fact, from the way you looked at me at that time, I understood your intention. Although I worked hard in the Princess retail store, I still couldn't escape your clutches. I'm just a little maid. What else can I do except to accept my fate? You're still a little maid? Even if you don't wear the anti-demon ring. You're a terrifying siren who eats people without spitting out the bones just by relying on seduction and devour talent." Chinrue shook his head. "Kia, I know you're unhappy. How about this? You can continue to work in the Princess retail store every day. When you come back, stay in the lab. I have asked Slee to vacate a room for you. If you don't need anything, you don't have to come to my room. Master means to let me make money for Master during the day." Kia looked surprised. "Then when I come back at night, I have to meet Master's needs. Can you not take it out of context?" Chinrue was speechless for a while. "Your remuneration in the Princess retail store is all yours. As for this place, Sai, it's fine if you don't come. Just treat this as a guest room." "Master, please forgive Kia for being bold." Kia rolled her eyes. "Does Master really not like me? Then why did you always look at me lecherously before? Could it be I'm not attractive anymore? Or is there something wrong with Master in some aspect? Your whole family has a problem." Seeing that the siren's gaze fell on his lower body without avoiding, Chinrue only felt a headache. These means are nothing more than a cover to divert attention. Kia is definitely not a simple character. If I can really subdue her with just one round of sex after wearing the ring, Jia won't be handed over to me until now. I have a little healing ability. Kia stuck out her tongue, licked her sexy lips, and secretly released a trace of seduction talent. "Do you want me to treat Master?" This hint is too bold. Chinrue thought of some bloodshot scenes in a certain island country's film in his memory, and he suddenly had a reaction. His crotch propped up a small tent. The siren giggled for a while. It seems that this treatment is very effective. Just like this. It has already cured most of it. Chinrue blushed. Damn, I'm a transmigrator who has seen countless films. But I'm actually fooled by a siren like this. Do you really think I'm a man with a problem? Chinrue stood up suddenly and walked toward Kia step by step. His imposing manner startled Kia. She took 2 steps back. Then she calmed down. This man is just a weak human. Even if he can't use magic, he doesn't have any strength, so there's no need to be afraid. Besides, I have the Devour physique. This was Kia's biggest capital to tease and fool around with Chen Rui. If she knew that Dark Will was in Chen Rui's hands and that he had demon, king-level strength, she would never dare to play with fire like this. Master, don't come over. I'm scared. This kind of hesitant and welcoming voice made Chen Rui's heart burn with lust. Suddenly, he was secretly alert. It seems that this siren's charm is really powerful. I almost got that kind of uncontrollable desire. Kia, you just want to give me a show of strength, right? Now that your goal has been achieved, let's get along well in the future. I know that your physique is special, and you can turn me into a human jerky with a kiss. You don't really want me to lose control and lose my life, right? Let's be the old friends, okay? Kia covered her mouth and smiled. She put away her charm talent. Master actually doesn't have to explain. I know you're a timid man. To be honest, I can't help but like you a little. Unfortunately, this Devour physique is innate, and I can't control it myself. Otherwise, I really want to serve Master well once. Still playing tricks. Chen Rui shook his head. This siren said almost nothing true. The future will probably be a bit difficult. At this time, footsteps came from outside. It was Athena who had just returned from the military camp. Athena, dressed in a military uniform, walked into the laboratory hall. When she saw Kia, she was slightly stunned and nodded to her. Chen Rui hurriedly went up and attentively handed her a towel and poured water. He also intimately helped Athena wipe her sweat. With an outsider around, Athena was a little shy, but she didn't resist. Kia was secretly surprised. According to this situation, the relationship between the two was already quite close. Athena was a higher demon. She didn't expect that she would be tricked by a weak human like Chen Rui. Oh, right, Athena. I passed by a shop today and saw a good piece of clothing, so I bought it for you. I don't know if it fits. Chen Rui took out a wrapped gift box and handed it to Athena. Athena's red eyes lit up and she took it. Naturally, it was not good to change here, so she went straight to the room. After Athena entered the room, Chen Rui said to Kia, "You should have seen that Athena and I are already lovers, so you should rest assured that I won't have any bad thoughts about you." Kia's eyes flashed and she shook her head. That's not necessarily true. Men are all like this, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Who is the one who left that last famous sentence? Chen Rui was embarrassed and quickly added, "You can rest assured that I won't dare to mess around. Athena is very jealous. If she knows, won't she cut me in half with a sword?" At this time, the very jealous Athena had changed her clothes and walked out of the room. The leather armor that she was used to wearing was replaced by a white short skirt. The style of this short skirt was very strange. The upper half was like a short-sleeved shirt, and it was printed with simple and elegant patterns. The shape of the shoulder was slightly inflated, somewhat like the shoulder of a skirt. The lower half of the skirt reached the knee, and it was slightly inflated. In the middle, there was a black tight wide belt, which quite set off the figure. Does it look good? Athena's face was red. This was the first skirt that Chen Rui had given her. The whole process from receiving the gift to changing into the skirt was very happy. I think I can only use the word perfect to describe you, Chen Rui said from the bottom of his heart. Athena was quite beautiful with this skirt. When Athena heard his praise, her eyes flashed, and the degree of sweetness in her heart could not be increased. Oh, right, I almost forgot. There is also this pair of shoes. Chen Rui's eyes fell on the combat boots on Athena's feet. He patted his head and magically took out a pair of small leather boots. With the clothes and the small leather boots, it was impossible to tell that she was a female swordsman. She was a natural and graceful girl next door, exceptionally attractive. From the moment Athena walked out of the room, Kia's eyes had not left the clothes on her. She walked forward in amazement and carefully looked at the new style of clothes. She praised, "This dress is so beautiful. Chen Rui, where did you buy it?" How come I have never seen this style of clothes before? Indeed, the power of beautiful clothes on women was great regardless of the target. Kia even deliberately forgot to say the word master. In fact, I found a clothing shop and asked them to remodel it according to my requirements. I also added some of my own little inspiration in the process. Now it looks quite good. So you designed it yourself? Kia was even more surprised. It seems that this human really knows how to please women. He even designed the clothes himself. I guess Athena was deceived by this kind of trick. Humph, such a clumsy method. But this dress is still a little tempting, of course. Chinrue couldn't say that this dress was slightly modified according to the style of the other world. So he just nodded vaguely. In fact, when he opened the online store, he bought a lot of women's clothing. There were still many styles in his mind, but he couldn't copy them completely. He had to conform to the characteristics of the demon realm. Kia seemed to be very sensitive to clothes. Some folds were carefully fixed by her according to the texture. The involuntary envy in her eyes made Athena see it. Thank you, Kia. Athena looked at Kia, who helped her arrange her belt, and smiled slightly. Since you are already here, don't be nervous. Serve Chinrue well. We are still friends. As for the clothes, he will also give them to you in the future. This is the very jealous Athena that I said? Kia glanced at Chinrue suspiciously. She blinked her eyes and then showed a seductive smile. Kia understands. Chinrue sighed in his heart. This time, he shot himself in the foot. With this succubus here, it seems that the seesaw game of intrigue will be played in the future. Chapter 198. Although Kia was a bit of a headache, he still had to live his life as usual. Kia still went to the princess retail store to help every day. In terms of residence, there were still a lot of rooms in the lab. However, with such a third wheel, whether it was training or daily life, especially being intimate with Athena, it felt like a hindrance. Chinrue kind of regretted accepting this mission. However, Chinrue discovered that Kia had a specialty, which was clothing design and production. Not only was her craftsmanship quite exquisite, but her creativity was also good. Several styles provided by Chinrue were modified by her and became more beautiful. Chinrue had an idea. He added a women's clothing counter in the princess retail store. The materials were superior, and the packaging was exquisite. It was mainly targeted at the aristocratic women of the upper class. The princess retail store had successfully embarked on a path that symbolized nobility and taste. Now that the women's clothing counter was launched, the sales were more popular than expected, especially the limited edition. It caused the aristocrats to fight for it crazily. The little loli was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Just as Chinrue was ready to go to the Silent Night wetland, the special agent sent by the capital to assist in the investigation of Beelzebub finally arrived at the Dark Moon. There were 4 main characters who came to the Dark Moon this time. In Chinrue's impression, 2 of them had already come to the Dark Moon for the second time. The knight wearing a silver full-body armor was called Sergei, the genius great demon of the Rus family and the upstart of the capital's military. Sergei once accompanied Sandro to the Dark Moon to challenge Aldos. As a result, Sandro was poisoned to death by a fart, and Sergei and the others returned in failure. The second lich was also an old acquaintance from the last Master Challenge, Master Kemp. This master once used 50 purple crystal coins to win over Chinrue in an attempt to use him to steal Aldos' poison formula. At that time, in the eyes of Chinrue, 50 purple crystal coins were already a lot of wealth. Now, it seemed that Kemp was simply bullying this bumpkin apprentice who didn't understand the market. If Aldos's formula was real, it couldn't even be bought with 50 black crystal coins. Among the other 2 people, one was a dark goblin. Generally speaking, dark goblins were the lowest class in the demon realm. Their status was even lower than the imp. However, judging from the attitude of the entourage, they were very respectful to this dark goblin. He must be a master in some field. Among the guests from the imperial capital the most eye-catching person was a woman, a stunning beauty. This woman looked to be in her early 30s. She had a head of long curly brown hair and wore an exquisite silver crown on her head. Her black eyebrows were a little dark, and her green eyes flashed like autumn water. Her slightly purplish-red, sexy lips revealed a mature and beautiful charm. In terms of beauty, this woman was comparable to Jia, but her temperament was the complete opposite. She was wearing a blue, low-cut dress with lace trimmings. Her plump breasts were clearly visible, squeezing out a seductive ravine. Her bare shoulders were covered with a translucent black gauze, which was faintly discernible and obviously contained infinite temptation. However, it was wrapped in an inviolable nobility and grace, which made people even more eager to make a move. Chen Rue, who was behind Jia, secretly gave this woman a high evaluation of 9 points. As for 10 points, that was Christina. The woman's eyes turned around and glanced at everyone's stunned expression. When she looked at Jia, it was as if the goddess of spring met the goddess of ice and snow. A series of invisible electric sparks collided in their eyes. Jia's eyes were colder, but her behavior was not rude. Madame Isabella, Master Xingxing, Master Kemp, General Sergei, welcome to the Dark Moon. Isabella seemed to be the leader of the people from the imperial capital. She bowed, and an elegant smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her enchanting voice sounded, "It's an honor to see you again, Princess Royal Highness. Your Highness is getting more and more beautiful. Time flies so fast. The ignorant little girl 10 years ago has become the ruler of an estate." Jia bowed her head slightly as a return salute. She said, "Yes, time flies so fast. I remember that Madame was still the wife of General Tukuman back then. Now she has become Borgen's wife. The only thing that has not changed is the peerless beauty like the devil's snare flower." Chenrue muttered secretly, "These two beauties don't seem right. I haven't seen them for 10 years, but their words are sarcastic as soon as they meet. This is Princess Alice, right?" Isabella saw Alice next to Jia. What a lovely little princess! Alice's eyes fell on Isabella's amazingly well-defined chest, and her innocent face showed an envious look. "Sister, you are so beautiful there." When she called her sister at the beginning, Isabella was still smiling very happily, but her smile suddenly froze when she said the second half of the sentence. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's eyes conveniently focused on that beautiful part. They were responding to the little princess call. Jia frowned and said, "Alice, you are so rude. Quickly apologize to Madame. It is very beautiful." Alice pouted her mouth aggrievedly. Her big eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. "I like that necklace so much," everyone suddenly realized. It turns out to be a necklace. Out of agreement with the little princess, they all looked at the necklace a few more times with appreciative eyes. Of course, most of them were concentrated on the part below the necklace. Chenrue knew that Alice did it on purpose. He tasted this trick when he met the black-bellied lowly for the first time. Iceberg royal sister plus black-bellied lowly versus sexy and mature woman. The home team won the first round. Isabella had recovered in an instant. She didn't care about the eyes around her, and she said gracefully, "Thank you for your compliment, little Princess Royal Highness. I will give you a beautiful necklace later." Alice immediately smiled through her tears. "Thank you, sister." After this little episode, the group came to the council hall of the Dark Moon Palace. After the simple welcome ceremony, Jia introduced both parties one by one. Chenrue learned about these people from Jia yesterday. Isabella was the most famous beauty of the fallen angel capital. She was known as the flower of the capital, also known as Lady Devil's Snare. The Devil's Snare of the demon realm was a famous poisonous flower. It looked extremely delicate, but it actually contained terrifying toxins. After it was made into a certain potion, it could make people addicted and unable to extricate themselves. They would willingly fall to the ground and perish under the toxicity step by step. This Lady Devil's snare had remarried several times, but her husband never lived long. The most recent marriage was to Bogans, the son of the old Prime Minister Elton, and she soon became a widow again. Although she was a woman, she had a wide network and outstanding means. She was deeply trusted by Prince Obsidian. Her current identity was a financial advisor, assisting the finance minister Lego, Karen, to manage the economy and finance of the entire empire. It was said that the finance minister Lego was just a figurehead. The real controller was this beautiful devil's snare flower. There were also rumors that Isabella was actually the mistress of Regent Obsidian. In any case, she was one of the real power figures of the empire. The dark goblin, Tata, was a famous master of the Mechanic Association. He was proficient in the manufacture of magic tools. He was stateless and belonged to a free man. Although he had no nationality, the three empires treated him as a distinguished guest. Firstly, it was out of respect for Tata's superb skills. Secondly, it was to give face to the Mechanic Association. The Mechanic Association and the Potioneer Association were collectively known as the Alchemist Association. However, due to the huge difference in the technical scope of the two branches of alchemy's mechanics and potions, they were two completely independent alliances. The difficulty of mechanics was greater. The number of mechanic masters was less than the potioneer master. To some extent, they were also more valued. This time, Master Tata seemed to have followed Isabella to the Dark Moon on the way. It had nothing to do with the investigation of the Beelzebub royal family. Master Kemp was one of the special agents. As a potioneer master, his real intention was worth pondering. Sergei's father, Doran, Russ, was one of the three generals of the empire. He was second only to Athena's father, George. Wales. He was the first general of the empire to side with Prince Obsidian. Both father and son were highly valued by the regent. Master Kemp had long recognized that Chanrue, who was next to Jia, was the human apprentice who swallowed his 50 purple crystal coins without a reply. When he heard Jia say that this guy turned out to be the new sheriff of the Dark Moon City, he was immediately taken aback. He put away his intention of denouncing. Even Isabella couldn't help but look at Chanrue. The only one who didn't respond was Master Tata. To be precise, the Dark Goblin Master focused his attention on a crystal stone in his hand from the beginning. He fiddled with it as if no one else was around. Whether it was Princess Jia, Madame Isabella, or the human sheriff, none of them were as attractive as this inconspicuous crystal stone. Sergei sneered unabashedly. Is there really no one available in the Dark Moon? The sheriff is actually a powerless human. Chinrue looked ashamed. He lowered his head and secretly activated analytical eyes to show Sergei's information. Race, Great Demon mutated. Comprehensive strength, D-. This Sergei was arrogant and condescending. He was defeated by Athena in the capital's juvenile swordsmanship competition 5 years ago. When he followed Sandro to the Dark Moon, he was provoked by Athena. She almost ruined Sandro's big event of challenging Aldos. As a peer of Athena, being able to reach higher demon, the word genius was worthy of the name. When he first came to the Dark Moon, Sergei shouldn't be a higher demon yet. It was likely that he broke through recently. However, now Athena was close to the later stage of Demon King. She would even become a great Demon King in half a year. There was no comparison between the two at all. The Dark Goblin's race, Prompt, was also mutated. His comprehensive strength was E+. Later stage, Intermediate Demon. Master Kemp was a middle stage, Intermediate Demon. Isabella, race, Sloth Royal Family. Comprehensive strength, B+. Isabella and Lomont are the same. They are both from the Belphegor royal family. Chinrue was taken aback. I heard that Jia said that Isabella is an important member of the Lucifer royal family. Why is it shown in analytical eyes that she is from the Sloth royal family? Analytical eyes shouldn't be wrong. Is there a problem with Ja's information? Or is there a problem with Isabella herself? With doubts, Chinrue lowered his head and said nothing. Alice saw Sergei humiliating Chinrue in public, and her impression of this capital general suddenly dropped to the lowest point. As she was about to speak, she heard Ja's cold voice. General Sergei, in any case, Sheriff Chinrue represents our dark moon. Please watch your words. In the face of Ja, Sergei didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He sneered and stopped mocking, but the contempt in his eyes didn't diminish at all. Isabella said, "As far as I know, this Sir Chenrue's experience of obtaining the sheriff position is very dramatic. However, Sir Chenrue is the only disciple of Master Aldos, so he must have something extraordinary. Well, before we discuss how to deal with the Beelzebub royal family, let's listen to the purpose of Master Xingxing's visit this time." Master Xingxing? Master? Isabella did this to show her respect for Master Xingxing. However, she shouted several times, but the dark goblin was still concentrating on playing with the crystal stone in his hand as if he didn't hear her. Many people felt indignant at the same time, as if it was a sin for Master Xingxing to ignore a beauty like Isabella. Only a lowly showed a gloating smile. Humph! What's so great about big chest muscles? Chapter 199. Master Kemp on the side gently touched Tada, and the focused, dark goblin master suddenly woke up. Only then did he notice Isabella's call. He said to Ja, "I need a superb moonlight stone. If you can find it for me, I'm willing to help you make 3 magic items that are no less than excellent grade." Although superb moonlight stone was a very rare material, Master Tada's magic accessories were considered top-notch in the entire demon realm. Moreover, the promised magic items were guaranteed to be at least excellent grade, so it was definitely worth it. Accessories were different from weapons or armor. Due to the flexibility in size, they could better exert the magic function. Chinrue had seen many of Christina's magic items, and they were all quite amazing. Jia frowned. According to the ancient records, moonlight stones appeared several times in the dark moon hundreds of years ago, and there were superb ones among them. However, there has been no news over the years. How about this? Can Master stay in the dark moon for a while? I'll immediately send someone to look for relevant news. 7 days at most. Tada thought for a while. After saying this, he continued to play with the crystal stone and ignored everyone. Superb moonlight stone? Chenrue thought that Glorfin sneaked into the underground world to absorb the power of the moonlight stone to alleviate the backlash of the god-eating mask. The sacrificed earth elemental George also said that the underground of Mountain Shillong was a huge treasure trove. In addition to the main mineral vein of high-quality iron ore, it also contained rare minerals, such as moonlight stone, dark star iron, and blood-patterned silver. The location of the moonlight stone mineral deposit was in the area of the Earth realm. If I want to get the 3 magic items made by Master Tada, it seems that I must go to the Earth realm. However, Isabella and her group seem to be preparing to stay in the Dark Moon. As the most important sheriff, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to get away. Moreover, including the underground journey and mining time, 7 days may not be enough. Isabella said solemnly, "Okay, Princess Royal Highness, we can start to get to the main topic." The appearance of the Beelzebub royal family made the Regent Royal Highness attach great importance to it. The fragment of the god-eating mask was lost in the hands of Princess Royal Highness. As you know, I have a lot of things to deal with in the capital, so I can't stay in the Dark Moon for too long. Let's follow Master Xingxing's schedule, 7 days. Within 7 days, I hope your Royal Highness can give me a satisfactory answer when I go back to the Regent. Jia's eyes shone with a cold light. She said coldly, "Mrs. Isabella, are you here to assist in the investigation, or are you here to denounce me? If it's to assist in the investigation, I'm very willing to cooperate with you. If it's to punish someone, You're not qualified to do so with your status as a financial consultant. Isabella didn't care about the contempt in Jia's questioning. She shook her head and said, Royal Highness is not only a lord but also a royal family. You should know what the complete God-eating mask means, and what the surname Beelzebub means to the Dark Moon and the fallen angel empire. Royal Highness not only lost the fragment of the God-eating mask, but you also can't find the whereabouts of the Beelzebub royal family. Shouldn't you accept the punishment you deserve? However, there was an accident, and Royal Highness Jia is a member of the royal family, so it's just some symbolic punishment. If Royal Highness can't give me a satisfactory answer within 7 days, then starting from the next quarter, the Red Spirit Estate's food subsidy to the Dark Moon will be halved. As soon as the sentence came out, everyone in the Dark Moon changed their faces and whispered. The Dark Moon's land was barren, and it was difficult to grow food. For thousands of years, the lack of food had been an unsolvable problem. Even when the Dark Moon was at its most prosperous, the food source also relied on imports. The Red Spirit Estate was aware of this, so they firmly grasped the lifeline of the Dark Moon in the name of funding. Now that Prince Obsidian's sentence cut off half of the food support, then the Dark Moon's already tight food problem would become more and more prominent. It was likely that there would be a large-scale famine. This cruel sanction is still called a symbolic punishment. Jia stood up slowly. Her cold eyes were burning with anger. Even the arrogant Sergei didn't dare to move for a while when he felt the terrifying chill emanating from Jia. Just when the atmosphere was in a stalemate, an untimely voice sounded. Madam! Excuse me. If Princess Royal Highness can give a satisfactory answer in 7 days, will the food aid not be reduced? The person who spoke was Chen Rui, who stood up. When Jia heard Chen Rui's voice, the chill that she released suddenly stopped. Isabella's eyes moved slightly, and she looked at the weak human sheriff with interest. Sir Sheriff, please accept a kind suggestion from me. You should go and relearn etiquette. Your current wording and speech are very presumptuous for a beautiful lady, but I can answer your question. Yes. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I just took office not long ago, so I don't know anything. Chenrue continued to scratch his head without etiquette. So according to Madam, Princess Royal has accepted the punishment now, so we don't have to worry about Beelzebub anymore. Shut up. Old Ford of the Seifel family stood up and said coldly, Chenrue, you an outsider, don't understand the importance of food for the Dark Moon. If there is a large famine among the people, can you afford this responsibility? Chenrue didn't sound nice to Old Ford either. Sir Ford is getting older, so he seems to be more forgetful. Didn't Joseph say it at the meeting? After he is re-elected as the financial officer, he will increase the food aid by 30%, so there will be 80% left. The food purchased from our Shadow Empire is almost enough. Shut up. Jia turned her head and glared at Chenrue as if she was scolding him for leaking important information. But her gaze became firm. Since this is the case, Beelzebub's matter will be handed over to the capital's special agents. I believe that the Regent Royal Highness vision will definitely eliminate the Empire's biggest hidden danger. As you can see, the Dark Moon's affairs are very busy, so I can't entertain you for too long. Then, 7 days later, I'll wait for your answer, Madam Isabella. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then I have the right to request the withdrawal of the so-called symbolic punishment. Everyone in the Dark Moon was relieved, and they all showed an expression of I see. Only Old Ford, who had a bad relationship with Chenrue, looked indignant. In fact, he admired the quick wit of this sheriff who saved his son's life. Even if Joseph really took out 30% more, the total amount of food was less than 80%. As for the Shadow Empire's purchase of food, it was purely fictitious. However, the Seifel family had achieved great success in meat cultivation over the years. Old Ford knew part of Jia's food plan. The Dark Moon's current food should be unprecedentedly sufficient, so they were not afraid of the capital's sanctions. However, these were secret weapons that couldn't be exposed for the time being. Chen Rui's rash interjection not only calmed the people, but it also allowed Princess Royal to take the initiative. Isabella's emerald eyes glanced at Chen Rui, who was silent behind Shay. She was secretly surprised. Initially, she had effectively dealt a blow to the Dark Moon's morale and threw a heavy burden at Shay, who knew that Shay actually seized the opportunity to give her a taste of her own medicine by throwing the burden back at her again, after this sheriff, who didn't know anything, was fooling around. Shay actually seized the opportunity to give her a taste of her own medicine and threw the burden back at her. Then, I would like to be rude and question Princess Royal. Isabella stood up. Just when everyone thought she was going to make a sharp remark, she suddenly showed a charming smile. I heard that the Dark Moon is hospitable. Why hasn't the welcome ball started after we have been here for so long? This sentence eased the atmosphere suddenly, and everyone smiled. Chen Rui secretly thought that this woman's means were brilliant. She changed the topic with a joke and started anew, round quietly. Jia seemed to have forgotten the tit-for-tat just now. She politely discussed the matters of the banquet and the ball. After the banquet, it was the routine welcome ball. Athena seemed to have a further realization in terms of strength in the past 2 days, so she had been training behind closed doors in the lower level of the arena. The guards were handed over to Eric's to train, so she didn't participate tonight. Unlike the last Master Challenge, although Chen Rui was still the powerless human, he was no longer a nobody. Several women invited him to dance. The reason was, of course, his identity as a sheriff. Unfortunately, Chen Rui was really not interested in this kind of activity, so he politely refused. The Demon Realm's ball had much fewer rules than the humans. It was very casual. Chen Rui slowly moved to an inconspicuous corner, picked up a glass of red fruit wine, and waited for this boring activity to end early. The most popular person in the ball was Isabella. She had changed into a black evening dress. Her elegant temperament exuded a seductive charm. After dancing with Sergei, her butterfly-like dancing posture had attracted the attention of most people, and people kept inviting her to dance with them. The one with the strongest contrast was Jia. It could be said that no one was interested in her. In fact, Jia's beauty was not inferior to Isabella, but everyone knew that she never accepted anyone's invitation, so no one was willing to be rebuffed. Humph. Coquettish woman. Alice's dissatisfied voice sounded beside Chen Rui. It turned out that little Loli had been paying attention to Chen Rui. She finally walked away from her sister and finally came to Chen Rui as she wished. She even had a glass of wine in her hand. Alice! Chen Rui snatched the glass from little Loli's hand. You can't drink. Alice glared at him. Humph! The Lolita suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed. Her big eyes blinked with a bright light, and she said obediently, Brother, I'll listen to you. Can you dance with me? Chen Rui quickly shook his head. I've never danced before. I really don't know how to dance. Excluding his previous life, he really hadn't danced after his rebirth. Besides, this kind of court dance was very complicated. He really didn't know how to dance. You've never danced before? The little Loli's eyes lit up. She leaned closer and whispered, Then Brother's first time will be given to Alice. Uffed. Chen Rui spat out all the wine in his mouth. This word is too ambiguous. Alice screamed and looked at the red wine splashed on her dress. She was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. This is my favorite evening dress. I'm sorry. Chen Rui put down the glass in a hurry. Sure enough, he saw that there were large red spots on Alice's yellow dress that couldn't be wiped off. 10 minutes later, the little Loli who pretended to cry won. Chen Rui, who was in the wrong plus, surrendered, bit the bullet, and appeared on the dance floor. The court dance of the Demon Realm was a bit similar to the ballroom dance of the European court in the 15th century. There was no hugging action, but it was very cumbersome and had a lot of rules. Chen Rui exchanged a few positions with Alice and felt flustered. At this time, Isabella had already danced with Sergei for the second time. Sergei was obviously proficient in this. He skillfully switched his movements and dance steps. His beautiful posture and handsome appearance attracted the attention of many female demons around him. Of course, the most attractive one was the gorgeous Isabella. When the two stood together, they were a perfect match. They were definitely the focus of the entire ball. In contrast, Chenrue and Alice on the side became a contrast. Originally, Alice danced well, but because she had to cooperate and guide Chenrue, she seemed very awkward, but the little loli was not angry. She had been teaching him patiently. Chenrue accidentally bumped into the person behind him when he changed positions, so he quickly apologized. His subsequent movements were even more difficult to keep up. Sergei noticed it. He deliberately pulled Isabella closer and smiled contemptuously. "Bumpkin, get lost. The dance floor is not a place for scumbags like you." Before Chenrue could speak, Alice said angrily, "You're such a jerk. It's none of your business. The royal princess of the Dark Moon is just SOSO. You can't even dance well." Sergei looked at Alice disdainfully, and he suddenly added maliciously, "It's because of the lack of discipline since childhood." Alice's father, Crown Prince Grimm, died very early. This touched the little loli's sore spot. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she squeezed the hand that was holding Chenrue's. Isabella raised her eyebrows slightly. She glanced at Sergei faintly and remained calm. Chenrue saw the little loli's sad look, and he was secretly angry at Sergei's despicableness. He immediately retorted, "No wonder the Russ family has always been inferior to the Wales family. It turns out that you only know how to bully girls." "What did you say?" Sergei's father, Doran, Russ, had always been ranked below Athena's father, General George. He was known as the second general. Sergei hated it when others said this. He was furious, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "You still want to attack a powerless human like me now?" Chenrue was not afraid. "Don't forget, this is the dance floor. If you don't want to dance, please leave. You, a country bumpkin, are qualified to say the word dance." Sergei showed a ruthless expression. He turned his mind and stopped dancing. He channeled his strength and said loudly, "Everyone, please pause." Everyone suddenly stopped dancing, and the music stopped. "Sir Sheriff just said that he would let me see the real court dance. I'm looking forward to it." Sergei pointed to Chenrue and said, "Now, let's enjoy the beautiful dance of Sir Sheriff and the Dark Moon's little princess." There was an uproar in the crowd. Everyone had seen Chenrue's level previously. Sergei must have done this deliberately. Isabella still maintained a smile. She neither stopped nor encouraged him. Sergei's means were a bit despicable, but it was good to humiliate the Dark Moon. Chapter 200. Alice didn't expect Sergei to be so despicable. He actually wanted Chenrue, a novice, to make a fool of himself in public. Her heart was filled with hatred, and her little fists were clenched tightly. Looking at the little loli's worried look, thinking of her patient teaching and unhesitatingly protecting him just now, Chenrue's eyes showed determination. He held the little loli's hand. As he was about to speak, he heard a faint voice. "Alice isn't feeling well these days. If you want to see the real court dance, let me do it." This cold voice contained a touch of power, overshadowing Sergei's arrogant laughter. It turned out to be Jazz. Everyone in the Dark Moon was taken aback. They didn't expect Princess Royal Highness, who never accepted an invitation to dance, actually planned to participate in person. If it was only Chenrue, Jia might not stand up so openly, but even her sister Alice was involved. As the sister, Jia couldn't remain silent. Sergei had Isabella next to him, and this was a ball, so he was naturally fearless. He said, "It's just that Sir Sheriff said just now, since it's a duo dance, naturally the sheriff and I will dance together." Jia looked at Isabella with a smile of watching a good show on her face, and her eyes became colder. Old Gauss, Old Ford, and others looked worried. This matter involved the little princess, so it was originally related to the dark moon's face. Now that Princess Royal planned to participate in person. If she failed again, it would really be equivalent to being slapped by these people in the capital city. Qin never thought that one day he could dance with Jia in public. He looked at the iceberg beauty, walking slowly in surprise. He felt perturbed, and Jia's soft voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Relax your mind for a while. Don't resist my power. Qin suddenly realized that Jia planned to use the great demon king-level power to control his body to complete the dance. It was just that this way, the movements would inevitably be stiff, but it was better than making a fool of himself. This might be a way to deal with it, but it couldn't effectively fight back against the vicious guy. In fact, when Alice was ridiculed by Sergei, he already had another plan in mind. Qin pondered for a moment and suddenly said aloud, "Everyone, to be blunt, the court dances nowadays are complicated and formal. For example, General Sergei's movements just now were too pretentious. In fact, it was equivalent to insulting the beautiful female companion beside him." This disguised compliment made Isabella smile more charming, but she was secretly vigilant in her heart. This sheriff is not simple. It seems that the previous interruption in the council hall was not accidental. However, his dancing skills were really terrible. What method would he use to bluff his way through? A true court dance is not only dignified and elegant, but it should also be gorgeous and full of vitality. Qin glanced at the sneering Sergei. "I have an agreement with General Sergei just now. If I can perform a real court dance that he has never seen before, then he will show us the bold and unrestrained style of the imperial capital, stripping off his clothes and walking out of here." As soon as this sentence came out, there was a burst of whispers around. Many women stared at Sergei's muscular body, wishing they could see the scene immediately. If General Sergei is not willing to admit this bet, then I'm sorry to say that I can only hide my strength. You want to use this trick to escape? Sergei was furious and shouted, "Okay, as long as you can really do it. I will strip off my clothes and walk out of here." Qin whispered to Alice, and the little loli hesitated for a moment. Under his encouragement, she came to the accompaniment band and waited for his signal to start. Qin walked in front of Jia and made an inviting gesture. Jia took a deep look at him and gently put her hand on his. The moment they touched, their hearts trembled at the same time. Although it was just fingertips touching, the strange electric current feeling flowed into each other's hearts. Qin took a deep breath and whispered, "Princess Royal, can you trust me?" Jia's eyes were a little hazy. She seemed to have returned to the scene when she appointed this man as the secretary, and her heart also became hazy, and as soon as she said this, Qin fingers that were just touching Jia suddenly changed and completely held her hand. Her palm was as warm as jade, and it wasn't as cold as he imagined. The onlookers were taken aback. This new sheriff has no other abilities, but his courage, or it should be called lust, is absolutely first class. He actually dares to hold Princess Royal's hand like this. It was the first time that Jia's hand was held by a man like this. She instinctively trembled, but then she restrained herself. There was a strange feeling in her annoyance. Her heartbeat seemed to be accelerating involuntarily. What made everyone dumbfounded was that this guy not only held Princess Royal with his left hand, but he also approached her, stretched out his right hand, and hugged Princess Royal's shoulder. Too powerful. He is so lustful that he doesn't even care about his life. Such an adjective surged in the hearts of the dark moon people at the same time. Even the former sheriff, Alan, who was drinking in the corner, was no exception. The scene was silent for a while. It seems that the rumors are true. This Qin overestimated himself and was obsessed with Princess Royal's beauty. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to go to the death place like Mountain Shillong. He finally came back alive and luckily became a sheriff. But now Jia endured the first handshake, but this excessive action suddenly made her eyes cold. He actually did it in front of so many people, just when she was about to lose her temper. She heard Chun Rue's whisper, "Stand upright, feet together, chest out, waist straight, abdomen in, hips slightly raised, knees naturally relaxed. Hold your right hand with my left palm and your left hand gently on my right shoulder. Use the web between your thumb and index finger to gently pinch." Jia used to like dancing very much when she was a girl. She knew that this should be a kind of dance when she heard it. Thinking of his previous words, she forcefully suppressed the embarrassment in her heart and listened attentively to Chun Rue's explanation of the essentials of the movements. Someone on the side was betting on whether Chun Rue could survive for 10 seconds. However, something that shocked everyone happened again. Jia actually cooperated and put her hand on Chun Rue's shoulder. Her delicate body even leaned over. Their current posture was very intimate. When did the iceberg beauty Princess Royal, who no one can get close to, become like this? Could it be that she was drugged by this damn man? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Even Alice's eyes widened. Finally, she could still see Chun Rue's eyes clearly. He ordered the accompaniment group to start playing. Night Demon's Dance. This dance song was very long and the rhythm was relatively slow. It required more movements. It was a very difficult dance song. The intimate 2 people on the dance floor began to move. It was really a dance, a pair dance that had never been seen before. The cooperation between the 2 was still awkward at first, but it soon became proficient. Jia's foundation was very strong. Under the guidance of Chun Rue's hands and body, she quickly grasped the essentials of the new dance. Her movements were mainly based on the steps, and the rotation was mainly led by Chun Rue. In the dance, Jia's spirit became more and more relaxed. She was completely immersed in this long-lost feeling, and her movements became more and more natural and beautiful. Chun Rue used to be a regular in the dance training class in college. At that time, the purpose was to get close to her, who also loved to dance. Although it ended in vain, it was the only relationship he had in that world. This scene seemed to return to that year, but the dance partner in his arms was replaced by another much more beautiful woman. Thinking of the faint feeling with this woman, Chun Rue involuntarily felt that his heart was beating faster and faster. The 2's various soft and dexterous tilting, swaying, turning, and rotating movements showed a beautiful figure. Most of the people present were aristocrats. They had received relevant etiquette and dance training since childhood. They could be regarded as experts. They were gradually attracted by the charm of this novel pair dance. Alice's big eyes flashed with excitement and envy. Only Sergei's face became more and more ugly. At the end of the song, almost everyone stood up and applauded warmly. There was still a feeling of wanting more in their hearts. In fact, Chun Rue also wanted to relive the wonderful feeling just now. But Jia had let go of his hands and distanced herself at this time. She returned to her usual cold appearance that kept people thousands of miles away, so he had to dispel this idea. "Mr. Chun Rue, the performance just now was really wonderful." Isabella came over and said sincerely, "Can you tell me the name of this dance?" It was the first time for Chun Rue to be in contact with Isabella at such a close distance. He felt the floral fragrance on her body with a touch of heat. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. This mature beauty's body didn't have any unusual movements, but just the faintly flashing eyes in her deep blue eyes gave people the urge to tear apart her graceful and noble appearance. It seemed that there was an additional special skill behind the 9 points evaluation: inner charm. Compared with this ripe peach, Kia was just an unripe green apple. Of course, this peach was not easy to chew. If she was really obsessed with lust, never mind the strength of the peak of the great Demon King. Even the title of Lady Devil's Snare was not for nothing. "Madam should know that I'm a human." Chun Rue smiled politely. "This is a dance in our human world called waltz." Waltz was initially considered a debauched dance. It actually went through a difficult and long process to become a court dance. However, this was the demon realm. There were not too many shackles and restrictions, so it was easily accepted by everyone. Waltz, a very nice name. Since Mr. Chinrue is proficient in this dance, you must be a noble in the human world. You actually pretended that you didn't understand etiquette before. Isabella's tone had a hint of seductive coquettishness. Let's not talk about that. I really want to learn this new dance. I wonder if Sir is willing to teach me? It's my honor, but before that, I want to appreciate General Huygens' strong body first. Chinrue smiled slightly, but he didn't look at her again. Instead, he looked at Sergei, whose face was pale. General Sergei, as you wish, I have shown this new dance. Even Madame Isabella is willing to learn from me. I think, now it's your turn to show your boldness. Isabella saw that Chinrue was not attracted by her beauty. Instead, he used her words as evidence to force Sergei, and her eyes flickered even more. The gazes of many women in the hall instantly focused on Sergei, especially the noble women who were not satisfied with their desires. Under those hungry gazes, even Sergei could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. If looks could kill, Chinrue would be a honeycomb now. Unfortunately, Sergei didn't have the eye of incubus or the eye of evil like some royal families. He could only stare at this damned sheriff with his fierce eyes, wishing he could tear him into pieces. Is that rumor lack of trust is the tradition of the Russ family? Chinrue didn't seem to see Sergei's murderous gaze. He pretended to be surprised and added loudly, "No, that's not true. I believe in Sir Sergei's character." This sentence was actually insinuating that the Russ family betrayed Crown Prince Grimm and took the lead in defecting to Prince Obsidian. The last sentence, believe, pushed Sergei to a dead end. Sergei's teeth were about to break, but he finally admitted defeat. He struggled hard, and the brand new dress on his body burst open. Under everyone's gaze, he tore it off in 2 moves. Jia had already come to Alice's side and covered her eyes. My sister is really meddlesome. I don't want to see that annoying guy, unless the one taking off his clothes is... The little lowly suddenly blushed. Sergei tore off his clothes very quickly. Those who were not strong could only see his figure shaking. Then he appeared at the door with teleportation. It seemed that being strong also had its benefits. Even running naked could be accelerated. Unexpectedly, the hateful voice behind him sounded again. "General, why did you even take off your pants? Our agreement is just clothes." Sergei, who was already ashamed and angry, felt anxious. There was a sweet taste in his throat. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he disappeared. "You are really bold. You are indeed a guest from the metropolis." Chinrue sighed and asked Isabella, "Forgive me, Madame Isabella, where were we just now?" Isabella's blue eyes flickered. She wasn't displeased by this forgetful neglect. Her elegant smile remained. "Sir Chinrue said just now that he is willing to teach me the waltz." Chinrue nodded. "Of course, but today's ball is about to end. I will definitely satisfy Madame's wish next time if there is a chance. Although it's a bit regrettable, but okay." The smile at the corner of Isabella's mouth was even more breathtaking. "Then I look forward to the next time. If there is a chance, I will visit, sir." The ball was over. Alice happily pulled Chinrue and asked all sorts of questions. The little lowly knew that Chinrue humiliated Sergei like this to vent her anger. Her little red face was full of excitement. "Alice!" Jia's voice sounded. The little lowly looked at Chinrue reluctantly. "You promised to teach me the waltz when you are free." Chinrue glanced at Jia and happened to meet Jia's eyes. He felt that there seemed to be something more inexplicable in her ice-cold eyes. In an instant, both of them had a kind of telepathy that only appeared when they danced hand in hand just now. Jia quickly returned to normal and walked out with Alice. The amazing thing was that although she didn't look at Chinrue again, she knew that Chinrue had been looking at her, just like Chinrue knew that she knew. "Thank you for your company and support. Please continue to look forward to it. Thank you." Chapter 201. When Chinrue returned to the lab, he saw that Athena, who had been behind closed doors for 2 days, had already returned from the arena. "Athena, Have you reached the peak of Demon King? Chinrue felt that Athena's breath was different, so he asked in surprise. Athena nodded happily. Chinrue's eyes widened. So fast! Did he use a cheat code? In that case, as long as this girl is 20 years old, she will definitely become a great demon king. In order to express my congratulations! Chinrue smiled and instantly appeared in front of Athena with his arms folded. I've decided to reward you with a kiss that represents justice and love. Athena blushed and dodged. Chinrue was prepared. He teleported again and hugged her tightly. He pouted and moved closer to Athena's face. Little girl, just give in to me. Athena pushed hard under her shyness, and Chinrue's body suddenly flew out like he was riding on a cloud. He hit the wall with a bang. Athena was taken aback. She quickly teleported to his side and helped him up. Chinrue was a little speechless. It was a good thing that Athena's strength had become stronger, but the problem was that it was difficult to even take advantage of her now. Although he could barely keep up with Athena's strength with scorching dragon possession, that kind of ultimate move was no joke. Just a kiss would tear down the house. It was too much of a commotion. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It should be because I just got a breakthrough, so my control of strength isn't refined enough. Athena saw his dejected look and she felt guilty. Actually, she liked this kind of intimacy, but girls were always reserved. Besides, this guy's face was a bit too thick sometimes. If you did it on purpose, I'm probably dead. Chinrue sighed. No way. For my future sexual life, I must pass refined mind. I must break through Alioth state as soon as possible. Don't be angry. At most, I'll let you kiss me again. Really? This time, you are not allowed to struggle. Bang. It was the sound of something heavy hitting the wall. Athena, you deceived my pure feelings. Who told you to move your hands around? I'm sorry, at most this time. Bang, bang, bang. Someone's voice sounded like he was about to cry. Athena, you can't play with people like this. At this time, the imp Slee rushed in with a hammer. Master, Kia next door said that you guys are tearing down the wall. She asked me to help. Athena was embarrassed and annoyed. She rolled her eyes at Chinrue and walked into her room. The imp's servant saw the situation wasn't good. He knew that he was tricked by Kia, so he quickly ran away. Someone who was severely frustrated sat in the corner and drew circles. A romantic and wonderful night was ruined just like that. The next morning, Chinrue received Jia's order to accompany Isabella and the others to familiarize themselves with the Dark Moon's environment. This was a request made by Isabella, including Chinrue as an escort. However, as a sheriff, it was normal for Isabella to ask him to accompany. In order to prevent Sergei's revenge for yesterday's humiliation, Jia asked the palace guard commander, Kageron, to accompany the team on the grounds of protection. Along the way, Isabella asked questions from time to time, seemingly attaching great importance to Chinrue. Meanwhile, Sergei had been gloomy and didn't speak. He had never been humiliated like yesterday. He was so angry that he vomited blood in a moment of desperation. If it weren't for Chinrue's special identity, and this was the Dark Moon City, he would have torn this damn sheriff into pieces. Chinrue noticed that among the special agents, Master Xingxing and Master Kemp were not there. Master Xingxing, who was focused on mechanics, was fine, but Master Kemp's disappearance was probably something fishy. When they walked to the barracks area, Isabella suddenly proposed to visit. Chinrue naturally couldn't refuse, so he brought Isabella and Sergei to the barracks. In the barracks, the guards were being trained by Erix and Athena. To Chinrue's surprise, Alan also appeared in the barracks with a bouquet of flowers. Next to him was Karen family's strongest hired demon, Salador, who was protecting him. It seemed that this guy still didn't give up on Athena. Alan's father, Lego. Karen was Isabella's boss in name. Isabella greeted Alan, who walked over with a smile. Alan didn't dare to neglect, so he returned a salute and looked at Chinrue with hatred. Sergei seemed to look down on Alan and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Due to the short training time, the quality of the guards couldn't be fundamentally improved. Their lazy attitude and low combat power made the Imperial Guard's commander, Kageron, shake his head. This is the Dark Moon's guards. Sergei's deliberately louder mocking laughter resounded through the barracks. My Red Devil Legion only needs 100 people to completely defeat these useless people. The guards were indignant, but they didn't dare to be presumptuous under Eric's supervision. They continued to train. Chenrue said, "General Sergei, you must be joking. The guards only need to guard the Dark Moon and eliminate the outlaws in the territory. How can we compare with the elite Red Devil Legion of the Empire? In front of people like Isabella, the worse the guards performed, the better. Not only in the military, but also in the economy and commerce were now messed up by the Cloak Gang. It was a good opportunity to show weakness to the capital. No wonder a useless person like you can become a sheriff." Sergei sneered. He didn't give up the opportunity to attack Chenrue. After the ball incident yesterday, this human sheriff had become Sergei's most hated person. "Sergei, you're the real useless person." Athena's voice sounded. Athena wore a black high-collared tights under her leather armor today in order to conceal the evil blue tear on her neck. Chenrue specifically explained this because the evil blue tear was the secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family, and Isabella happened to be from the Belphegor royal family. He was afraid of being discovered and causing an accident. At present, the evil blue tear was the key to analyzing the god-eating mask, so there must be no mistakes. "Athena!" Sergei noticed her early on, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Loser, you have no right to be arrogant." Athena sneered. With her current strength, she saw through Sergei's true level at a glance. He just advanced to higher demon. Initially, she didn't want to bully this weak, but Sergei insulted Chenrue, so she naturally wouldn't be polite to him. "Sergei, if you want to save your dignity, speak with your sword." Back then, Sergei lost to Athena in the capital's youth swordsmanship finals. It was equivalent to the second general, Doran, losing to the first general, George again. Sergei had been brooding over this. Now that he heard Athena's provocation, his fighting spirit suddenly rose. With a clang, a long sword appeared in his hand. With Eric's permission, the training was suspended. The guards formed a big circle and watched the duel. Although they were usually tortured by Athena's training methods, the guards all hoped that she could win at this time and teach the arrogant and annoying guy a lesson. This was supposed to be a duel without any suspense, but there were others present, so they still had to pretend. Athena also pulled out her great sword. Although Sergei was usually arrogant, once he pulled out his sword, his entire temperament changed. His anxiety and anger turned into calmness. He was indeed outstanding. Athena stood there quietly without any special posture. However, in Sergei's eyes, she seemed to have become a towering mountain that couldn't be shaken at all, and this feeling was still expanding. Sergei initially thought that he could avenge his humiliation after breaking through to higher demon, but he didn't expect Athena to improve faster. The pressure she gave him at this time was even stronger than back then. It felt unfathomable. Before the battle started, Sergei felt that his confidence had begun to collapse. To prevent this reaction from causing the collapse of his fighting spirit, Sergei shouted. The long sword turned into a silver light and attacked Athena like a snake. Athena once learned the skills to control combat power and breath from Paglio, but she wasn't proficient enough. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to rely on the evil blue tear to hide her true strength every time. Now, she could use Sergei to experiment. She suppressed her combat power to the early stage of higher demon and only fought with sword skills. The crisp sounds of collisions rang out incessantly, dazzling the eyes of the guards. Isabella seemed to have some doubts about Athena, and her left eye began to glow faintly. Unexpectedly, Chenrue just took a few steps forward and blocked her sight. He even turned back and asked curiously, "Madam Isabella, I'm really not good at fighting. Who do you think will win?" Isabella smiled and said, "Yesterday, Mr. Chunrui clearly didn't seem to know how to dance, but the waltz at the end made everyone fall for it. Then, do I have reason to believe that Sir still has an incredible martial arts skill? When I have powerful strength, I will be the first to show it to Madame." Chunrui smiled bitterly, "But now I can only ask Madame sincerely. I'm not proficient in swordsmanship, but I can see that Ms. Athena is far better than General Sergei in the understanding of the rule of power alone. Although I really hope that Sergei can win, unfortunately, the victory belongs to Athena in the end. She is indeed the daughter of General George." Isabella saw Chunrui's worried expression, and she asked with interest, "At yesterday's ball, Mr. Chunrui was actually able to dance with the two princesses, especially the Princess Royal, who has always been known for being cold. Now you seem to be quite nervous about Ms. Athena." Men are broad-minded. Chunrui shrugged and said cheekily, "To be precise, I'm a man of universal love." Universal love? Isabella's attention was indeed attracted. Her eyes wandered. "It seems that our sheriff's charm is really not small. So, the relationship between Athena and Mr. is very unusual?" As soon as she said that, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Sergei's sword was knocked to the ground, and the back of his hand was red. Obviously, Athena had no patience to drag on with him any more. The guards were jubilant, and they seemed to have forgotten that they were still cursing the strict instructor in their hearts a few minutes ago. Sergei panted, looked at the long sword on the ground, and finally said, "I lost." "You can still transform." Sergei snorted coldly. "A loss is a loss. Your progress is far above me. Even if I transform, I'm not your opponent." "Not bad, at least he can afford to lose. Just like running naked yesterday." Chunrui just changed his opinion of this arrogant guy. But Sergei suddenly laughed exaggeratedly after picking up the sword. He's still giggling after losing? Could it be that his brain was damaged from the beating? Very good. Sergei put away the long sword and stared closely at Athena. "Only with this kind of strength is qualified to be my wife. Our descendants will definitely have a better bloodline. I've decided to immediately send a message to my father and formally propose to General George." As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. Chunrui cursed secretly. Damn. Could it be that his brain was damaged? "How dare you steal my woman?" Sergei and Athena are both mutated great demons, and both sides have equal status. It can be regarded as a well-matched match. In a deeper sense, the first General George. Wales was the biggest supporter of the Dark Moon, and he was the biggest thorn in Prince Obsidian's side. Sergei's father, Doran. Russ was the second general, and he was most trusted by Regent Obsidian. Once the two families were married, the situation of the empire might change significantly. Alternatively, both generals would support Princess Royal Jia at the same time, but this situation was basically impossible. The most likely scenario was that General George would also fall to Obsidian's side. Then the grim crown prince's side of the Dark Moon was likely to really disintegrate. From the perspective of Athena's father, General George, supporting Jia was actually a difficult path to success. If this kind of marriage was successful, it might be a turning point. At least, it could ensure the continuation of the family bloodline. When Alan heard this, his face suddenly became very ugly. He didn't expect Sergei to be interested in Athena. If the competitor was the weak human, Chunrui, he still had hope. Once it was Sergei. Both the Karen family's power and his personal strength couldn't be compared with Sergei of the Russ family. Athena didn't answer. She just did one thing: walk to Chunrui's side and kissed his face in front of everyone. The guards, who had just quietened down, suddenly became excited. Most of them were cheering. Obviously, Sergei, an outsider, was more unpopular than the sheriff. Athena's beautiful face blushed shyly, but there was no hesitation in her eyes. She glanced at Isabella and finally looked at Sergei. "Do you understand?" "This is impossible." Sergei couldn't believe his eyes, and he yelled in exasperation. "It's this human again. Athena is a higher demon. How can she like this powerless trash? This time, the relationship between Chinrue and Athena would definitely be known by the whole city. Chinrue could feel that Athena's kiss was more to demonstrate to Isabella, who was intimate with him. Woman. Although Alan was also very angry, he was gloating in his heart when he saw Sergei's appearance. Isabella looked at Chinrue with more and more interest. Cunning, versatile, and he even won the heart of the first general's daughter of the empire. It seems that this guy shouldn't be ignored by the capital. Chapter 202. The Belphegor royal family's The Eye of Evil was known as the demon god's left eye. It had the ability to see through. Chinrue was seen through by Lomont at that time. Although Athena had learned the poison dragon's breath-hiding skill and had a secret treasure like the evil blue tear, it was difficult to guarantee that the Eye of Evil wouldn't see through the flaws. Chinrue didn't want Isabella and Athena to face each other for too long, so he left the barracks with the people from the capital. Sergei's gaze at Chinrue became more gloomy. From time to time, a vicious, murderous intention flashed. The loyalty of female great demon was well known. It seemed that Athena was likely to belong to this man completely. Unless Chinrue could be killed, otherwise Athena would never like a second man in her life. Chinrue was well aware of Sergei's murderous intention, but he didn't care about a mere early-stage hired demon. Moreover, he had a demon, king-level bodyguard like Kaguran. Along the way, he just cooperated to introduce relevant information to Isabella. Occasionally, he even said one or two witty jokes. Isabella also seemed to be attracted by his humor. She smiled charmingly from time to time. After walking around, Chinrue sent Isabella and Sergei to the entrance of the royal hotel before leaving. After Isabella and Sergei walked into the courtyard, Master Kemp walked out and whispered a few words. Isabella nodded. "Madam, please allow me to kill this Chinrue." Sergei bowed. "I must get Athena." Isabella shook her head, and a cold light flashed in her blue eyes. "Don't touch him first. I'm a little interested in this person." "Yes." In front of Isabella, Sergei, who had always been arrogant, didn't have the slightest arrogance. He knew in his heart that arousing Isabella's interest was not a good thing. Don't be fooled by this Madame Devil's snare flower's charm. If she really fancied a man, including her husband, he would be eaten without leaving any bones. Isabella added, "In Athena's current state, it's useless to pursue her directly. We need a little strategy. You can send this news to the Warlock Fortress. I believe that the first general will never sit idly by and watch his only daughter fall in love with a weak human. You can handle the specific content of the news yourself." Sergei was overjoyed. "Thank you for your guidance, madam." When Chinrue returned to the lab, he saw the imp Slee immediately greeted him to show off. Just now a potioneer named Kemp asked to see Master Aldos. He talked for a long time and even lured me with a black crystal coin, but I still refused. When Chinrue saw the imp talking about the black crystal coin reluctantly, he secretly thought that the stingy Kemp was finally generous for once. Thinking back to the beginning, he wanted to get the poison formula with 50 purple crystal coins. What a scam. Good job, but I have to correct one thing. That Kemp is not a potioneer, but a potion master. You didn't watch the Master Challenge in the arena last time. Master Kemp is one of the judges of the capital's Potioneer Alliance. Slee didn't expect the person who claimed to be Kemp to be a potion master. He was dumbfounded when he thought that the Lich Master even hinted that he wanted to give potions to him. He couldn't help but regret. However, if he disturbed Master Aldos at that time, he might regret it even more now. Did Kemp say that he wanted to see Master Aldos for something? Slee replied he seemed to want to invite the Master to participate in some competition. I asked him to leave the invitation letter, but he said he didn't bring it, so he had to leave. Good job, Slee. Chinrue threw his hand and a crystal light flew toward Slee. When the imp saw it, it was a black crystal coin. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and praised his master's generosity. In the afternoon, Athena came back from the barracks. Her face was still red. After the battle with Sergei, the gossip of the public kiss spread throughout the city in the fastest time. Now that her relationship with Chenrue was completely open, many people were whispering when they saw her along the way. Did I disrupt your plan today? Athena saw Chenrue's serious look and asked carefully. A little. Chenrue frowned. I'm sorry. Athena was a little anxious. I just want Aaron and Sergei to give up. It's not too late to make up for it. Is it enough to make up for it if I take the initiative to kiss you, like this morning? Athena suddenly sat down calmly and smiled. Humph. Do you think I will be fooled continuously? You told me yourself that I can't be defeated by the same move. Chenrue didn't expect this silly girl to become smart. He smiled awkwardly and muttered in his heart. Who said it's ineffective? When had he not indulged in the lust of the tongue and the lust of the limbs? At this moment, the imp Slee came again. There is a woman who claims to be from the capital. Ms. Isabella said that she came for master's appointment. Athena frowned and looked suspicious. Why did this woman take the initiative to come to you? What agreement do you have? I have nothing to do with her. Chenrue quickly complained. Dear Madam Athena, I can swear. What's the hurry? Guilty man. Athena blushed when she heard the word dear. I'm not doubting you, but I want to remind you that my father once said to be careful of the 3 people from the capital. One is called Nero, one is called Crobolus, and the last is this Isabella. This woman is as beautiful as a flower, but her heart is like a snake. Don't underestimate her. I got it. Chenrue said, You haven't mastered the skill of hiding your breath yet, and you can't let this woman see the evil blue tear. You've worked hard today. Go to the room and have a good rest. I'll deal with her. Athena nodded and walked into the room. Soon, Isabella, who was wearing a purple dress and 2 square earrings, appeared in front of Chenrue. She was very particular about clothes. She dressed differently every time they met. The necklace that the little lowly fancied last time was buried in the deep cleavage of her chest, which added a bit of temptation. Madame Chenrue, we meet again. Isabella nodded gracefully. I know it's presumptuous of me to come, but when I think of that beautiful waltz, I can't help but disturb you. It's my honor. Chenrue smiled and took out a booklet. The essentials of waltz are all on it, and there are pictures. I just finished it. I'll give it to Madam now. You can take it back and practice it slowly. Isabella's eyes moved, but she didn't take the booklet. She shook her head. It seems that Madame Chenrue is quite reluctant to get close to me. Do you think I'm an ominous widow? Madame is peerless and famous. You also hold real power in the empire and are highly valued by the regent. How can you be an ominous person? Isabella sighed. There was a trace of sadness in her eyes. She laughed self-deprecatingly. I know that many people call me Madame Devil Snare, but they don't know that Devil Snare would have withered long ago without the protection of toxicity. Chenrue only felt an inexplicable pity in his heart. His vigilance suddenly dropped a bit, and he secretly thought she was powerful. Waltz is a private matter. Since Sir Chenrue has no time to teach me, then let's do it next time. Isabella took the booklet, and she regained her elegance in the blink of an eye. Now let's talk about business. I want to see Master Aldas. Can you help me pass the message? The master is now studying a potion behind closed doors. It's at a critical juncture. Even I dare not disturb him. Here's an invitation letter. Isabella took out a golden magic post and handed it to Chenrue. 10 months later, the Capital Demon Realm Potion Master Competition, which is held once every 500 years, will be held in the capital. At that time, well-known potion masters will participate. I believe that with Master Aldas's dedication to pharmaceutics, he will never miss this unprecedented academic competition. Chenrue previously thought that Kemp's so-called competition was just an excuse, but he didn't expect it to be true. He asked, "The potion masters of the three empires will participate." She guessed that Kemp had other intentions back then, but he was rejected. So now Isabella brought the real invitation letter to him. Not only the three empires, but many reclusive and stateless masters will also be invited to participate. Isabella said solemnly, "The demon realm hasn't had a potion grandmaster for a long time. This competition has been strongly supported by the Potioneer Association. The purpose is to make the demon realm's pharmaceutics further through academic exchanges, and it may even create a real potion grandmaster. Don't worry, madam. I will definitely pass this invitation to the master." Chinrue nodded. This master competition was a grand event in the pharmaceutics world. Aldos would definitely participate. Then I have no excuse to stay. Isabella stood up and smiled suddenly. She whispered, "The reason why Sir is unwilling to teach me is Athena eavesdropping next door? Are you afraid that she will be jealous? I don't seem to see the universal love that Sir mentioned." Chenrue smiled a few times, and Isabella's smile was even more charming. "Actually, I have some secret news to share with Sir today. For example, the situation of the humans in the demon realm. These humans have a way to return to the human world." Chinrue was really taken aback. He had heard from Glorfin that there were humans in the demon realm, but it was the first time he heard that these people could return to the human world. "So, can I sincerely ask Madam about the news of the humans in the demon realm?" Isabella's smile became even more charming. "Of course. But I'm sorry, I don't like to talk when there are other women lying in ambush next door. If you're interested, tomorrow morning. No, afternoon. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll be waiting for you at the Royal Hotel." Chinrue nodded. "Okay, I will definitely be there. I'll send Madam out." At this moment, footsteps came from outside the hall. It turned out that Kia had come back from work. The moment Kia saw Isabella, she seemed to be shocked. Horror flashed through her eyes. Then her gaze stayed on Isabella's face for a while. She seemed to be relieved and returned to normal. Kia's reaction made Isabella slightly surprised. She looked at this seductive and beautiful maid. She had to admit that this maid's appearance was not inferior to her, and the maid's attire gave a different kind of temptation. "It's really surprising. Other than Athena, I didn't expect that there is such a stunner in the sheriff's home." Isabella glanced at Chinrue and said with a pun, "I seem to have underestimated you." The moment Isabella passed by Kia, her left eye flashed a faint light. Kia seemed to sense it, and she felt dizzy inexplicably. When Isabella's left eye faded, she returned to normal. Isabella didn't look back again, but there was a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. However, she had achieved her goal this time. With the secret of the demon realm humans, she wasn't afraid that this human wouldn't take the bait. Chapter 203. Watching Isabella's elegant figure leave, Chinrue frowned. This woman's purpose of coming here should be more than just to send an invitation. However, I still need to grasp the important information of the human in the demon realm. I will go to the Royal Hotel tomorrow to see what tricks she is playing. At this time, Kia's deliberately seductive voice sounded. "Master, who is that woman just now? Did you hook up with some noblewoman again?" "Stop. That's just the envoy from the capital. I'm afraid of you. Go eat and rest early." Chinrue had a headache. It's hard enough to deal with a big demon girl. Don't add more trouble, little demon girl. Looking at Chinrue's headache, Kia showed a victorious smile. Unconsciously, she was no longer as restrained as when she first came. Sure enough, Aldos was very excited when he saw the invitation. Not only that, his current research results also had a big breakthrough. Although the Dark Elf Master's talent was not the best, no potion master could be as extravagant as him with the current conditions of the demon realm. He could experiment with ready-made black potions. Under his dedicated research, it was expected that he would succeed. The next afternoon, Chinrue came to the Royal Hotel as promised. According to the information of the Cloak Gang, Sergei and Master Kemp happened to go out to accompany Master Xingxing to buy materials. Sir Qinrui, you're very punctual. Isabella was dressed in a sexy short skirt. It seemed casual, but it inadvertently made her perfect figure more prominent. Just the plump and straight outline of her chest was enough to make a man's blood boil. Madam, you should remove the sir. Qinrui shook his head. I'm just a potion apprentice. It's just because of some coincidences that I was pushed to the cusp of the storm. It's uncomfortable to keep calling me like this. Isabella looked a little weird. Isn't this a little too intimate? Then, are you going to call me by my name? Our relationship is far from this point. Can this be understood as, His Excellency's Sheriff's fraternity has extended to here? Qinrui's expression froze. Isabella suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. When she inadvertently leaned over, her full breasts trembled with her laughter, and the cleavage in the middle became more obvious. Qinrui inadvertently caught a glimpse of it, and he couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. Mr. Sheriff, where's your sense of humor? It's just a little joke. Isabella didn't seem to notice what he was looking at. If you don't mind, we can call each other by their names. Qinrui bitterly smiled and said, Let's maintain our original address. I don't want to be beaten up by Athena. I don't have the strength to fight back in front of her. This sentence was not entirely fictional. Athena's strength was indeed higher than Qinrui now. Your means are really amazing. You actually deceived the daughter of the Empire's first general, and you even have a charming succubus maid at home. Isabella showed curiosity. It seems that the two women can coexist. I'm curious, how did you do this? This is a secret. Qinrui smiled mysteriously. Only the person involved can understand. To fully obtain a woman's heart, not only love, but other aspects are equally important. Perhaps you have some special abilities that outsiders don't know. Isabella's words seemed to have a double meaning, but the splendor in her eyes made this sentence more ambiguous. Saying such explicit words in such an elegant tone gave people a strange psychological stimulation. Isabella didn't have the bloodline talent of the succubus, nor did she use sad words or sexy body parts to seduce like Kia. She only needed a casual action or a meaningful sentence to make a man fascinated. This might be the master of seduction. Compared with it, Kia was undoubtedly inferior. Madam is overpraising. Can I have a glass of water? Madam's charm is amazing. If I don't drink some water to calm down, I'm afraid I will lose my composure. Qinrui did feel a little overwhelmed. He secretly channeled the meditation technique to calm his mind. This woman was known as the capital's flower. She had seen countless people. If he pretended to be charmed, he would reveal flaws. It was better to put his posture frankly and turn a conspiracy into an open conspiracy. Isabella saw that he didn't hide the wavering in his heart, and a surprised expression flashed in her eyes. Although it's not appropriate to use the word cute to describe a man, I really think you are cute. Let's talk about the human in the demon realm. This should be the most important reason why you came here today. From the ambiguous seduction just now to the current change of topic, Isabella had been holding the initiative. Qinrui knew it in his heart and sighed. To be honest, madam, I really want to know. After all, I don't belong to this world. There are indeed humans in the demon realm, and most of them come voluntarily. In order to gain more power, they come to the demon realm to train through a special method and find stronger opponents to fight. The ultimate goal of these people is to return to the human world. So they all have the secret technique to return to the ground. Qinrui remembered that during the final battle in the underground world, Glorfin was surprised that there are such weak humans in the demon realm. It turned out to be the reason. Then these humans who came to the demon realm to train must have powerful strength, and they have mastered the secret technique to return. There is such a human in the fallen angel capital. His name is Nero, and he has a close relationship with Regent Obsidian. Isabella saw him pondering. and she added another important sentence. If you are willing to return to the capital with me this time, I can introduce you. With my reputation, Nero should not refuse. You can return to the human world with Nero by then. Isn't Nero the person Athena once said to beware of? I didn't expect him to be a human. Chinrue looked tempted. This expression was not entirely fake. He had already integrated all the memory fragments of the original owner of this body, Arthur. Although many things were blurred, it was certain that Arthur came from a wealthy aristocrat and had been living a carefree life. If he could return to the human world with this identity, at least he wouldn't have to struggle for survival like in the demon realm. Chinrue was silent for a long time, and he finally said, "In the demon realm, in order to survive, I have changed a lot involuntarily. I don't know if I will still be suitable for the human world." Is this a refusal? Isabella was slightly moved. With your wisdom, don't you think this is a wrong choice? Is it for Athena? Chinrue took a deep breath, maybe. I now understand a little why Athena fell in love with you. Isabella took a deep look at Chinrue and sighed softly. I even envy her a little. If the man I met 200 years ago was like you, then many things would be different now. Chinrue heard the faint sadness in her words. Madam, you don't have to be sad. Life is impermanent, and the world is unpredictable. As long as there is hope, there is the confidence to go on. The reason why people have hope is that they can't see fate clearly. Isabella still shook her head, and her eyes were covered with a layer of confusion. I just saw my own fate clearly, so there is no hope in my heart. Only memories are the only thing left. Sometimes I think that what I do is constantly creating memories in a hopeless world. Maybe this is a dream that will never wake up. It will only end when it is completely annihilated. Memories don't mean everything, and fate is not unchangeable. Chinrue shook his head gently. We humans have a saying that the reason why people can is because they believe they can. I believe in this saying very much, and I am using my own actions to prove its meaning. Isabella watched Chinrue quietly, and she suddenly smiled. Interesting man, I'm really interested in you now. Even if you can't give up the woman in your heart, you should be able to see the situation of the dark moon clearly. The destruction of the dark moon is sooner or later. How about this? You can take Athena and other women to the capital. I will recommend you to the Royal Highness Regent. By then, not only you have no worries, but your wisdom and talent will also have a broader stage to show. Chinrue looked at Isabella in surprise. Is it true? Of course. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. In order to get Athena, Sergei has contacted the family through magic communication to spread the news of you and Athena to the Warlock Fortress, where General George is stationed. With General George's temperament, he will never agree to the relationship between you two. If you are willing to go to the capital, I can persuade the regent to personally marry you and Athena. In this way, even General George can't stop it. Chinrue frowned tightly. Why are you helping me like this? This is a good opportunity to win over General George. Isabella's words were very frank. Not only that, I also hope to get your friendship. Don't be modest. You are qualified. I went to the Princess retail store in the morning. The things there are very good. I also bought 2 new clothes. The Princess retail store was originally just a weird little store opened by a little princess. There was no business at all. The Princess retail store changed its name after you appeared, and then the business was booming. Moreover, many of the business methods in it are not available in the demon realm. So, even if I don't look at other information, I can immediately judge that a cunning human man is guiding it. Chinrue did not deny it and said with a smile, I can't accept that adjective. I'm a very upright person. I'm a little clever, but not cunning. Behind the little cleverness is great wisdom. Isabella's eyes were flowing with a trace of charm. Only a capable man can win friendship and respect and more. As friends, we will have more opportunities to get to know each other more deeply in the capital. Get to know each other more deeply? Another kind of hint. Chinrue only felt that his heart was getting hotter. Suddenly, he had a strong desire to possess. He wanted to peel off the inviolable shell of this seemingly graceful and elegant lady and turn her into a resentful woman who could be violated in any way. After all, he had the experience of refined mind. He knew that Isabella was likely to use some kind of charm technique, and his own condition was a bit off. Thinking of this, Chinrue did not dare to stay for a long time. He immediately stood up. I need to think about this matter carefully. Can I give Madam an answer in a few days? Isabella stood up and restored her elegant smile. I should return to the capital in a few days. I hope I can have an interesting and beautiful man to accompany me by then. Chinrue said goodbye and left. Isabella's smile suddenly became cold. I have already proposed such favorable conditions just now. I even used a little spirit power to charm him. I didn't expect that this human's wisdom and will are unexpectedly strong. He can actually resist the temptation. If I can't recruit this kind of person, I must get rid of him as soon as possible. Chinrue was also thinking about Isabella's words on the way. This woman's means are really good. She knows how to use her beauty and human weakness. If I take Athena to the capital, then not only will Jia suffer a major blow, even General George will be restrained and even fall to the obsidian side. If I really go back with Isabella, it is likely that I and Athena will be placed under house arrest as hostages to threaten General George. At present, Paglio's lock of light and dark has not been unlocked. Even if I don't go to the capital, I will not leave the dark moon. It was almost dark at this time, and the light of the two moons began to turn purple. As Chinrue walked, Isabella's curvaceous body and seductive eyes inexplicably appeared in his mind again. The desire suppressed by the meditation formula began to sprout again. He faintly felt that something was wrong. As he was about to speed up and return to the lab, he suddenly felt that someone was following behind him. The person seemed to be fearless. The distance was very close until he entered the range of analytical eyes. Race: Great Demon mutated. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, D+. The peak of Higher Demon? It shouldn't be the expected Sergei. There doesn't seem to be such a powerful guy among the people from the capital, so it should be a Dark Moon native. The desire in Chinrue's heart suddenly turned into a murderous intention. Even the meditation formula couldn't suppress it. He was shocked. No wonder I felt something was wrong just now. It really is the inner demon. At this time, the inner demon is actually going to break out. Chinrue secretly thought that it was bad. He wanted to quickly get rid of the higher demon who was following him. But he didn't know that his mind had already turned into a sea of fire. There were killing and screams everywhere, mixed with the screams of women being violated. It seemed to be the burning and looting after the city was breached. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Is it the Dark Moon City? This is the inner demon. This is an illusion. Chinrue had been warning himself in his heart. However, seeing the familiar heads or corpses of his loved ones and friends, thoughts such as sadness, fear, anger, desire, and killing began to grow wildly in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. Whether it's the Dark Moon or the invaders, kill them all. For a moment, he turned into Hell Shura. Everything in front of him became the target of killing. Aurora shot. Destructive aura blow. Scorching dragon kill. There seemed to be no restrictions on the attacks here. He could perform any move he wanted. Seeing the lives ended in his hands one by one, the dark side in his heart was infinitely magnified. He was immersed in all kinds of killing, humiliation, and destruction. Another life was annihilated in his hands. This was a very young child. The horrified eyes finally woke Chinrue up. Looking at the corpses everywhere and his hands full of blood, he let out a roar of anger at himself. Chinrue's figure began to change. After a blur and shaking, he split into two and became two people. One was in an ordinary state, and the other was Shura, full of killing and bloody breath. Chapter 204. The two separated. Chinrue had a strange feeling at the same time. Whoever could kill the other would have the will to rule this body. The two didn't talk nonsense and began to fight directly. The strength of both sides were equal, and their moves were exactly the same. Scorching dragon kill against scorching dragon kill. Scorching dragon possession against scorching dragon possession. The fierce battle continued. The two of them no longer had the killing around them in their eyes. Only the other party could survive by destroying the other self. After several hardships, Chinrue risked being cut in half at the waist and finally cut the inner demon in half with Aura Blade. The inner demon let out a shrill scream. The face that was cut in half showed a creepy smile. Next time it won't be so easy. Then the two pieces of his body exploded. Chinrue didn't expect there to be such a self-destruct move. He was caught off guard and was shocked by the explosive force. It was like countless impurities penetrated into his consciousness. It was painful. However, his consciousness gradually returned to normal. Although a long time had passed in the inner demon's illusion, the time in reality was much shorter. At that moment, he heard some familiar voices in his ears. "Salado, you didn't kill him, right?" This voice was the former sheriff, Alan. It's strange. Karen family's strongest higher demon, Salado, shook his head. "I just got close, and he fainted before I made a move. Maybe he got sick because he couldn't adapt to the demon realm's environment. Such a weak guy. How can such a weak and incompetent human get Athena's heart?" Alan clenched his fist. Salado frowned and said, "Master Alan, I have a few words. I don't know if you can listen to them." Alan nodded. "Salado, you followed my father for many years and watched me grow up. You can just say whatever you want to say. That woman's heart is obviously not with you anymore. You should also know that it's difficult to make her change her mind. There are many women better than Athena in the world. Why do you have to stare at this one? Besides, once this matter is leaked, it will offend the Russ family. I don't think it's worth it. Although I have sent someone to lure Sergei here according to young master's instructions. But it's not too late to stop now." Alan frowned and said, "What if I insist?" Hearing this, Saladar knew that persuasion was ineffective, so he sighed. "Then Saladar can only obey." "Thank you, Salado." Alan patted Saladar's shoulder. "To tell you the truth, my pursuit of Athena was originally ordered by my father. If I can succeed, then General George's power may fall to the capital. Prince Obsidian once promised that as long as this is done, then my father can ascend to the Prime Minister's position. He no longer needs to be an empty finance minister and be restrained by Isabella." Saladar's eyes lit up and he nodded. "I am really fascinated by Athena's beauty, but more than that, I'm not willing to give up. Why will I lose to such an incompetent human?" Alan showed a ruthless gaze. "If I kill Chinrue, Athena will definitely hate me to the core. However, it just so happens that this guy, Sergei, publicly stated that he wants to pursue Athena. If I use Sergei to kill this human, then not only can I get rid of this rival in love, but Athena's hatred will also turn to Sergei. By then, I will have a chance. Young Master's plan is quite ingenious. Sergei once made a fool of himself at the ball because of this human's trick, and he knows that Athena likes Chinrue. When he sees this guy, he will definitely kill him." Saladar showed approval. "By then, as long as you seize the right time to inform Princess Royal and Isabella to come here, then everyone will know that Sergei killed the human. Young Master, don't worry. I have arranged everything according to your instructions. Princess Royal and Isabella should be able to arrive here in time." "Good job." Alan sneered. "As long as I get Athena, I will slowly use drugs to make this woman my slave. I will double the humiliation she is suffering now on her body." At this moment, Chinrue on the ground suddenly ignited with a black flame. Alan's conspiracy had been seen through by him. Although his consciousness was full of impurities caused by the explosion of the inner demon, the Nirvana's flame was the nemesis of this impurities. Alan and Saladar were taken aback especially Salader. This black flame was brewing an extremely pure power. It was not lethal, but it had an exuberant breath. It reminded him of a royal family's famous bloodline talent in the demon realm. Impossible. This guy is just an incompetent human who is so weak that he will faint at any time. The problem is that the level of power in this flame, even Salader will tremble for it. He actually couldn't move for a while. This human's eyes slowly opened. There was no fear or surprise in the eyes as dark as the night sky, or rather, there was no trace of extra emotion. There was just an ignorant light flashing. The flame gradually converged into his body, and his eyes regained their intelligence. He stared at Salader and Alan faintly. Salader and Alan only felt that the oppressive force suddenly disappeared, and this weird guy regained his breath without any power. Was it an illusion just now? Salader and Alan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes at the same time. I basically heard what you said just now, but there was a situation at the time, so I didn't wake up. Chinrue's gaze fell on Alan. If it weren't for the last sentence, you wouldn't have to die so soon. Although Chinrue didn't have any powerhouse's breath at the moment, Alan instinctively felt a burst of fear. He never thought that this almost incredible fear was actually generated when facing this human. For a moment, he no longer cared about the framing plan. He shouted, "Kill him!" Salader didn't hesitate at all. The flame on his body was blazing, and a scythe appeared in his hand. He slashed down with all his strength. He obviously felt the invisible pressure brought by Chinrue. The scythe suddenly stopped on top of Chinrue's head. Salader's pupils shrank, and his eyes showed extreme horror. The scythe that he slashed down with all his strength was caught between two human fingers, and it couldn't move forward at all. Alan was also dumbfounded. Two fingers easily blocked the full blow of the peak of Higher Demon. Even Eric's, who was infinitely close to the Demon King level, couldn't achieve this kind of strength. Then the strength of this human is at least Demon King level. It's unbelievable. This recognized weakling actually has such incredible and terrifying strength. Salader was shocked and shouted at Alan, "Go!" Alan woke up from a dream. He could hardly move his feet. He only had time to cast teleportation and appeared at the door. Before he could escape, Chinrue's figure had already appeared. Then he felt a pain in the back of his neck, and he was already unconscious. Teleportation! Salader was taken aback. He knew that if he stayed here, not only he couldn't protect Alan, but he would also be killed. So he immediately teleported in another direction. However, something that made Salader desperate happened. The human who had cast teleportation once unbelievably cast teleportation again and blocked in front of him. Double teleportation that is more powerful than the great demon's talent. How much terrifying strength is this human hiding? Salader had this question. In a split second, he had already followed Alan's footsteps and was knocked out. Chinrue looked at the surrounding environment. This place should be an abandoned old house. According to Salader and Alan's arrangement, Sergei was about to be lured here. Besides, the follow-up plan was to lure Jia and Isabella here after Sergei killed him as witnesses of Sergei's murder. Chinrue looked at Alan and sneered. In his eyes, Alan had always been just a clown. He didn't expect Alan to come up with such a vicious plan to frame him. Since that's the case, let him die more valuable than living. With that thought in mind, Chinrue glanced at Salader under his feet. A strange mask appeared on his face, and his eyes emitted a pale yellow light. Soon after, Sergei's figure appeared outside the courtyard. Sergei held a long sword and walked into the courtyard carefully. He saw a person lying on the ground who seemed to be unconscious. With the help of the purple moonlight, Sergei saw the appearance of this person clearly. It was the human he hated the most. A murderous intention flashed in his eyes. He took 2 steps and stopped again. Sergei had always been arrogant because he was the son of the Empire's second general. He was also a genius great demon so he had the capital to be arrogant. However, he was not stupid. Why did this enemy appear here? Is it a terrifying trap? Isabella's order seemed to ring in his ears again. He didn't dare to disobey the order of this Lady Devil's snare. Moreover, he had already sent the news to Warlock Fortress according to Isabella's idea. After hesitating for a moment, Sergei retreated again. Humph! Coward! Why don't you dare to kill this human? A gloomy voice came from behind. Sergei turned his head and saw a great demon behind him. The aura of power exuded from his body was far stronger than him. This great demon seems a bit familiar. I saw him in the barracks yesterday. He's from the Karen family. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Saladar. A long-handled scythe appeared in Saladar's hand. For a person who is going to die, I won't be stingy to let him know who killed him. You're from the Karen family? Sergei knew that the other party's strength was above him, so he was fully alert. Why do you want to kill me? You saw it in the barracks yesterday. Miss Athena is the target that young Master Alan is pursuing. You even openly proposed to her. Saladar glanced at Chenrue, who was lying motionless on the ground. If you killed this human just now, then I don't have to do this. At most, I'll just publish the magic video of you killing the human. Unfortunately, I can only let you and this human die now. In fact, even if Sergei really wanted to kill Chenrue, Saladar would deliberately make a noise to attract his attention. That scumbag Alan dares to plot against me. Sergei suddenly understood the other party's evil plan, and he was furious. Although it's a bit difficult to create an incident where you and the human kill each other, as long as you're all dead, Miss Athena will belong to our young master. Saladar raised his scythe. Die! Chapter 205. Sergei knew that he was in danger, so he leaped toward the courtyard. He had already activated his transformation and demonic fire in midair, but Saladar was faster and blocked his way. Sergei's sword was covered in a blazing flame. It turned into an arc and slashed at Saladar's head with amazing power. However, Saladar blocked it easily with a sweep of his scythe. Before Sergei could react, Saladar kicked him in the chest like lightning. Sergei's body flew a few meters away, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Although Sergei had reached the early stage of Higher Demon, he still had no power to fight back in the face of a veteran peak Higher Demon like Saladar. Saladar, don't kill Sergei too quickly. Torture him to death slowly. How dare you call me a scumbag? Alan's angry voice sounded in the courtyard. Let me give him the last stab later. Sergei had an idea and activated teleportation. Sure enough, he saw Alan at the door of the courtyard. As he was about to step forward, Saladar had appeared instantly and slashed with his scythe. If Sergei didn't dodge quickly, his arm would have been chopped off. Saladar pressed all the way, forcing Sergei to retreat step by step. The injuries on his body kept increasing, and the plan to kidnap Alan also failed. However, Sergei's reaction was extremely fast. He took a chance to take a stab, and a sharp light appeared in his hand. He flew into the air and bloomed in the air like a firework. A cloud-piercing arrow, and thousands of troops came to meet. Alan was stunned, then he shouted he is asking for help. Saladar, kill him now. Sergei hated the scum who plotted the scheme. With a fierce look in his eyes, the long sword in his hand suddenly left his hand and flew towards Alan like lightning. Alan looked horrified, but there was a hint of strange joy in his eyes. This is just right, so I don't have to rush forward to die. Saladar didn't seem to expect that Sergei could still make such a move in a desperate situation, so he said in shock, "Young master, be careful!" Alan's strength was only intermediate demon. How could he avoid this sword? In the scream, he seemed to be pierced by the long sword. Young Master Alan. Saladar was shocked and quickly rushed toward Alan. Sergei showed a hint of hatred. When Saladar rushed toward Alan, he threw out a magic item that he prepared earlier. After a loud noise, smoke filled the air. Under the cover of the smoke, Sergei quickly drank a few bottles of potion and fled outside. Saladar's angry voice came from behind as he chased after him. Although he had the help of potions, Sergei's strength was too inferior after all, so he was soon caught up by Saladar. At the critical moment of life and death, Sergei's eyes suddenly emitted a strange light, and the blood on his body burst towards Saladar like bullets. This bullet seemed to have a strange power which should be some kind of talent ability. Even the skin of a peak higher demon couldn't defend. Saladar was caught off guard, and his body was penetrated in many places. Instead of retreating, his fierceness was triggered. He rushed forward with all his strength and chopped off Sergei's left leg from the knee. Sergei let out a shocking scream and fell to the ground. When Saladar was about to continue, he suddenly heard a scream. When the voice just reached his ears, he was blown away by a huge force. This force had an extremely strong aftereffect. It exploded continuously in his body and instantly disintegrated Saladar's defense. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Madame Isabella. Although Sergei was in great pain, he escaped after all, so he was finally relieved. Isabella's figure appeared in front of Sergei. In the blink of an eye, she saw Sergei's miserable condition clearly, and she looked surprised. "Madam, my leg." "Don't move first. Master Kemp is coming soon." "What the hell is going on?" "Alan." Sergei used his bloodline talent just now and consumed a lot of vitality. His left leg was cut off, so his head was full of cold sweat due to the pain. He gritted his teeth and spat out the enemy's name. The hatred in his heart had reached an extreme point. "Alan from the Karen family?" When Isabella saw Saladar, who was struggling to stand up, she remembered that this hired demon was the one who accompanied Alan in the barracks yesterday. She felt it was unbelievable. "Alan sent someone to kill you? Where is he?" Before Sergei answered, another figure appeared in the field. It was the Lord of Dark Moon, Jia. When Jia saw this scene, her purple eyes flashed with surprise. Her gaze fell on Saladar, who was knocked down by Isabella, and frowned. "Saladar, what happened?" Saladar gritted his teeth. "Sergei, he killed Master Alan." Isabella and Jia were both taken aback, especially Isabella. She was shocked, the only son of her nominal boss, Legu. Karen, the heir of the Karen family, was killed by Sergei. Although Legu and the second general of the empire, Doran, didn't have a good relationship, they were by no means mortal enemies. Now that Legu's only son was killed by Doran's son, Legu's anger was imaginable. What the hell happened? At that time, many people rushed over one after another. There were palace guards and the capital's entourage. Master Kemp was among them. When he saw Sergei's situation, he quickly came over and helped Sergei to connect his broken leg. He took out a bottle of white potion and poured on it. The wound gradually healed, but it was only a superficial healing. It would take at least a few months for it to fully recover. In addition to his broken leg, Sergei's body was full of terrible wounds. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. Fortunately, Kemp was there to treat them one by one. "That scumbag Alan is dead? Good for him." While Master Kemp was treating the wound, Sergei still laughed out of hatred even though he was trembling in pain. Saladar seemed to be stimulated. He roared and stood up shakily despite his serious injury. Regardless of the presence of Isabella and Jia, he instantly appeared in front of Sergei and wanted to perish together. Unfortunately, Isabella was faster than him. With a casual wave of her hand, Saladar flew out again and fell to the ground. This time he completely lost his combat power. "Sir Legu, I deserve to die. I didn't protect Master Alan." Saladar cried while lying on the ground. Then his voice turned into boundless hatred. "Sergei, the Karen family will not let you go." After that, Salado unleashed the last of his potential, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and stabbed it into his heart. Saladar suicide. Alan killed. Sergei seriously injured. Isabella quickly asked Sergei about the incident. When Sergei gritted his teeth and said Alan's conspiracy, She heard that Chinrue was arrested. She moved and rushed at full speed toward the abandoned house that Sergei said. She was a little surprised. Isabella's eyes flashed and followed. Sure enough, she saw Alan lying on the ground in the yard with Sergei's long sword in his chest. Blood flowed all over the ground. Not far away, the captured human sheriff was lying motionless. He seemed to have been unconscious. A strange expression flashed past Jia's eyes. Her figure flashed and appeared next to Chinrue. She checked his breath and felt relieved. Isabella squatted down and observed Alan's body. She seemed to be looking for flaws, but she soon stood up with a frown. Obviously, she didn't find anything. Kaguran and others quickly rushed to the yard. Under Master Kemp's treatment, the human sheriff woke up slowly. He was taken aback when he saw Alan's body. According to Chinrue, after he came out of the Royal Hotel today, he lost consciousness inexplicably not far away. He only knew so many things happened after he woke up. Isabella listened carefully while calculating the time and distance. Her face became more and more solemn. It seems that this incident is really caused by Alan. First, he plotted against Chinrue. Then he sent someone to lure Sergei to kill him. However, Sergei wasn't fooled. Saladar appeared immediately and wanted to kill Sergei under Alan's instruction, but he was accidentally killed by Sergei's flying sword. When Saladar chased Sergei in a rage, she happened to see the distress signal and rushed to save Sergei's life. Jia's appearance should be related to Alan's arrangement, but this matter still needed to be confirmed by Alan's other subordinates. If the truth is indeed like this, then this matter will be troublesome. Although Alan's qualifications were relatively mediocre, he was the only son of Legu and the heir of the Karen family. The demon realm attached the most importance to inheritance, and Doran Russ only had Sergei as the best son. He was known as a genius when he was a teenager, so it was impossible for him to pay for Alan's life. Besides, this incident was originally caused by Alan himself, so he deserved to die. However, in this way, the Karen family and the Russ family would become mortal enemies. The finance minister and the most important general under Prince Obsidian would turn against each other, which was very disadvantageous to the Obsidian side. On the contrary, the indirect beneficiaries would be the other two empires. Even the Lord of the Dark Moon, Jia, in front of them. Isabella was extraordinarily resourceful. She suspected that there was something fishy just now, but judging from Saladar's actions and Sergei's personal experience, this incident was clearly a vicious plan made by Alan's lust. Isabella sighed secretly. At the moment, I can only report to the capital as soon as possible. I probably have to prepare to return early. Judging from the current intelligence, the Beelzebub royal family who had restored the God-eating mask would not foolishly wait here for people to search for them. They should have left the Dark Moon long ago. She had already expected it on the way. This time, she came to the Dark Moon more to probe and control. However, the situation of the Dark Moon was indeed terrible. In terms of military, except for the Imperial Guards directly under Jia, the quality of the garrison was quite poor. It would take at least several years to truly train them into a powerful army. In terms of economy, the Dark Moon also seemed chaotic. The underworld force, Cloak Gang, under the banner of the Imperial Guards Reserve Force, forcibly plundered the merchants' property. The merchants were miserable. In terms of talent, the potion master Aldas was still loyal to Princess Royal. He didn't give her a chance to meet at all. However, with the temptation of the potion master contest, Aldas would definitely go to the capital 10 months later. On the other hand, the new sheriff showed surprising wisdom and ability. He was not simple, but no matter what, the flaws were quite obvious. For example, in today's incident, no matter how high his wisdom was, it was still useless in the face of absolute power. Chapter 206. This sudden incident finally came to an end. When the Karen family members of the Dark Moon learned of Aaron's death, it was inevitable that there was a commotion. Isabella took Sergei back to the Royal Inn to recuperate and reported the incident to the capital overnight. The most innocent victim, Chinrue, was escorted back to the lab to recuperate. There were too many witnesses to this incident, so it was impossible to block the news. Sure enough, the next day, the news that Aaron was killed by Sergei from the capital because of jealousy spread all over the city. The streets and alleys were discussing the gossip of this crime of passion. The only one who was indifferent to this was Master Tada. The dark goblin master only cared about one thing now, which was the 2 stones in his hand. The red one was a firestone, and the white one was a mithril. These 2 were relatively common magic materials, but Tada had never seen firestone and mithril of such high purity. This kind of pure material was even enough to make legendary grade magic tools. For a true master, legendary grade equipment did not necessarily require the highest grade of materials. As long as it was used properly, it could be more magical with some ordinary materials. However, no matter what material it was, the higher the quality, the better. This firestone was sold to Tada by a dark goblin peddler wearing a cloak 2 days ago. The price was very low. The peddler said that there would be new goods arriving the next day. Sure enough, Tada bought mithril without impurities there yesterday. According to the peddler, the updated goods would arrive at noon today, but if Tada wanted to see it, he could only come alone. The location was at the entrance of number 4 alley in the southeast block. Tada, who got the treasure, didn't have too many concerns about it. He was a mutated dark goblin, and his own strength was at the later stage of intermediate demon. His magic wasn't weak, and as a mechanic master who was proficient in making accessories, he naturally had a lot of life-saving gadgets. As for the matter of Aaron and Sergei, the dark goblin master was too lazy to care about it. He didn't belong to the fallen angel empire, so he didn't have the energy to care about these boring things. He was just looking forward to the arrival of noon. Isabella came to the lab to visit the injured Sheriff Chinrue. In fact, Sergei was the most injured. Fortunately, Master Kemp's potions were very effective. The injury of the main character and main culprit of the crime of passion had completely stabilized. Chinrue, are you all right? Why isn't Athena taking care of you? Chinrue shook his head. I'm fine. I was just knocked unconscious yesterday. I don't need anyone to take care of me. She went to the barracks early in the morning. Isabella asked again, Where's your succubus maid? You mean Kia. She was originally the little princess's maid, and now she is being pulled to the princess retail store to help. I see. No wonder I saw her in the princess retail store yesterday morning. Isabella smiled slightly. How's my suggestion? Chinrue smiled bitterly. The time given by the madam is too short. Last night, as soon as I left the Royal Inn, I was ambushed. I still haven't calmed down yet. It's not that I don't want to give you time, but I don't have time anymore. Isabella shook her head. You should be able to guess how serious the consequences of yesterday's incident were. Now Aaron's father is crying to the Regent King, proposing to severely punish the murderer, Sergei, who cut off the Karen family's bloodline. I have received orders to return to the capital in advance. I will leave tomorrow at the latest. So, I need you to give me an answer. This answer is very important to you and me. The sooner I leave, the better. Chinrue muttered secretly. Yesterday's drama was naturally directed by him. At first, the person Sergei saw lying on the ground was indeed him, but then it became Aaron. As for the Aaron Sergei saw, it was Chinrue in disguise. Sergei cooperatively released his flying sword and used smoke to escape. Since the other party was so cooperative, Chinrue certainly wouldn't miss the time to do something. He stabbed the sword into Aaron's heart. Then he lay down and pretended to be unconscious. As for Saladar being made into a puppet by Chinrue with the god-eating mask, including the final tragic suicide, they were all under his control. Sergei was even more unable to defend himself when there was no evidence. In fact, even Sergei himself believed that Aaron was the culprit. However, the power of the god-eating mask was really terrifying. Saladar died without hesitation. Initially, Chinrue could control Salader to kill Sergei and get rid of Sergei and Aaron at the same time, but he changed his mind at the last minute. Because in this way, the Russ family and the Doran family were likely to vent their anger on the Bane, Athena, and focus their attention on the Dark Moon. Keeping Sergei alive would not only divert the trouble to others, but the murderer getting away with murder would also increase the conflict between the two parties. The layout this time was purely using Aaron's conspiracy. The whole plan was carried out by the Karen family. Even Isabella didn't notice the flaws. Chinrue looked regretful. "I'm sorry. It's because of yesterday's incident that I can't give you a satisfactory answer. The Karen family and the Russ family will definitely turn against each other. If I go to the capital, I will most likely become the target of anger. Just Sergei alone won't let me go. I'm a human without any background and power. Even with your help, it's difficult to save my life. I'd rather stay in the Dark Moon for the time being. If it really doesn't work, I will escape from the Fallen Angel Empire with Athena and go to the Shadow Empire or the Bloody Empire. In this way, even her father can't separate us." Isabella looked disappointed, but she was secretly annoyed. "I didn't expect last night's incident to make this human determined not to go to the capital. Aaron of the Karen family really deserves to die." She had secretly arrested and interrogated the confidants of the Karen family sent by Aaron to lure Princess Royal and her. Sure enough, the confession was consistent. This matter could basically be concluded. What was even more unexpected was that this Chinrue actually had the idea of eloping with Athena. It seemed that telling him that Sergei spread the news in the Warlock Fortress yesterday was a trap of his own making. Chinrue sighed. "I'm sorry, madam. I'll remember your kindness. If there's a chance in the future, I will go to the capital to see you. It's not your fault. Things are changing too fast." Isabella also sighed and stood up. Her left eye flashed, and she combed a strand of long hair. "You rest well. I'll leave first." At the same time as Isabella made this small movement, Chinrue suddenly had a warning sign. He felt a few subtle forces approaching his body. This kind of force was almost undetectable. If Chinrue hadn't reached the level of Alioth state, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. With a quick thought, he didn't resist and let this force penetrate into his body. "I'll send you off, madam." "No need." Isabella nodded to Chinrue and turned away. As soon as Isabella left, Chinrue immediately used his power to investigate the abnormality just now. Those few subtle forces were equivalent to buried seeds. They only needed to be triggered by a certain special force to be activated. Although this kind of power couldn't cause any harm to Chinrue, who was in the Alioth state, if he was really the powerless human, then once the seeds were triggered, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Chinrue thought about how he refused the invitation to go to the capital in this last resort situation, and he had the intention to leave the Dark Moon with Athena. He didn't expect that he was actually attacked by Isabella. "If I don't use them, I'll kill them." What a ruthless and decisive woman. What a devil's snare flower. These seeds should be controlled by Isabella. They were triggered after she left the Dark Moon, so it was likely that there was some kind of reaction. Chinrue didn't try to eliminate the seeds. He quickly transformed into a guile and went to the ancient house. There, a master should be hooked soon. When he came to the ancient house, the old dwarf, Didi, immediately greeted him. "Master!" "How is it?" "That master is in the backyard now, but I came a little late because of some things." "Is Master Xingxing impatient?" The old dwarf, Didi, showed a strange look. "No." Chinrue didn't bother with the old dwarf anymore and walked straight to the backyard. Before he reached the backyard, he heard someone talking and cheering. This is a color-changing cloak, but due to material and craftsmanship problems, it can only change the color of the cover according to the environment. It can't hide from the great Demon King's senses. Sparse applause came. "Ms. Sasa, you can't touch that. It will explode." When Chinrue walked into the backyard, he saw Master Xingxing wearing a cloak and holding a lot of gadgets in his hand. Next to him were Sky's two daughters, Eve, an alien, and the old dwarf's daughter Sasa. Every time Master Xingxing performed something, the three girls applauded and cheered. In the distance on the recliner was the sickly Sky. He seemed to be asleep and didn't pay attention to the situation here. When did the master who only focused on magic materials become a juggler? Those performing things were not ordinary items. They were at least excellent grade magic items. However, Qinrui could see that Master Xingxing's focus was still on Ms. Sasa. He was showing off a lot. "It's Sir Aguile." The sharp-eyed alien found Qinrui and ran over happily. Although this dark elf girl was cursed, she had always been very optimistic, which was the opposite of the melancholic Eve. Qinrui liked this little sister-like girl very much. He brought her some toys from time to time. "Are you feeling better recently?" Qinrui touched Alien's head. After Qinrui saved the father and daughter trio last time, Alien's favorable impression of this masked man had greatly increased. She was no longer as afraid as before. She nodded, and her pure eyes showed cleverness and joy. "I'm much better. Thank you, sir, for the potion." Looking at the girl's pure eyes, Qinrui suddenly felt a sense of guilt in his heart. He could obviously cure her, but he delayed it for his own purpose. He made a decision in an instant. "I have brought back what you need most. From now on, you and Eve will no longer have to suffer the pain of that curse." Alien's big eyes showed surprise. Eve also heard this and slowly stood up. Her eyes were full of disbelief. The dark elf, Sky, who had been pretending to sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and burst into light. He appeared in front of Qinrui in an instant. His voice trembled a little. "You really got it?" A bottle appeared in Qinrui's hand. It was the magic bottle that Sky gave him. It was filled with transparent liquid. Sky opened the bottle, sniffed it carefully, took out a straw, dipped a few drops in it, and placed it on the withered grass in the yard. The withered grass actually began to grow a little green bud at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was rejuvenated. Qinrui himself was a little surprised. He didn't expect the fountain of life to have this effect. "It really is this kind of spring water." Sky yelled excitedly. The goblin master on the side was also attracted over. He looked at the withered grass carefully and was moved. The fountain of life? Chapter 207. Sir Aguile. Sky looked grateful. "I didn't expect you to get the fountain of life so soon. I don't know how to thank you. The hydra skin leather has been completed, and you have gathered all the materials on the list. If necessary, I will start fulfilling my promise now. Not for the time being." Qinrui's current deep analysis was reserved for cracking the god-eating mask. "I'm going out for about a month. We'll talk about it when I come back." Sky gave him a deep look. "Aren't you afraid that I'll leave with my daughter?" "Of course I'm afraid." Qinrui shrugged. "So, I'm a little regretful now that I took out the fountain of life so soon on impulse." A smile appeared on Sky's old face, and he gave him a deep look. "You won't regret it." "Sir, do you regret it?" Alien asked curiously. "I don't seem to regret it anymore at the thought of seeing Alien's real smile behind the veil earlier." Qinrui couldn't help but touch Alien's head again. He already knew that the faces of the two dark elf girls became ugly because of the curse. They had always felt very inferior, so they usually covered their faces with veils. Sky showed a kind look. With his experience, he could naturally see that this Aguile wasn't pretending. In fact, Aguile could wait until he came back a month later, and then take out the fountain of life to exchange with the leather armor he made. "I'm very glad now that I accepted Jessie as a disciple." Sky's implication was that his greatest joy was actually coming to the Cloak Gang through Jessie. At this time, Master Xingxing's voice sounded. "Is that the fountain of life in that bottle? Can you give me some?" Sky actually saw Xingxing's performance just now. He knew that this dark goblin should be a mechanic master who was proficient in jewelry manufacturing. However, he was also a mechanic master who was proficient in leather, and he was a great Demon King powerhouse. This fountain of life was related to the removal of his daughter's curse, so he ignored Xing at all. He called Eve and Alien straight to the room. "Hey, I'm a mechanic, master. Why are you so rude? I'll use magic tools to exchange for your fountain of life, okay?" Instead of stopping, Sky turned a deaf ear and walked into the house, closing the door. Tata was used to being respected. When did he encounter such a situation? If it weren't for a beautiful goblin lady next to him, he would have already turned hostile. At this time, a hoarse voice sounded. "What do you need the spring of life for?" Tata remembered that this masked and cloaked guy was the one who gave the fountain of life to the dark elf. It seemed that he still had news of the fountain. He looked at Chinrue for a while and said, "So you are the leader that Miss Sasa mentioned. No matter what your purpose is to bring me here, you have successfully aroused my interest." Tata Xing said coldly, "But before that, there is one thing to solve first." Chinrue was surprised and asked, "What is it?" Tata flung his cloak, revealing a brave and fearless look. "Let's duel! Like a real man." "Oh right, there's also this." Tata took out a pair of white gloves, which was obviously a good magic item, and threw it on the ground without looking. Throw gloves? Duel. When did the demon realm have such a thing? Chinrue looked at the short man who proposed a duel inexplicably. Is there something wrong with his brain from practicing alchemy? Sasa, on the side, quickly clapped her hands and cheered. Her eyes were glowing, and she looked excited. Chinrue understood a little that the problem was with this Miss Sasa. "Master Tata, before the duel, I think I have the right to know the reason why you challenge me." Master Tata was stunned and asked Sasa, "Is it like this?" "It seems so." Miss Sasa took out a worn little book excitedly, dipped her saliva in it, and turned a few pages. She read aloud. "Also, if one dies in a duel, the deceased will be buried with the etiquette of a fallen hero. If the duelist can still stand up but discards his weapon and surrenders, this knight will be looked down upon by everyone. Those who refuse to accept the challenge will be even worse. They will be dismissed from office, and they are not allowed to shave and ride horses." Before she finished reading, Sasa's hand was light, and the book had fallen into Chinrue's hands. The words, "The Princess's Magic Knight," on the cover made him speechless. This goblin lady, like little Loli, was deeply poisoned by the novel. Fortunately, this was a relatively healthy novel. If everyone was like little Loli, Chinrue suddenly thought that if it was this Miss Sasa who did the sneak attack instead of Alice. Sweating. Genghis Khan. The old goblin deity on the side saw that the situation was not good. He pulled Sasa over and scolded loudly. How could this be? She actually encouraged the leader to duel. "Please don't blame Miss Sasa. I did it voluntarily," Tata said with admiration. "I have never seen such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl like Miss Sasa." What actually happened was like this. Tata was led to the ancient house. He was a little impatient from waiting, so he wandered around the cloak gang. Since the old goblin knew Tata's master identity, and the master definitely wanted to rely on this master, he ordered the cloak gang members who were guarding not to stop him. Tata came all the way to the backyard and saw a beautiful goblin lady playing with a special magic prop. Tata was a master who was proficient in accessories and props. He could tell at a glance that this magic prop was extraordinary. This prop was made of 9 rings made of metal wire. The rings were set on a horizontal board or various frames, and the ring handle was connected. It was the 9 rings that Chinrue gave to Alien. This prop had not appeared in the Princess retail store yet, so it was equivalent to being out of print. Alien and Sasa were good friends. Sasa often sent some homemade, exquisite crafts to her, so in return, Alien gave the 9 rings to Sasa. The 9 rings was a folk toy in China. It had a variety of solutions, could be separated or combined, and had many variations. As an accessory and prop master, Tata had never seen such a wonderful magic prop. He immediately proposed to exchange it with a small accessory. In fact, the small accessory was just an excellent grade magic bracelet. Tada was still nervous at first, for fear that the other party would not agree. Sasa didn't know that this goblin was a well-known master in the demon realm. She only thought that he was a new underling of the Cloak Gang. Although she didn't know what it was, she was attracted by the colorful light of the bracelet, so she immediately agreed to the exchange. Seeing Tada fiddling with the 9 rings clumsily, the goblin lady enthusiastically taught him how to play. Tada finally understood some of the mysteries of the 9 rings. He felt deeply inspired, and he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Sasa fiddled with the magic effect of the accessory and felt it was particularly fresh. She called her 2 good friends, Eve and Alien, and showed it off. Eve and Alien were very interested. They took out other toys to play with Tada, and they even played 2 games of demon fighting chess. These magic props were very wonderful. Not only did they bring inspiration that could only be encountered, but the dark goblin master's heart that had been sealed for many years was also incredibly touched like never before. When Tada was young, he was bullied and oppressed. He experienced quite a lot of ups and downs. Later, he followed a mechanic master by chance and finally learned something. Then he was respected as his skills became more profound. However, the dark goblin master understood that these people saw his value. He hadn't experienced the warm feeling of abandoning his value and being relaxed and friendly for many years. In Tada's eyes, the beautiful goblin lady was not only attractive, but she was also kind. She was completely different from the women who deliberately approached him for his value. Master, Tada didn't care about those women at all. They were not as attractive as a piece of magic material. On the contrary, this beautiful and kind lady made the master, who had an excellent first impression, faintly feel an uncontrollable desire. In order to please the beautiful lady, Master Tada took out many dazzling props and showed them one by one. In fact, the value and power of these props were far above the brilliance of their appearance. However, in the dark goblin master's mind, their greatest value now was the brilliance that originally had no practical value. After hesitating for a long time, Master Tada finally mustered up the courage to express his affection to Ms. Sasa. This romance of love at first sight made Ms. Sasa, who was deeply poisoned by night novels, light up her eyes. However, the goblin lady was usually pursued by her own kind. Although she appreciated this new member, she still euphemistically expressed that she already had someone she liked. Just when Master Tada was unprecedentedly depressed, the goblin lady hinted that she admired brave knights very much. If he could win in a duel, she would look at him differently, and so on. The above was the reason why the goblin knight master threw the white gloves to Aguile, the object of Ms. Sasa's admiration. After listening to this, the person involved, Aguile, was already speechless. The old goblin Didi knew his daughter's virtue. He picked up the gloves on the ground and continued to reprimand his daughter. Master Tada was a little dumbfounded. The beautiful lady said that if one party threw the gloves to the other party and the other party caught it, it meant that he was willing to accept the duel. Of course, the other party could also find one of their own men to represent them in the duel. The old goblin who picked up the gloves was the father of the lady. He seemed to be Aguile's man. Was he going to duel to the death with the father of his sweetheart, his future father-in-law? The dark goblin master's mind was a little confused. At this time, the future father-in-law, who finished reprimanding his daughter, came over. After some persuasion, Master Tada finally gave up the idea of challenging, but he didn't notice that the future father-in-law conveniently stuffed the pair of shiny gloves into his waist bag. After a period of time, Master Tada, I think the misunderstanding should have been resolved. Let me introduce myself. I'm the leader of the Cloak Gang, Aguile. For the sake of my personal reputation, I solemnly declare that Ms. Sasa and I have absolutely no relationship, as you imagined. We're just friends. Master Tada nodded with satisfaction. His favorable impression of this masked man skyrocketed. Being able to become a master, Tada was definitely not a fool. He knew that the other party must have an intention to lure him here. However, intuition told Tada that the beautiful and kind lady was definitely not a part of a plan. "What is your purpose? Just say it." The goblin master regained his superior master temperament. He had dealt with this kind of person many times. It was nothing more than making some kind of prop. "In addition to the fountain of vitality, I also have superb moonlight stone." Master Tada looked surprised and quickly said, "I can make 3, no, 5 magic props for you." Chapter 208. Chenrue shook his head. "I want to explain one thing first. The 9 chain rings in your hand and the burr puzzle previously were all made by me." Master Tada was finally moved. That mysterious item was actually made by this cloaked man himself. Is he also a master in the same field? Tada's arrogance gradually faded. After learning that the magic items that inspired him were actually made by Chenrue, he had faintly put the other party on an equal footing in his heart. "You're also a mechanical master? What conditions do you want?" Tada asked tentatively. If the other party was also a master who was proficient in accessories, then he should know the true value of the superb moonlight stone. It would probably be difficult to get it. However, since this person led him here, there must be a reason. It was just that the conditions of the exchange might change. "I'm not a mechanical master. My teacher, or you can call him a mechanical master." Chenrue repeated the same trick and was already very skilled. "The firestone and those things that you got before were materials made by my teacher using a secret refining method. The 9 chain rings and the burr puzzle are also my teacher's works. Those materials were refined by a secret method? May I ask what's your teacher's name?" Tada was taken aback. Coupled with the 9 chain rings, such a complex and mysterious item, the teacher that Aguile mentioned must be a very outstanding mechanical master. His mechanical skills were definitely above him. "My teacher lives in seclusion somewhere and never reveals his name. I don't know what his name is either." Chenrue showed a piece of refined dark star iron and the long sword that he forged to Tada. Tada was surprised again. This is no longer in the category of accessories, but metal. In that case, that extraordinary master is actually a top master who is proficient in 2 specializations. Mechanical masters had 3 specializations: metal, leather goods, and accessories. Metal referred to metal weapons and armors. Leather goods were mainly light protective gear, such as leather armor, and cloaks, including some soft materials such as cloth. Accessories were mainly some accessories and props. Generally speaking, every profession had its specializations. It was already very impressive for a master to master one specialization. For example, Sky was proficient in leather goods, Tada was proficient in accessories, and Chief Tauren Sloane was proficient in metal. There was a defect in enchantment. In the demon realm, only the president of the Mechanic Association, Nate of the Bloody Empire, mastered 2 specializations. He could be regarded as the top mechanic in the demon realm. Could it be that Aguile's teacher is Nate? But he just said that his teacher lived in seclusion somewhere and didn't want to reveal his name? Although the masked man in front of him wasn't the mechanical master he imagined, Tada still attached great importance to him. "Do you really have superb moonlight stone?" "I don't, but my teacher does. There's also the fountain of life. I can give it to you." A pale yellow crystal appeared in Chenrue's hand. "I wonder if you have any use for this? Such a pure earth element power. Could it be the source of the earth?" Tada was indeed a person who knew what was good and what was bad. He jumped up at once, and his eyes lit up. "With this, the key materials for my other prop are also complete. This time, I will definitely be able to create a legendary grade item. As long as you give me this, I can help you make—" The last sentence was said casually. Tada immediately remembered that Aguile's teacher was a top master of dual specializations who was far more skilled than him, so he immediately changed his words. "What conditions do you want?" Chenrue thought for a moment and said, "I don't know if Master has heard of Requiem Fruit, Flower of Mist, and Fountain of Vitality. If you have these 3, I can exchange them with the source of the earth, superb moonlight stone, and the fountain of vitality. These three are extremely rare things. If there is no specific method, they can't be preserved after leaving the source. How can I have them? Tata was dumbfounded. However, there is a place where requiem fruit may be available. Chenrue's heart moved. Where? If this information is accurate, I can exchange it with the fountain of vitality. Tata said, within the jurisdiction of the fallen angel capital, there is a rainbow valley. Every time a rainbow appears there, the valley will appear. When the rainbow disappears, the valley will disappear again. Someone once saw a requiem fruit growing there, but soon the valley disappeared again. The intruder inexplicably appeared dozens of kilometers away. There is no fixed time for the appearance of the Rainbow Valley. Sometimes it is a few months, sometimes it is a few years, sometimes it is hundreds of years. Chenrue secretly remembered the name of the Rainbow Valley and shook his head. This is just a rumor. I can't give you the fountain of vitality. Tata was a little anxious and asked, what conditions do you want? It's very simple. Chenrue said, the Cloak Gang intends to open a magic item store and needs a master to oversee it. Impossible. Tata shook his head proudly. I don't belong to any country, and I don't want to get involved in the struggle for interests and power. Your capital's Prince Obsidian wanted to use various means to get me to stay in the capital, but I refused. I just promised him that if I can find the best moonlight stone in the dark moon, I will make a magic item for him. My only goal in life is to pursue a higher level of mechanics until I reach the realm of Grand Master. I'm not asking you to join the fallen angel empire. Chenrue shook his head. I'm just asking you to join the Cloak Gang temporarily. We can set a deadline. If you help me during this deadline as a reward, I can provide a lot of high-purity materials for you to experiment and practice mechanics. Even if it's just ordinary materials, after refining with mystic arts, you should understand their value. In addition to the best moonlight stone, I can also provide the best blood pattern silver, mystic sand, and other rare materials. What do these mean? You can try to make a lot of legendary grade equipment. Tata's eyes suddenly lit up. Try to make a lot of legendary grade items. Due to the limitations of materials and other aspects, the average master could only make a few legendary grade items in his lifetime. If the other party could really continue to provide high-purity materials, then trying to make a lot of legendary grade items was not a delusion. This kind of attempt was undoubtedly beneficial to the improvement of mechanics. Once he mastered the knack of making legendary grade items through many experiments or realized a higher level of alchemy, then didn't it mean that he had entered the supreme threshold that no one had reached for thousands of years? No master could resist this temptation. Tata's heart suddenly became hot. Judging from the previous high-purity magic materials, Aguail was not bragging. I promise you. Hearing this firm answer, Chenrue showed a knowing smile behind the mask. He threw the earth source to Xingxing. Then this is considered a gift for joining. I'm going out soon, and I'll bring back the Fountain of Life and the best moonlight stone. For the time being, this matter must be kept secret and must not be leaked. I know those people in the capital don't want you to stay here. How about this? Find an excuse and say that you're infatuated with Ms. Kaka of the Cloak Gang and don't want to leave for the time being. Seeing the dark goblin master showing a rare bashful look, Chenrue couldn't help but scratch his head as he thought of the fool who threw the gloves previously. It seemed that this was not just an excuse. After solving Tata's matter, Chenrue returned to the lab. Sure enough, he heard the news that the capital's envoy was rushing back urgently. Isabella once said that she would leave tomorrow at the latest, but she had to leave in the afternoon. It seemed that the Karen family had made a lot of noise in the capital this time. Isabella refused Jia's kindness of holding a farewell party. She just returned with the original crew. Sergei couldn't ride a horse for the time being due to his serious injury, so he could only sit in the carriage. The reason why the dark goblin, Master Tata, stayed behind surprised Isabella. She heard that, on the one hand, he was waiting for the 7-day deadline promised by Jia. On the other hand, he was infatuated with a female goblin from the Cloak Gang when he was purchasing magic materials. In the capital, Prince Obsidian had tried to make this famous mechanic master stay. She even fought personally, but it didn't have any effect. In the eyes of that goblin master, it seemed that he couldn't see anything else except alchemy materials. She initially thought that he was lacking in some aspect, but she didn't expect that a female goblin from the underworld force of the Dark Moon could actually successfully infatuate this guy. What made Isabella feel even more frustrated was the superb appearance of the female goblin. She could only sigh that the master's taste was too heavy. If it weren't for the urgency of time, she could slowly consider starting with the Cloak Gang and controlling the female goblin to control Tata. However, she must return to the capital now. These things could be discussed later. Anyway, the situation of the Dark Moon was almost under control. For the capital, there was really no threat. If it weren't for Prince Obsidian's inability to get the recognition of the Sword of Fallen Angel and the support of General George and others, the Dark Moon would have been destroyed long ago. Now, while Prince Obsidian was studying the mystery of the Sword of Fallen Angel, he was also working hard to strive for making humans, hoping that his offspring could be recognized by the artifact. Unfortunately, the power level was inversely proportional to the fertility rate. Although he had a large harem, he had no offspring for so many years. At the time of parting, Isabella had a faint resentment in her eyes. She deliberately asked Chenrue in a low voice, "Sir Sheriff, will you really come to the capital to see me in the future?" When the people around saw Isabella whispering to Chenrue alone, all kinds of surprised, jealous, and suspicious eyes focused on them. Chenrue didn't expect the succubus to play this trick before leaving, so he could only nod vaguely. Women are really strange. They clearly know that a man is lying, but they are still willing to believe it. Isabella didn't seem to notice the eyes around her. She sighed as if no one was around. Parting is always sad, but life's encounters are quite wonderful. If we are lucky, I believe we will reunite one day sooner or later. Chenrue smiled slightly and nodded. He secretly sneered. This woman's acting skills are top-notch. While saying goodbye sadly, she is calculating when to detonate those seeds. Isabella left the Dark Moon with the people of the capital. The strange thing was that those seeds didn't activate immediately, but it was still a hidden danger after all. It's impossible that this highly poisonous devil's snare flower will still leave some benefits, right? In any case, these troublesome guys from the capital had left. It was time to leave for the Silent Night wetland. Chapter 209. After Isabella left, Chenrue asked to see Jia alone. Before Chenrue could speak, Jia had already said, "What are you going to explain by coming here?" "What does Princess Royal think I need to explain?" Chenrue smiled slightly and looked straight into Jia's eyes. Jia didn't look at him this time. She looked away. "I have the right to ask you to explain." "Well, I'll say that my relationship with Isabella has reached a very close level, so she said goodbye intimately in front of so many people just now." "Really?" Jia said coldly. "This joke isn't funny at all." "If it's a funny joke, are you willing to laugh? I still remember your smile that time with the goblin, Kaka. Unfortunately, that was the only time. In fact, Chenrue's deepest impression was the gentle smile that was sealed in the secret room of the bathtub. You seem to be getting bolder." Jia frowned slightly. "Don't forget your identity." "Identity? This so-called sheriff? Or a powerless human who can be hijacked at any time?" Chenrue smiled self-deprecatingly. "Some words may not be appropriate, but I really want to say it. Can I say it?" Jia's eyes drooped a little. "You say it." "I feel very tired." Chenrue sighed softly. "If I can, I really want to leave here with the person I like and go to a relatively peaceful place. At least, I don't need to always be on guard against the dangers around me, and I don't need to constantly scheme against others." After going to the Silent Night wetland to bring back the Eye of Sauron and help the poison dragon unlock the lock of light and dark, he really had to seriously consider the issue of staying or leaving. Jia's eyes were a little frozen. Her whole person was like a petrified statue. After a while, she spoke in a very calm voice. You can choose to leave. I won't stop you. If it were you, have you ever considered leaving the Dark Moon to choose a new life? Chen Rui looked at Jia quietly, and his voice became much softer. In fact, you and I both know that some goals are almost impossible to achieve. Leave together? Jia's heart skipped a beat. I know, but Jia's eyes showed a rare softness and trembled slightly. But, she said, but 3 times in a row, closed her eyes gently and did not continue speaking. There were some things that one didn't have a choice from the start. It was just like how she hated the so-called strength and how much she hated being a lord. But now, she was a cold and ruthless lord. Chinrue thought of some of the words in the wind chime of memories and let out a long sigh. This originally weak woman had too much on her shoulders. After a while, Jia gently opened her eyes, which had recovered the coldness that hadn't melted for thousands of years. When are you leaving? I just said if I want to leave. I didn't say that I really want to leave. Jia's eyes lit up. Chinrue shook his head. I'm afraid that you will kill me. After all, I know a lot. In fact, he just couldn't help but feel a little emotional just now. Facing Jia, he didn't know why some things were getting more and more difficult to hide. Are you reminding me? Jia's voice suddenly rose a few degrees. Obviously, there was a big fluctuation in her heart. It should be a kind of joy. Chinrue scratched his head. Then my loyalty to Royal Highness is comparable to the demon realm's 2 moons. That should be enough, right? Jia's eyes moved and she almost laughed out. Unfortunately, it was just almost. She returned to normal in an instant. By the way, at the welcome ball that day, Jia's face became a little colder. That was just a dance. Chinrue took 2 steps forward. In fact, Jia's voice had an inexplicable tension. No. Absolutely not. You're not allowed to say it. I just want to promote waltz in the Dark Moon. Chinrue took out a booklet and said innocently, since that time, people have been coming to ask for advice. I'm very annoyed, so I wrote down the essentials of the dance and wanted to offer it to Princess Royal, who knew that Royal Highness didn't even allow me to say it. Jia's eyes twitched. She suddenly had an urge to beat someone up. He obviously meant that, but he could pull out such a high-sounding excuse. By the way, I'm going out for a while. It may be a month, or it may be longer. It's related to the Grand Master's inheritance test. Chinrue didn't give Jia a chance to make things difficult. He immediately got to the point. I've managed to keep Master Xingxing and Iguile's cloak gang temporarily. If my test this time is successful, I should be able to let this master stay in the Dark Moon to open a magic tool shop. Jia's eyes showed joy. This was very exciting news. Even if Xingxing didn't work for the Dark Moon, just staying here to open a shop, his reputation could attract many outsiders and even business opportunities. Where are you going for the inheritance this time? I'll send someone to protect you. Jia suddenly remembered that he had said before that the inheritance test was life-threatening, so she couldn't help but worry. Chinrue was actually going to the Silent Night wetland, so he certainly couldn't be protected. He shook his head and said, I can only go alone. Besides, the Grand Master's test will only give the next hint after arriving at a place. I can't determine where I'm going now. I plan to leave tomorrow, so I'll leave first. You be careful. Jia suddenly realized, there's nothing wrong with the sentence, but my tone is too abnormal. It's not like my usual attitude toward subordinates. However, from the beginning, the dialogue between the two was obviously a bit different. Chinrue smiled and turned around. Don't worry, I still want to come back and dance with a beautiful lady again. I won't die so easily. Don't be too presumptuous. This time, Jia simply turned her back to him. Although her eyes were angry, there was a rare heat on her face. Except for this guy, no one in the Dark Moon dared to speak like this in front of her. However, She didn't know why she always looked forward to this kind of conversation with him. Then, "I'll take it as that beautiful lady agreed." Amidst the laughter, Chenrue left the council hall. Although the guards in the distance didn't hear the content of the conversation between the two, they had an illusion at the same time. The sheriff's laughter seemed a bit wretched. Night fell in a room in the lab. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Athena sat on the bed and snuggled in Chenrue's arms. "The means that Isabella used really didn't affect you, right?" "Don't worry, it's just a hidden force triggered under special conditions. Even if it all erupts, it won't do much harm to me now. However, if I'm just an ordinary human, I'll probably die by then. That vicious woman, I won't let her go." Athena said with hatred and gently stroked his chest. "Actually, there's one thing that I haven't said. What is it? Is your double eyelids tattooed? Or is there silicone or something in this place? Ouch. I just want to verify it. Ouch, you're still hitting me? Be serious. Listen to me, okay?" Athena pinched his mischievous hand on her chest. She was a little depressed. "Actually, I also know something about the demon realm's humans, but I haven't told you. I'm afraid," Chenrue answered for her. "You're afraid that I'll return to the human world." "I'm sorry." Athena bit her lip. She felt selfish. "In the underground world of Mountain Shillong, when I kissed you for the first time, you asked me if I ever miss home. I'll tell you something now." Chenrue held Athena's face and looked directly into her beautiful red eyes. "Home is where you are." Athena's eyes melted at once. Their breathing was getting closer and closer, and their warm lips were intertwined. Chenrue felt that Athena's body began to heat up, and her breathing became more rapid. The delicate body on him began to wriggle passionately. Under this stimulation, Chenrue couldn't help but have the most primitive male reaction. "Athena, you can't do it now." Athena didn't stop. Instead, she pressed his hand on her chest that had taken off her underwear and rubbed it. She moaned vaguely, "Tonight, let me really become your woman." The towering and plump hemispherical breasts were surprisingly warm and elastic. He couldn't actually grasp them with one hand. This was completely different from the passive in a certain magic tent in the Silent Night wetland. Both parties were truly in love. Chenrue felt that a certain part of his body was unprecedentedly hard. His movements were actually a little out of control. He turned over and pressed Athena under his body. As his mouth was dry, the movements of his palms began to change involuntarily. Under this kind of caress, the bud on Athena's chest had begun to harden. Gradually, the man's hand was no longer limited to the chest. It slid down from the abdomen all the way to the warm and wet place. This time, Athena didn't resist. Her breathing became more rapid, and her eyes began to blur. At the critical moment, Chenrue, who had been practicing meditation for a long time, finally woke up. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain made his mind that was wrapped in lust finally return to normal. He immediately retracted his hand, propped up his body, and panted heavily. Athena's family had a special bloodline talent. They could automatically advance once at the age of 20. If he took Athena now, it was equivalent to ending her great Demon King realm. If she relied on her own normal training, it might take decades, centuries, or even a lifetime to advance from the peak of Demon King to Great Demon King. Chenrue gently helped her pull up her clothes. He didn't dare to look at that seductive body. "Athena, what's wrong with you today?" Athena's face was full of blush mixed with shyness and passion. She whispered, "I want to be your real wife, and I also want to help you give birth to a child." Chenrue was moved. He picked her up and held her in his arms. "Silly girl, don't think I don't know. You're worried that I'll encounter danger in the Silent Night wetland, or that I can't pass the final refined mind, right?" Athena didn't say anything. Chenrue shook his head. "Don't worry. On your 20th birthday, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Before that, I can't bear to die. Trust me, okay?" Athena leaned against him and nodded, but her eyes fell on someone's lower body that was still disappointingly holding up the tent. She suddenly thought of something and her face began to burn again. After hesitating for a moment, she boldly moved her hand over. "Didn't we already talk about it?" Chinrue was taken aback. When she held his hand, he felt that his lust that had just cooled down a little soared again. "Don't move," Athena said. Her face was so red as if blood was about to drip out. She moved her body, leaned down, and bravely unbuttoned his pants. The highly bloodshot part suddenly popped out, seeing Athena squatting down. As an otaku who was familiar with Japanese movies, a certain blood-pumping scene suddenly appeared in Chinrue's mind. Before he could react, the hardness under his body was already wrapped by a warmth, and an indescribable pleasure came from his mind. Chinrue was a virgin in his previous life. Ever since his rebirth, he had only had sex with Christina involuntarily once. Moreover, this level of service could only be seen in certain movies that were not suitable for children, and the target was the most important woman in his heart. Due to the symbiotic contract, Athena gained a certain endurance ability. Although Athena's small mouth could hardly hold the object, and her movements were quite jerky, this strong double stimulation of both physiology and psychology couldn't be described in any accurate words. Under Athena's efforts, the man's long-suppressed desire violently spurted out. He only felt a temporary blankness in his mind, and the high-spirited lust finally faded. However, what surprised Chinrue was yet to come. Not only did Athena not avoid certain things, but Chinrue's heart was no longer moved and satisfied. There was also guilt. In a way, he was too selfish. The pleasure between a man and a woman should be mutual. But now he couldn't arouse Athena's lust anymore, or all his previous efforts would be wasted. "Athena!" Chinrue hugged her lovingly. "I'm sorry, I've wronged you." Athena's cheeks were flushed, and she shook her head while whimpering. Then she frowned and completed the swallowing action with difficulty. She was finally able to speak freely. Her eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. Like this, I should be pregnant with your child." Hearing this, Chinrue's body trembled, and he almost fell on the bed. He rolled his eyes. "Who told you that you can get pregnant like this? Don't you know that OXX and pregnancy go hand in hand? Since there is no OXX or XXO, how can you get pregnant?" But come to think of it, Athena grew up in a military camp. Naturally, no one dared to instill this knowledge into the little princess of Warlock Fortress. Moreover, she had been focused on cultivation, so it was reasonable for her to lack some common sense. The question is, how did she know that kind of thing just now? Athena hesitated and refused to say. Under Chinrue's coercion, she finally took out a book. Just the title of the book was superb. The Handsome Dragon Man Who Was Humiliated by the Princess, written by Fujoshi Xiaobai. There were few pages that were wrinkled and folded. It seemed that they were often read and studied. Chinrue flipped through it and found that there was a paragraph that was specially marked with a red pen. After being injected with the man's turbid white liquid with a pungent smell, why Lisbeth finally got pregnant with his child as she wished. Such a superb paragraph. Chinrue could almost guess where this book came from without thinking. Apart from that exquisite loli, who else would collect such an exquisite book? Not only was he poisoned by this kind of unhealthy novel, but he even infected his beloved Athena. According to the interviewee, Athena, she discussed that sentence with her best friend Loli for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. It was her action just now. Chinrue was dumbfounded. No wonder Athena willingly ate the pungent white liquid in the end. Having said that, if it weren't for the little Loli's superb book, he wouldn't have such an enjoyment today. Should I thank a certain Loli? What a dilemma. Chapter 210. The next day, Chinrue bid farewell to Athena, rode on the Wyvern, and flew west. Athena's unexpectedly extensive service increased their intimacy again. Although he enjoyed that wonderful feeling, Chinrue still severely criticized her behavior of secretly reading unhealthy novels. In fact, someone had tens of gigabytes of unhealthy pictures in another world. Of course, the girl still needed to be taught well. As for some kind of education, let's wait until her 20th birthday. Chenrue took Mingda and Kega with him this time. The first place he was going to was Mountain Shillong, where there were still several demon, king-level wyverns. After about 2 days, Chenrue arrived at Mountain Shillong and successfully met with the few adult wyverns. When they heard that they were returning to the Silent Night wetland, the wyverns that had left their nest for a long time hissed excitedly. Chenrue did not leave immediately, but he secretly contacted Tim, who was the mining officer and the captain of the West Road Defense Team. Tim was a busy man now. He had to organize the miners to take turns to mine the open pit and train the defense team. However, the bandits were basically cleared now. Tim was originally a very capable talent, especially when some of the people he brought were the elites of the family. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Tim was very happy when he saw Chenrue after taking the longevity potion. His vitality that was overdrawn due to the secret method was indeed restored to a considerable extent. He could now get rid of the limitation of the fountain of life. Lisa was still nursing her child in the underground world. Since the distance was very close, Tim often went to meet her. There was good news. Dodo, who was sleeping, finally woke up. The spirit-devouring demonic flies, condensed by the demon overlord level territory, contained powerful power. After digesting this power, Dodo broke through higher demon in one fell swoop and reached demon king level. Chenrue came to Medusa's lair accompanied by Tim. When Dodo saw Chenrue, he jumped over happily. "Great master! You're finally here." The slime expressed his longing for his master endlessly, focusing on his master's barbecue. These days, Sir Dodo stayed in the underground world where there was no moonlight and ate Medusa's food. It was really unfair. Compared with this kind of life, wandering outside freely with his master and eating fresh and delicious food from time to time was a good life like a demon god. Master, the humblest servant Dodo, is willing to fight with you. After Dodo finished speaking, he suddenly turned into Tim and bowed to Chenrue. Chenrue was taken aback. Previously, Dodo could only transform into some simple forms. After advancing to Demon King, Dodo's transformation ability had a qualitative breakthrough. He could freely transform into a human form. However, Tim had only taken a few steps before he began to reveal his true form. Like a traditional Chinese zombie, his knees did not bend as he hopped and walked. Sure enough, although his appearance had changed, the nature of an onion remained. "Master, I'm amazing, right?" Dodo jumped and looked proud. "It's nothing. I can do it too." Chenrue secretly used camouflage and changed into Tim's appearance. "Dodo." Dodo said. Dodo said. "Dodo can still change." Dodo's body began to change again. He actually turned into a spirit-devouring, demonic fly, flapping his wings and flying. The current Dodo, after transforming into a demonic fly, could actually fly. What surprised Chenrue even more was that when Dodo turned into a demonic fly, he felt that his body was a lot heavier. It seemed that there was an additional force field around him. Within the range of the force field, moving would consume more energy. This familiar feeling is the characteristic of Glorfin's territory. The power of territory can only be comprehended by at least the Demon Emperor level, and the Demon Emperor is only a pseudo-territory. Only the Demon Overlord level can truly master the territory. Dodo is only at the Demon King level. Why does he have this power? However, the effect of Dodo's force field was obviously worse than Glorfin's, and the range was also narrower with a diameter of about 10 meters. Chenrue remembered. Maybe because of the devil fruit, Dodo had a chance to obtain the ability of the devoured target. It was also because of this that he could disguise as the spirit dragon to release dragon demeanor. It seemed that he hit the jackpot again this time and obtained the spirit-devouring demonic fly's ability. However, Dodo only flew for a while and fell down. He returned to the appearance of an onion head, panting heavily. Obviously, this state consumed a lot of energy. It seemed that there was a fundamental difference between ability and the territory comprehended. In any case, Dodo's luck was really good. Okay, stop pretending. Shinrue could see that the slimes panting and falling to the ground were acting, so he immediately added, "Within 3 seconds, if you don't get up, the hallucination fruit will be gone." As soon as he finished speaking, Dodo had already appeared on his shoulder at the fastest speed. It was no less than teleportation. It seemed that the power of food was unimaginably huge for the slime. Shinrue threw a few hallucination fruits to the slime and asked him to contact the earth elementals and taurins as quickly as possible. Chief Tauren and the 2 elite earth elementals heard that it was Shinrue's summon and rushed over personally. Shinrue asked the earth elementals and taurins to help mine moonlight stones and smelt some rare minerals. The 3 leaders did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Shinrue explained that he was going to the Silent Night wetland this time to find a secret treasure that could lift the Tauren's curse. On the other hand, he also had the corresponding information about Requiem fruit that could repair the earth elemental heart, but it still needed to be further confirmed. Chief Tauren, DeLong, and the 2 elite earth elementals were overjoyed when they heard the news. Shinrue explained to Tim again, then he rode on the wyvern with Dodo and flew toward the Silent Night wetland together. A few days passed. It seemed that the scenery along the way was getting more and more familiar. Shinrue was in a trance for a while. For him, who had been training in the training ground, it was equivalent to more than 10 years. The last experience from Town Leia all the way to the Silent Night wetland was still fresh in his memory. Shinrue gently stroked the red piccolo in his hand. Although it was an accident, that woman had left an indelible mark in his heart. Star-like eyes, deep-sea wisdom, flame-like blood, Zhuang Zi once said. It's better to forget each other than helping each other in times of hardship. Due to the drought, the 2 fishes were stranded on the land together. They breathed and spat at each other to moisten each other, sharing weal and woe. When the water was full, they swam back to the rivers, lakes, and seas, forgetting each other from then on. This could be called the original law of things. After a dozen years, decades, or even 100 years, would he still remember this feeling? Would she still remember him? Perhaps they had already forgotten each other, and only a code name was left. The Earth Elemental King said that elementals were formed by the condensation of natural elements. Death was just another way of survival. Wasn't it the same for humans? Like other substances, they were born, perished, and transformed. This was the natural law of the universe. No matter which plane or which race, it was the same. So, what was the meaning of his own survival? Was it just to survive? This question could be extended to a wide range, and there were many textbook standard answers. It was just that Shinrue's heart was inexplicably confused until he was awakened by the hissing sound of the wyvern. It turned out that the long-awaited wyvern lair was already in front. Shinrue shook his head and put away the piccolo. If I can't figure it out, then don't think about it. I'll cross the bridge when I reach it. The wyvern lair was still the same, but the poisonous pond in the center had shrunk a lot. Seeing his friend Shinrue and the wyverns returning, the wyvern king, Galen, let out an excited cry. Shinrue jumped off the wyvern's back and came to Gaia. He hugged the wyvern king's neck affectionately. There was no need for any formalities for a battle partner who had gone through life and death together. Galen, my partner, I'm very happy to see you again. Has your injury fully recovered? Shinrue looked at the wyvern king's recovered wings and scales and showed joy. Yes, thank you for your treatment last time. In analytical eyes, Galen's strength was B, which was the middle stage of the great demon king. There's no need to be so polite between partners. By the way, I brought Mungda and Kega back too. The wyvern king looked at the 2 timid young dragons and ordered the wyverns to find Mungda's parents. As expected, Mungda's parents were very excited to see their long-lost child. Kegu's parents had died in the previous battle with the Hydra. Under Shinrue's suggestion, Mungda's parents adopted Kegu, who had become an orphan. Galen, after I left, the terrifying enemy didn't harass the wyvern lair again, right? The terrifying enemy that Chunrue mentioned referred to Brock. Brock suffered a big loss last time. Not only was his eye of Incubus severely injured, but he was also corroded by Peglio's venom. With Brock's personality, even if he was temporarily frightened by Christina or had not recovered from his serious injury, he would never let it go in the future. I didn't see the enemy. Galen replied, after the Hydra was eliminated, the wyvern lair had a rare peace, but we encountered another problem. That is, the pond and the Hydra lair are gradually shrinking. If this continues, the wyvern lair will face a new survival problem. When Chunrue arrived, he also noticed the problem with the pond and asked, "Did the pond have such changes in the past?" The Wyvern King recalled for a while and replied, "Generally speaking, there will be a period of such a situation every 3 years. However, it wasn't so serious in the past, and it returned to normal after a while. However, we don't know why the pond is drying up more and more. The same goes for the Hydra lair's poisonous pond. That's why there's an attempt to occupy the wyvern lair. Before this, our wyvern clan had no conflict with the Hydra. If this continues, we can only choose to migrate and find a new lair. Every 3 years." Chunrue seemed to remember something. Didn't Delia say that? Every 3 years, the magic circle of a certain treasure in the Silent Night wetland would weaken. Could it be related to this? Chunrue thought for a while and said to the Wyvern King, "Actually, even without the poisonous pond, I still have to suggest migration to you, because the terrifying enemy from the last time is likely to come here for revenge again. I hope you can move to a safe place. The wyvern's survival ability is very tenacious. It can adapt to all kinds of harsh environments, but it needs a poisonous pond to reproduce and raise young dragons. My partner, do you have a suitable place? This kind of place is indeed not easy to find. However, I may be able to move this pond away." Chunrue came to the pond and looked at it. His hands began to emit a faint mist. Chapter 211. In the super system, the notification of the galaxy garden came. Unknown water source. Transplant requires 50,000 auras. Do you want a transplant? It can be transplanted as expected. According to past experience, with the effect of the galaxy garden, if the poison pool was transplanted to a new place, it should be able to return to its original size. Garen, my partner, I've confirmed that I can collect this pool. Chunrue said to the Wyvern King, "I have a suggestion for the migration location. You can lead your people to the Dark Moon Estate where I'm at. There, not only can you freely choose any place to live, but the wyvern race can also get additional protection. All poaching activities like demonic beast hunters will be prohibited to ensure the reproduction and expansion of the flying dragons. However, in return, we also need the wyvern strength when we encounter enemy attacks." The Wyvern King thought for a while and said, "I trust you, my partner. If possible, I hope to migrate as soon as possible. Other than that terrifying enemy, there are some outsiders appearing in the wetland recently. I don't know if they are the evil, demonic beast hunters. I don't want my people to suffer any more innocent casualties. There are outsiders recently?" Chunrue's heart moved. "I came to the Silent Night wetland this time not only for wyverns, but also for another important matter. You first send out some scouting wyverns to pay close attention to these two people. Once there's any news, report back immediately. I'll use my special ability to collect the pool now. After I leave, you and your people go to the Shillong mountain range and wait for me. Kegu and the others know that place. Once I'm done here, I'll immediately look for you." Chunrue described the characteristics of Delia and Lomont in detail. The Wyvern King immediately sent out the wyverns to start a large-scale investigation. At the same time, he began to arrange for the migration. Chunrue cast the Galaxy Garden and collected the pool. There was another green poison pool in the Galaxy Garden. Fortunately, the effect of the garden was very wonderful. Each plant or water source was equivalent to an independent growth space. They wouldn't interfere with each other, so it wouldn't corrode or negatively affect plants such as devil fruits and aura fruits. Just as the preparations for the migration of the wyvern lair were almost complete, the scouting wyverns sent news that a demon that looked like Lomont had been found in the Moon Lake area. There was a certain distance between the Moon Lake and the wyvern's lair. The terrain was very complicated, but with the speed of the demon king-level wyvern, it would only take a few hours to fly in a straight line. After arriving at the Moon Lake, he learned from the twin-legged flying dragon that this person had never left the Moon Lake area. In the distance, he could see a figure sitting on the ground with his back against a tree by the lake. He was holding a bottle of wine in his hand and was drinking leisurely. Chinrue left Dodo beside the wyvern, changed into a cloak and mask, and walked over slowly. Sure enough, it was Lomont who gave Chinrue the passion ring at Mountain Shillong. Race: Sloth Royal Family Comprehensive Strength Assessment. C. The advanced analytical eyes showed Lomont's detailed strength level. Intermediate stage of Demon King. Speaking of which, at the entrance of Mount Shillong's main pit, when facing Chinrue, who was still a higher demon, Lomont used his sword. It was considered as thinking highly of Chinrue. However, it was mostly because this guy liked to act cool and show off. Otherwise, if he killed from the beginning, even if Chinrue had dark will, he wouldn't be able to escape from his hands. According to the progress of star conversion and the characteristics of Alioth state, Chinrue's current strength might be slightly inferior to intermediate stage of Demon King, but the difference was not far. Recalling the scene where Lomont easily cut Aurora shot, Chinrue had a competitive thought in his heart. Lomont had long noticed that someone was coming over, but because Chinrue was now using the breath-holding skill to maintain the breath of the peak of higher demon, this guy was still drinking by himself as if he didn't see him. "I'm here to look for you." Lomont glanced at him lazily. "I don't know you." Chinrue suddenly thought of the woman who disappeared in the flame in Town Leia's mayor's dungeon. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. It's enough to know a woman that you have hooked up with. The number of women that I have hooked up with is at least a few hundred, if not 1,000. Lomont took a sip of wine and still sat still. "How do I know who you are talking about?" This number made Chinrue secretly ashamed. He snorted, "Although that woman didn't ask me, I have already decided to beat you up for her. It turns out to be a guy who wants to please a woman, and he doesn't even care about his life." Lomont looked at him a few more times and gulped down the wine. "But just for this, I can let you go back to see your woman alive." "You're wrong. This woman has nothing to do with me, and she is already dead." Chinrue's tone suddenly lowered. This sentence made Lomont frown. He saw that Chinrue had already rushed in front of him and punched. His speed and strength were far beyond his expectations. It was definitely not the level that a higher demon could reach. At this moment, Chinrue's eyes showed a strange expression. In the analytical eyes, Lomont had no information. Then his punch had gone straight through Lomont's body without any hindrance and hit nothing. After image! When did Lomont use his movement to dodge? There was no sign at all. Previously, when he was a higher demon, Chinrue couldn't see through Lomont's speed. Now that the two of them had similar strength, it was still the same. After the punch missed, the analytical eyes gave a prompt. At the same time, there was a warning behind him, and a strong wind came. Chinrue moved away instantly to avoid the blow. As soon as he stood firm, he saw Lomont rushing toward him at an incredible speed. He was already in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chinrue finally saw Lomont's true speed with his own eyes. There was a creepy feeling in his heart. If teleportation was compared to lightning, then Lomont's was a chain of lightning. After a few flashes, he had already crossed the distance of teleportation and appeared in front of him. Not only did his footwork move, but the speed of his attack was equally terrifying. His fists seemed to have turned into dozens. As Chinrue moved his mind, an accelerated strider appeared under his feet. He moved away and made Lomont's attack miss. Chinrue's agility surprised Lomont, But in terms of speed, Lomont had absolute confidence. He attacked again in the blink of an eye. With the help of the Strider, Chen Rui's speed was even inferior. Chen Rui waved his hand, and a yellowish light appeared on the surface of Lomont's body. Lomont suddenly felt that his movements were stagnant, as if he was glued. It was very strenuous. Earth magic. Decelerate. With the Strider and Decelerate, Chen Rui's speed was already above Lomont. Boom! Lomont blocked Chen Rui's punch, and his body suddenly lit up with a green light. Under this green light, the terrifying speed began to recover. Chen Rui changed from attacking to parrying, then to dodging. The green light was the wind magic, haste. Just like the cloaked man, Lomont's magic also didn't need to chant. However, haste couldn't completely offset the effect of decelerate, which made him secretly shocked. The effect of magic cancellation depended on the purity of magic and the level of magic power. Although Lomont's power level was higher than Chen Rui's, the purity of magic was far less. If only looking at the purity of earth magic, perhaps no one in the demon realm could compare to Chen Rui, who had the earth elemental heart. Unfortunately, Chen Rui knew nothing about magic. The earth magic that he could release depended entirely on the power of the earth elemental heart. Whether it was level or time, it was limited. Otherwise, if he could instantly release advanced magic, those necromancers and lich wouldn't be able to survive. Seeing that the time of decelerate was almost up, Chen Rui waved his hand again. This time it was actually the buff magic, stone skin. The wind magic, haste, could increase the speed, but it would reduce the defense ability. This stone skin just happened to enhance the defense, but it had a side effect, which was to greatly reduce the movement speed. Lomont frowned. This opponent's magic power is extremely pure. He continuously superimposed several magic on me, and all of them are actually effective. This stone skin can be described as quite insidious, as it reduced Lomont's speed again. Chen Rui's magic wasn't over. The third magic was released again. Lomont felt that the surrounding soil had sunk a layer, and the weight of his body suddenly doubled. Gravity! Gravity was already the highest level magic that Chen Rui could cast. Lomont's speed advantage was limited to the minimum under this magic. His eyes were a little more dignified. This person cast magic very quickly without chanting at all. Either his magic attainments have reached an extremely profound level, or he has the royal family's proficiency talent. Earth proficiency. Could it be the Beelzebub royal family? Lomont wasn't someone to be trifled with. There were already 2 swords in his hands, and his eyes were filled with murderous intention. The 2 exchanged attacks and defenses, and they were evenly matched for a while. At this time, the effects of deceleration and gravity began to disappear, but stone skin still existed. A faint cold light flashed past Lomont's left eye, and his whole body's momentum was surging. In Chen Rui's analytical eyes, Lomont's strength suddenly changed. C+. Peak of Demon King. This guy can really control his combat power freely. Lomont, who reached the peak of Demon King, was even faster. The effect of the same magic, repeatedly used in a short period of time, would be greatly reduced. Besides, Chen Rui didn't have time to cast magic at all. The sharp wind of the swords was already close to his body, so he could only dodge with teleportation. Lomont's figure flashed quickly and approached. His 2 swords were like lightning, weaving a dense sword net which covered Chen Rui. At this moment, a translucent crystal round cover suddenly appeared around Chen Rui's body. The sword net, which was enough to cut steel into pieces, fell on this round cover, but it was unscathed. Lomont's hands turned into thousands of afterimages. With Chen Rui's eyesight, he actually couldn't see the movements of his hands clearly. If it weren't for the hissing sound of high-speed attacks coming from the protective shield, he would have thought it was an illusion. Even Paglio, who uses the strength of the Great Demon King, is only so fast. Flash! This must be the most famous bloodline talent of the Belphegor royal family that Athena once mentioned. The 3 talents of the Belphegor royal family, the Eye of Evil, Wind Proficiency, and Flash. The talent of Flash allowed the Belphegor royal family, known as Sloth, to have a terrifying speed above all royal families. For a long time, Qinrui used the power of the super system to firmly suppress the powerhouses of the same level, and he could even challenge those of a higher rank. Now that he saw Lomont's strength, he knew that there was always someone better than him. There were many powerhouses in the demon realm. Even the Demon King level was only a middle-level strength. People should be confident, but they couldn't be complacent. If they were supercilious, then the road forward would be more bumpy. The protective shield gradually couldn't withstand it, and countless spider web-like fine cracks appeared. Qinrui secretly thought that this greeting and practice was almost enough. If he continued, he could only use the ultimate move like Scorching Dragon Kill to fight desperately. He quickly shouted, "Wait, Lomont, you really don't recognize me?" Lomont frowned when Qinrui called his real name. He stopped, but his murderous aura didn't converge at all. Instead, it became more and more intense. Those who could recognize him were either friends or enemies who wouldn't stop until he died. He didn't remember having such a friend who was proficient in magic or the Beelzebub royal family. Qinrui took off the mask on his face, but this time he used the face on Earth, which was the appearance of Richard. "Use your left eye to take a good look. Do you still remember me?" Lomont's left eye lit up with a faint light. He looked at Qinrui carefully and showed a strange expression. Then it turned into doubt. "I've never seen you before. Who are you?" Sure enough, Qinrui was secretly happy. He almost said, "Do you still remember Xiaoyuha by Daming Lake?" Embarrassed, when he was in Mountain Shillong, he was seen through by Lomont. Now that his skill was upgraded to true breath-holding, Lomont's, the Eye of Evil, couldn't see through him anymore. In the same way, Isabella couldn't see through his hidden strength. Lomont stretched, but his strength was faintly showing signs of exploding. "I don't remember seducing your woman. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then I'll have to kill you. Even if my woman stands in front of you, you won't dare to seduce her." Qinrui removed the protective shield, and a faint light began to appear on his palm. "Do you still remember this?" As he said, he slashed at the side of Lomont. The power of Aura Blade wasn't the same as before. Although it was just a slash, the air of the blade left a deep mark on the ground beside Lomont. Lomont's eyes lit up. He seemed to remember, but the strength of the person in his impression wasn't. "Why don't we bet again on whether I can escape from your hands today?" Qinrui smiled. A ring appeared on the middle finger of his left hand, and he waved it. When these words fell into Lomont's ears, he only felt it was very familiar. When he saw Dark Will, he finally confirmed his guess. Looking at the face that gradually changed and finally fixed into a familiar face, Lomont thought for a moment, and his murderous aura finally faded gradually. Strictly speaking, this man wasn't a friend in the real sense. He was just a close friend of a friend, but at least he wasn't an enemy. "My friend, you've really hurt my heart." Lomont's blade disappeared instantly, and a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. He threw it over. "I remember I gave you a passion ring last time, but you didn't wear it. That's a symbol of our friendship." Chapter 212. Qinrui caught the wine and pretended to recall. "I just heard that there seems to be a guy who wants to seduce my woman." "You must have heard it wrong," Lomont said innocently. "For a beautiful, generous, and understanding girl like Athena, who has the ability to seduce her other than our mining officer. The most important thing is that she's not your preferred type of wife or widow, right?" Qinrui opened the bottle and took a sip. He frowned, took out a bottle of fine, red fruit wine from the storage, and threw it to Lomont. When Lomont smelled it, he looked happy. He raised the bottle to Qinrui and took a big gulp. Then he looked at Qinrui with interest for a while and said, "My friend, the speed of your strength growth really surprised me. You were still a higher demon last time, and now you are already in intermediate stage of Demon King. Could it be that you couldn't exert your strength because of some special situation last time? However, what I admire most is that you got Athena. From your tone just now, could it be she has really become your woman? No comment. Chinrue thought of Athena's special service the night before he left, and his heart was excited. Don't try to hide it from me. I'm an expert. When I talk about this, your eyes are smiling. Lomont smiled and said, So, if I kill you, will she become a widow? This idea is so wonderful, but I thought of a better idea. Chinrue also showed a sly smile. That is, I will tell the sentence to Delia later. How do you know that Delia will come here in a while? Lomont frowned. I've already met with Delia, and I'm very knowledgeable about magic arrays. I'm here to help. If she hadn't insisted, Athena would have come as well. Chinrue originally didn't know Delia's whereabouts, but he heard from the wyvern that Lomont had been lingering here, so he guessed that this might be the only way for Delia. As soon as Lomont heard that Chinrue had seen Delia and that he had come to help them, he had a good impression of him, but his demeanor was deflated. Lord Chinrue, Master Chinrue, that's not a good idea at all. I drank too much and said the wrong thing. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Chinrue called Dodo to come over from afar. He instructed the wyvern for a while and asked it to return to the nest to inform the wyvern king to start the migration. Of course, he had to instruct the route and time. Otherwise, if such a large-scale wyvern movement was discovered, it would inevitably cause trouble. The wyvern hissed at Chinrue and flapped its wings. Lomont could see that this wyvern was at the Demon King level, but its attitude towards Chinrue was extremely intimate. He was secretly surprised. The slime, who hadn't tasted delicious barbecue for a long time, volunteered to take on the task of hunting. With the strength of the Demon King level, he quickly got the prey. Chinrue and Lomont chatted while barbecuing and drinking under the tree. Dodo was very interested in the strange, fragrant liquid in the bottle. He asked for a bottle and immediately got out of hand. However, the slime's alcohol tolerance wasn't good, so he was drunk on the ground after a while. The number of empty bottles on the ground gradually increased. Fortunately, there was a lot of stock in Chinrue's storage warehouse, enough for several people to drink. Thanks. After listening to Chinrue's encounter with Delia, Lomont suddenly said. Although it seemed casual, Chinrue could hear that this guy was serious. A friend in need is a friend indeed. The Silent Night wetland wasn't a place for vacation and entertainment. 3 years ago, Lomont and Delia returned with serious injuries. Since this Chinrue could come to help, even without the relationship with Athena, he was still a friend worth making. The word friend wasn't just said. It's not your turn to thank me. Chinrue shrugged. Don't underestimate the greed of humans. There must be a lot of good things in there. Except for Delia's secret treasure, the rest are all mine. Lomont laughed and said in cooperation, You really are a greedy guy. By the way, Chinrue took out the purple flame heart ring. This passion ring seems to be related to an ancient treasure, and it was given to you by Nalini. I can't take it. Lomont had already heard Chinrue talking about Nalini's encounter. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. He shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm an irresponsible, frivolous guy. I can't afford her kindness. You helped her to avenge her, so you should take it. Chinrue didn't argue and kept the purple flame heart. Everyone had their own story. He didn't ask Lomont more. Men had their own way of comforting. He just took the bottle and touched it with Lomont, and he finished it in one gulp. Although Chinrue didn't usually drink much, it didn't mean that he didn't have this alcohol tolerance. Great! Lomont looked at Chinrue with a little more appreciation in his eyes. By the way, I felt a little strange when I saw you just now. What's the matter with the evil voodoo on you? Evil voodoo. Chinrue was taken aback. He thought of Isabella's seeds. It was planted by a woman. This woman is called Isabella. She should be of the same race as you. She seems to be at the peak of Great Demon King. Isabella? The woman of the peak of Great Demon King? Are you sure she is of the Belphegor royal family? Lomont looked puzzled. Evil voodoo is a special skill of the Eye of Evil. It can bury a special evil seed in the body of the target. The evil voodoo can slowly absorb the soul power of the opponent and grow stronger. The soul power of the person who is infected with the evil voodoo will gradually be devoured and eventually die. This death symptom is somewhat similar to heart failure. There is almost nothing suspicious on the surface. Of course, except for the Belphegor royal family with the Eye of Evil. If you need it, I can help you remove it now. With your strength, you can also solve it yourself. It turns out that Isabella is using this kind of vicious means to kill people quietly. Chinrue thought for a moment and smiled. This evil voodoo is not bad. I'll keep it for the time being. Don't underestimate the evil voodoo. If it continues like this, even if you are a demon king, your soul power will continue to be weakened. Lomont took a sip of wine. Unless you have some secret technique to offset this power. Chinrue smiled slightly. He didn't have any secret technique to offset the evil voodoo, but the demon overlord level soul power that he devoured was just too much to digest. At that time, there was also the great danger of his consciousness being erased. Isabella's sneak attack was self-defeating, but it even helped him. Seeing that Chinrue didn't care, Lomont didn't say anything more. Anyway, he also had the Eye of Evil. If he really needed it, he could help remove it at any time. It would just take more effort. The two drank and chatted. They felt very congenial. Lomont was very interested in Isabella, who was also a Belphegor royal family member. He asked all sorts of questions. Chinrue disdainfully moved this guy's WidowCon label to the top of drunkard and gambler in his heart. As he was talking, Lomont suddenly stopped and stared blankly in front. Chinrue followed his gaze. It turned out that there was a woman's figure by the lake in the distance. Due to the distance and the mist by the lake, he could only see that the woman seemed to be wearing a cloak. He couldn't see her face clearly. Before Chinrue could determine if it was Delia, Lomont had already stood up absent-mindedly. He stared at the figure and murmured, "Delia!" Chinrue had determined that the woman was Delia, because no one was more impressed by her than Lomont. "Let's make a deal. If you dare to expose me, I will tell Delia about your misdeeds, including the fact that you have designs on Athena." Chinrue stood up, and his face had become Richard. He had decided to use this face outside to avoid being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble. "Delia!" Chinrue shouted and waved at the woman. The woman didn't expect to be called out in such a place and at such a distance. She was startled and immediately walked over. Delia's figure approached. She was still wearing the same masked outfit that she had worn when she met Chinrue last time. Only a pair of blue eyes could be seen. She wore a cloak that covered her slender and graceful figure. Delia's gaze swept past Lomont, who was behind Chinrue. She froze for a moment before her gaze landed on the grinning Chinrue. "You are Richard. Why are you here?" Delia revealed a look of surprise. Chinrue smiled. "Beautiful Madam Black Spider, we meet again. I said that I would come in 3 months to split your treasure. Don't blame me for not reminding you. 3 years ago, I didn't even touch the edge of the treasure and almost died inside. If you still insist on dying, it's up to you." Delia snorted coldly. "After you die, Athena can find a better man. This curse is too vicious." Chinrue shook his head. "Let me say this first. I am a very greedy guy. How much are you going to pay me?" Delia sneered. "Although I don't know what other treasures there are in that place. I only want the secret treasure. As for the rest, as long as you are alive to eat it, you can take it all. Then it's settled." Chinrue shrugged and looked at Lomont, who was silent behind him. "Hey, weren't you bragging just now? Why are you mute now?" Lomont smiled bitterly. Before he could speak, Delia said coldly, "Who is this person?" Why did you bring an irrelevant and annoying guy here? Lomont was suddenly stunned. He didn't speak anymore, but he was desperately drinking. Chinrue shook his head, secretly. He thought for a while and said, he's more than annoying. This guy looks like a wretched guy. Actually, I don't know him. It's just that when I was at the periphery of the Silent Night wetland, I met this person. He said he was going to see a beauty that he had been separated from for 3 years, 7 days and 4 hours. As he has no sense of direction, he begged me to bring him here. At first, I thought that he was a burden and didn't agree. However, this person cried and rolled on the ground. Then, he shamelessly asked to be my follower. He was willing to help me for free without asking for any reward. He was even willing to work to buy wine for me. I thought about it for a long time, and with a kind heart, I finally agreed to his request. When we go treasure hunting, let this guy step on any traps, let this guy fill in any pits, feed any demonic beasts, then we can save a lot of trouble. Lomont looked at Chinrue, who was talking endlessly. He felt that the adjective wretched was more suitable for this guy. Delia was silent for a while, then she gave a one-word evaluation. Whatever. Just like that, Chinrue followed Delia, took out a backpack, stuffed the drunk dodo into it, and walked around Moon Lake with someone nicknamed Whatever. Chapter 213. Along the way, Chinrue learned from Delia that after Delia dealt with the affairs of Townlea according to Christina's order, she had been worried about Richard, who was taken away by the noblewoman. However, strangely, Christina seemed to have vanished from the world. She didn't return to Townlea, and her whereabouts were unknown. Just as Delia returned to the Dark Shadow Empire's capital, her brother, the head of the 3 generals of the Dark Shadow Empire and the leader of the Fireblade Legion, Brock, took the initiative to ask for forgiveness from Empress Catherine at the heavily defended Jurgle Fortress at the border. The reason was that Brock had a conflict with the noblewoman, Christina, when he was investigating the disappearance of the military scout. Brock was also assassinated by a mysterious person and was poisoned. Brock's wife was Metalou, the daughter of Empress Catherine's uncle, Florence. Back then, the Shadow Empire was in civil strife. Catherine's brother and brother fought for power and killed each other. There were endless wars. At the critical moment, Catherine stepped forward and suppressed the rebellion with her own strength. She personally killed her brother, Keberl, and finally restored stability to the Shadow Empire. This battle was quite cruel. The Asmodeus royal family suffered heavy casualties, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Uncle Florence was Catherine's most powerful supporter and also Catherine's most trusted direct force. After Catherine ascended to the throne, she handed over the military power to Florence. Later, Brock married Metalou and began to gradually rise in power with this relationship. Coupled with his own strength and outstanding military talent, he replaced the position of the retired Florence and became the head of the 3 generals of the empire. He had a lot of charisma in the army. Empress Catherine did not accept Brock's initiative to ask for forgiveness. Instead, she pointed out that Christina handled this matter improperly and promised to give her internal punishment. She ordered Christina to reflect on her mistakes in the Forbidden Palace and was not allowed to go out. Empress Catherine also invited Angelique, the president of the Potioneer Alliance, to personally go to Jurgle Fortress to treat Brock. She also commended the Fireblade Legion, who guarded Jurgle Fortress for many years. The morale of the army was high, and they shouted, "Long live the Empress!" Christina was grounded and not allowed to come into contact with any outsiders. Delia had expended a great deal of effort, but could not find out anything about Richard, who had been taken away by the noble women. It was only when she saw Chinrue that she was relieved. Chinrue furrowed his eyebrows as he listened. It was obvious that Brock had the ambition to get rid of Christina, but he had become a meritorious person and was comforted and rewarded. Christina, on the other hand, had survived the disaster but was placed under house arrest. With Empress Catherine's wisdom, it was impossible for her to see through Brock's ambitions and intentions. This kind of appeasement was nothing more than a form of balance. However, it was too unfair to Christina, since she was locked up in the imperial house. Even if she went to Dark Shadow's capital now, it would be difficult to see her. Chenrue took a deep breath. Right now, he was not qualified to look for her openly. Just like a line, let's talk about the future in the future. Chenrue also noticed a detail. When she mentioned Brock, her brother, Delia's gaze seemed unnatural. It was very likely related to Brock forcing her to marry the old finance minister 3 years ago. The three of them walked very fast. Putting aside Lomont, who fought with Chenrue, Delia was secretly surprised when she saw that this Richard, who only showed the aura of a higher demon, could actually keep up with her and Lomont easily. Previously, due to the gold crystal shackles, she could not see Richard's true strength. Now, it seemed that he was probably at the same level as her. No wonder he could use the secret technique to counter the Eye of Incubus. In fact, the last time Delia and Chenrue met, Chenrue was really only at the level of a higher demon. Along the way, many plants had withered and the water source had dried up. The further they went, the more serious the phenomenon was. Delia, was there such a change when you were here last time? Chenrue pointed to the surrounding environment. Delia recalled and replied, yes, but it doesn't seem to be as serious as now. It's probably related to the magic circle of the treasure. Chenrue thought of the pond in the wyvern's lair that was drying up and the poisonous pond in the hydra's lair. He couldn't help but have doubts. He was already quite familiar with the dragon inscription now. With the characteristics of the inscription, there shouldn't be such symptoms. Moreover, it would become more and more serious as time went by. It was all the fault of the forgetful poison dragon. He had a bad memory. After sleeping for more than 2,000 years, he couldn't remember many things. Not to mention the specific layout of the complex inscription traps. Even for the treasure, he only remembered that it was in a relatively big cave. A special interference force began to appear in front. Under this force, items such as the magic map and magic compass could no longer be used. Judging from the general direction of the previous map, it should be possible to determine that the treasure that Delia mentioned was the same place as Paglio's treasure. After a day and a night, the three finally arrived at their destination. From a distance, this was a very common wetland jungle. There was a lot of mist during the period, making the scene blurred. But the strange thing was that this jungle didn't wither like the plants along the way, but it remained lush, which looked very strange. At the edge of this jungle, there were not only the three of them, but there were also other people. Paglio had been sealed for more than 2,000 years. In these 2,000 years, many people would discover the abnormality of this jungle, and some people would find treasures in the area near the jungle from time to time. Like Delia, these people also figured out the rule that the protection magic would weaken every 3 years, so they came to explore the treasure. Among these people, 2 of them were the most powerful. One was from the Asmodeus royal family, early stage of the great Demon King. He led a team of about 10 people. The number of people in the team was the largest in this group of treasure hunters. The other was alone, a mature woman with the strength of the intermediate stage of the great Demon King. Analytical eyes showed that she was from the Greed royal family. The Greed royal family, surnamed Mammon, was the ruling class of the Bloody Empire. The current top powerhouse of the demon realm, Raisin. Mammon was the most representative figure of the Greed royal family. In addition, there were some teams and individuals, most of whom had demon king-level combat power. It seemed that this treasure had attracted a lot of powerhouses. What caught Chenrue's attention the most was not the 2 great demon kings, but a lone guy. This person had a medium build and was wearing a cloak that covered his face. In analytical eyes, this person's comprehensive strength evaluation was C, intermediate stage of Demon King, but the race prompt was Great Demon Mutated Corpse Puppet. Corpse Puppet? Chenrue had never heard of this term, but literally it was likely to be some kind of puppet that was being controlled. Then the controller might be among these people, or he might be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack. There were also a few corpses on the ground. They seemed to have died not long ago. They were probably also treasure hunters who were killed in some kind of conflict. As soon as Qin Rui and the other two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of these people. Hostility and murderous intention were faintly revealed in their eyes. The three of them immediately channeled their strength and prepared to fight at any time. There weren't any kind people here. Everyone wanted the treasure. Naturally, the fewer the competitors, the better. The early stage Great Demon King of the Asmodeus royal family said, "There are a lot of familiar faces here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Cassius, Asmodeus royal family. Everyone must have come here for the things in the forest. I believe everyone knows that there are a lot of terrifying magic traps and traps in the jungle. If you are careless, you will die. It doesn't make sense to fight to the death without seeing the shadow of the treasure. I have a suggestion. Let's work together to crack these magic traps first. As long as we find the location of the real treasure, we will fight to the best of our abilities to determine the ownership of the treasure. What do you think?" The comprehensive strength of Cassius' team was the strongest, so this suggestion was approved by many people. Cassius was actually more afraid of the woman with the strength of the middle stage Great Demon King. If these people fought first, even with the help of his teammates, he wasn't sure he could defeat the opponent. Moreover, it wasn't worth it to fight without even seeing the treasure. It was better to use the strength of others to crack the traps to minimize his own consumption. By then he would find a chance to plot against the middle stage Great Demon King. As long as he got rid of this most troublesome opponent, who else could compete with the strength of his team? Those who agreed to cooperate also had their own plans. Most of them were concerned about the strength of Cassius's team. The most powerful woman thought about it and agreed. She was the strongest individual here. It was just right for her to preserve her strength and use it when she saw the treasure. Qin Rui also voted in favor. Everyone introduced each other. Qin Rui used the name Richard, Lomont was still the alias of Lenin, and Delia also used the pseudonym Nicole. Although Cassius was from the Asmodeus royal family, he didn't know that the veiled Nicole was the famous Madame Black Spider in the capital. The great demon king woman of the Mammon royal family called herself Aki. The corpse dummy that Qin Rui had been paying attention to reported his name as Heart. His voice was a bit creepy. Cassius's proposal for cooperation was move forward together. Each team or individual would take turns to crack the traps along the way. If they couldn't crack it, they must test the location and attributes of the traps. Whoever dared to evade responsibility or retreat would become a public enemy. Those who disagreed must leave in advance now. Those who followed secretly and didn't contribute to take advantage of the situation would be killed without mercy. As soon as these words came out, several guys with ulterior motives were suddenly dumbfounded. These people wanted to use Cassius' team to crack the traps. Then they could rely on the big tree for shade and follow behind to look for opportunities. Now, their plan had completely failed. As the saying went, there was no free lunch in the world. Those who were incapable naturally didn't have the qualification to explore the treasure. After the proposal of cooperation was unanimously passed, everyone seemed to be less hostile, and the atmosphere seemed to be harmonious. However, everyone knew that this temporary peace was quite fragile and wouldn't last long. Once a certain situation occurred, they would immediately turn hostile and become mortal enemies. I have a very fair way. Cassius spoke, and a special magic item appeared in his hand. Chapter 214. Cassius had a dice-like item in his hand. According to the setting, the number from 1 to 17 would appear when it was thrown. When a number appeared, the team or individual would come forward to crack it. For the sake of fairness, number 1 would start to roll the dice, number 2 would be the second time, and so on. The same number might appear repeatedly on this magic dice. For example, number 1 would roll number 3, and number 3 must go to the front. After encountering a trap and cracking it, number 2 would roll number 3 again, and number 3 must start cracking it again. Of course, it was also possible to roll their own number. Everything depended on luck. Luck was also a kind of strength. Everyone present was a veteran with rich experience, so they naturally understood this principle. Casillas also had a special compass, which was a bit similar to the ancient compass in Chen Rui's original world. It could avoid the interference of the strange force here and sense the place with the strongest power, but needed to be manually adjusted and positioned. After determining a simple forward route according to the compass, Casillas numbered everyone's team. There was a total of 17. Then he took out a magic item and entered the 17 numbers. After everyone checked that there was no problem with the magic dice, number 1 began to roll the dice. Number 1 was Casillas's own team. He picked up the magic dice and threw it. When it landed on the ground, a force symbol appeared. Number 4 was Chen Rui's 3-man team. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Rui's team. Many people seemed to be gloating. If these 3 people couldn't crack or avoid the first trap, then they must test the attributes and scope of the trap. Over the years, many people had tried to crack the traps, but the power of those traps was quite strong, and they could not be completely destroyed. They would automatically recover and change attributes. There was no way to break through. Although the treasure was tempting, life was more important. If it wasn't for the weakening of the magic traps every 3 years, no one would want to die. The magic traps were very strange. They couldn't be seen with the naked eye or perceived with abilities. To test the scope or attributes, it was not something that could be solved by throwing a stone. One had to go forward and trigger the trap personally. There was only one result: death. Chen Rui did not expect his party's luck to be so good, being the first to be picked. Although Delia ignored Lomont, the tacit understanding between the two did not need to be expressed through words. The 3 of them walked at the front of the group, distancing themselves from the people behind them. Even though they weren't the ones stepping on the landmine, the people behind them were still very cautious, as if they were facing a great enemy. Delia glanced at Lomont. Lomont walked in front of Chen Rui, while Delia walked behind. Chen Rui was in the safest position in the middle. Lomont's eye of evil emitted a faint light as he examined the situation in front of him. The eye of evil had the ability to see through, and it had a unique ability to detect danger. Chen Rui knew in his heart that these so-called traps and mechanisms were the dragon inscriptions set by Paglio. However, knowing was one thing, cracking was another. It was just like a minesweeper. He was also in danger of being blown up at any time. Moreover, the inscriptions around the treasure were set by Paglio at his peak. According to the poison dragons bragging, even a demon overlord level dragons would suffer a big loss if they rushed in. Although the power of the inscriptions would weaken every 3 years, it was not something that he could force his way in with his current strength. Chen Rui transferred all the knowledge of dragon inscriptions in his brain and began to run quickly. He carefully observed the surrounding movements. His footsteps suddenly stopped. At the same time Lomont's left eye also sensed something. As Lomont was about to step forward, his shoulder was suddenly patted. When he looked back, it was Chen Rui. "Let me do it." Lomont shrugged. "Didn't we agree that if there is a trap, I will step on it? If there is a pit, I will fill it. If there is a demonic beast, I will feed it." Vengeful guy. You remember this sentence quite clearly. Chen Rui glanced at Delia. "Now is not the time to throw you out. It's better to fatten up before killing you. From now on, I'm the captain. You all have to listen to me." "Fatten up?" Lomont looked sad. As he was about to continue to step forward, his shoulder was tightened by Chen Rui. He saw the strong confidence in Chen Rui's eyes. After thinking about it, he finally stopped. Chen Rui nodded to Delia and walked up. He looked carefully near the big tree and calculated the distance. He actually walked straight toward the most dangerous grass. In the surprised eyes of Lomont and Delia, Chen Rui walked through the most dangerous areas safely. The inscriptions laid by Paglio did not have any inevitable rule from weak to strong. The inscriptions at the outermost layer were exactly the ones with the most terrifying power. Chain explosion. It could cause the runes that were connected to explode continuously, especially when the power of the superposition was extremely powerful. Chinrue walked exactly through the extremely fine gap in the connected runes. If it weren't for his proficiency in inscriptions that was comparable to Paglio, it would be impossible for other dragons to pass through so easily. Chinrue shouted to Delia and Lomont, "Step on my footprints and walk straight over. Don't move around." Before Delia stepped forward, Lomont had already stepped forward. He walked straight over while stepping on Chinrue's footprints. As expected, he passed through safely. Delia also passed through in the same way. The people behind hurry up. Within 10 minutes, this trap will change again. Those people behind had already seen Chinrue and others pass safely. When they heard this, they rushed over and passed one by one according to the method, he said. These people looked at Chinrue with a different gaze. They didn't expect this higher demon to be proficient in magic traps. He passed the level so easily. Chinrue ignored everyone's gaze and said, "Now it's time for number 2 to throw." Number 2 threw 11. Number 11 was an early-stage demon king named Fako. Initially, he wanted to follow the team with a fluke mentality, but he didn't expect that he would be the second one. He suddenly shuddered. There was nothing there just now. It was obviously this higher demon who was deliberately mystifying. Fako thought and pointed at Chinrue. We should let them continue to explore the way forward. As soon as this was said, some people immediately followed suit. The more Chinrue and the others explored, the safer they would be. Akui snorted and walked up. She waved at Fako, and Fako's figure suddenly fell backward into the rune of the chain explosion. Boom! 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 There was a tremor on the ground, and there was a continuous burst sound. Fako didn't even have time to scream, and he was crushed under that kind of power. Everyone was terrified looking at it. This is what happens to those who cower and cheat. Akui said coldly. This woman looked beautiful and sexy, but she was ruthless. It was chilling. Casillas also stood up to express his support. None of the guys who followed suit just now dared to make a sound. Number 11 in Casillas's magic die had disappeared. It was number 3's turn to throw. Number 3 threw a 7. Number 7 was a 2-person team, and they walked in front. This was like a game of death. The person who was drawn must experience the test of death. After paying the price of a life, there was only one person left in the number 7 team. When he thought he had passed the danger and relaxed, he didn't expect that there would be a new inscription trap in front of him. He was torn into pieces after taking a few steps. The death of the 2 provided information about the inscription for the latecomers. After rolling the die again, the new game continued cruelly. Although the treasure hunters who came here were not simple characters, and they obviously had a deep understanding of the trap magic circle, the dragon inscription was not comparable to ordinary magic traps after all. Besides, it was set by Paglio at his peak. Some explorers with weaker senses were killed before they could react. Along the way, the number of people in the team continued to decrease, and the number on the magic die was constantly erased. Even Casillas' team began to lose members. Some people couldn't withstand the mental pressure and tried to escape, but they were all killed one by one. Along the way, they could also see a lot of bones. Some had become skeletons, and some were very fresh. They should be the treasure hunters who died in the traps over the years. Some might have died in these few days. The strange thing was that the corpse puppet named Hart was actually very lucky. He was not drawn even once. Could it be that Casillas controlled the die, and in fact he was the real owner of the corpse puppet? Or was it the Oriole hiding in the back? Wait, don't go first. Chinrue suddenly stopped number 8, who had just been drawn. In the previous journey, the number 4 team that Chinrue was in was drawn 3 more times, and they passed unscathed again. Everyone no longer dared to underestimate this weakest higher demon. They faintly regarded Chenrue as a master in the professional field. Especially Delia, when she heard Chenrue claim to be proficient in magic circle. She didn't take it seriously. She didn't expect that he was really not bragging, and his attainments were actually so deep. Along the way, she and Lomont didn't make any moves at all. It was all done by Chenrue alone. The woman of number 8 was Solin. She showed a relieved expression when she heard that. After the previous adventure, she was the only one left in Solin's team. Everyone, we seem to be walking forward, but we are actually going around in circles. It's just that the surrounding scenery is constantly changing, which caused our illusion. If Sir Cassius' magic compass is correct, the place with the strongest reaction should be nearby. Everyone was surprised. The strongest reaction? Then it must be the location of the treasure. For a moment, many people had already secretly mobilized their strength and were ready to be the first at any time. Chenrue was not in a hurry because Paglio said that the treasure was in an underground cave. They were only on the ground now, and there must be more powerful traps in the underground cave. Chenrue looked around carefully, walked into the woods on the side, and began to observe. If it was during normal times, these people wouldn't even look at a higher demon, let alone wait. But now, their eyes all fell on the master, looking forward to his judgment. Chenrue walked to a pond, squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, sniffed it, and finally smiled. Double compound inscription. Illusion plus concealment intersected with teleportation plus mirror image. No wonder they were always going around in circles. If they were not familiar with Paglio's character, they would really be deceived. But this double inscription was very insidious. Even if they found out that there was a concealment inscription here, they didn't notice the teleportation behind. Then, congratulations, they were so close to the treasure, but they didn't know which Java island they were teleported to, and all their previous efforts would be wasted. This was the style of that dead duck dragon. Then, after this level, they should be very close to the underground cave vault. Should I teleport all these people away? Or should I bring them in together? Since it was Paglio's style, these should be just appetizers. Chenrue thought quickly and finally made a decision. He walked toward the pond, and strangely his figure disappeared into the pond. Everyone who witnessed all this knew that something was wrong, and they all rushed over here. Just when these people thought that Chenrue was going to go to the hiding place of the treasure alone, Chenrue's figure appeared again. He retreated from the pond, and there was not a drop of water on him. Everyone hold hands. Those behind follow up. Walk according to the method in front, and walk lightly. Delia did not hesitate. She was the first to hold Chenrue's arm, followed by Lomont and then everyone else. Delia's skin was very smooth, and there was a little fragrance on her body. But Chenrue did not have any unnecessary thoughts. Although Delia was extremely cold to Lomont and even hated him, he could see that the more she was like this, the more it proved that Delia had Lomont in her heart. The people who held hands and passed through the pond had a wonderful feeling, as if they were stepping on stone blocks to cross the river, as if they were being washed by the flowing water. If they did not follow this path, once they stepped on empty air, they would definitely be washed away. In fact, if they really triggered the teleportation, it would not be the river, but the power of the sea. After passing through the pond, everyone felt that their eyes were bright, and they had changed to a whole new scene. In front of them was a huge black cave. The land around the cave was black, and there was no greenery like the surrounding jungle. Some people couldn't hold back and rushed into the cave. This emotion motivated more people. Only Cassius, Akui, and others didn't move, and the strange heart didn't move either. There seemed to be no traps along the way, and these people successfully rushed into the cave. Cassius set his eyes on Chenrue and asked, "Master, shall we go in and take a look together?" Chenrue heard this title and smiled slightly. "Since Sir is so sincere in inviting me, I naturally can't refuse." There were no traps on the way into the cave, but there was nothing in the huge cave except for a tunnel leading to the underground. This tunnel was more than 20 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide. It was obviously convenient for dragons to pass through. Faint magic lights on both sides could be seen faintly, but it was completely incomparable with the layout of the main pit of Mine Shillong. After all, this was just a treasure trove. Paglio was not one of those dark goblins who liked to fiddle with craftsmanship. It was fine as long as he could illuminate the tunnel. The point was, how many terrifying traps were there under that faint light? Those people in front should have entered the tunnel, but there was no sound. It was not until Chinrue and others carefully passed through the long tunnel and entered the slightly big underground cave that Paglio mentioned that they finally understood. How is this an underground cave? It is clearly a huge underground palace. Although he was mentally prepared, when he looked at the intricate tunnel in front of him, Chinrue's heart inevitably surged with the word scam. No, 3 words. To scam. Chapter 215. There were 3 passages in front of them. The back seemed to be more complicated. Under the faint light, it looked gloomy and terrifying. This kind of terrain was more complicated than the main pit of Mountain Shillong. God knows how Paglio found this superb place. Cassius frowned. Master, how should we go now? Chinrue shook his head and said, I just have some research on magic traps. I'm really not good at this kind of maze. Since you're not good at it, then it's of no value. Cassius looked at Akui calmly and said, If that's the case, then let's go separately. Akui, you're the strongest. You choose first. Akui glanced at Cassius and glanced at Chinrue, and the other 2. Master should choose first. Cassius wanted to send Akui away first. Then he coerced Chinrue and the others to explore the way, who knew that Akui saw through his intention and proposed to let Chinrue choose first. Chinrue knew that his side was no match for Akui or Cassius. He thought quickly for a while and nodded. He called out to Lomont and Delia. Then they walked toward the middle road. After Chinrue and the others walked a distance, Akui sneered and shouted, Those who follow me die! After that, Akui also walked toward the middle road. A few people wanted to take advantage of the situation, but when they heard Akui's words, they immediately dispelled the idea. These people were not stupid. They knew that staying here was likely to be used as a tool by Cassius to ask for directions. So they immediately dispersed and walked toward the left and right roads. Looking at Akui's disappearing back, Cassius's eyes showed a cold light. In the end, he didn't follow. He took the team and chose the left road. Master, if there are traps in front, please. Akui, who followed Chinrue, and the other 2, had a light in her hand. It was obviously a ring of illumination, which showed a gloomy smile on her beautiful face. Chinrue understood in his heart that this woman was clearly forcing the 3 of them to step on the landmine in front. But Akui's strength was at the intermediate stage of the great Demon King. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were not her opponent. He immediately signaled Delia and Lomont with his eyes and continued to walk forward. There were 3 more passages in front. Before Chinrue could choose, Akui's voice came from behind, right. Chinrue didn't hesitate and walked to the right. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and revealed a cautious expression. He signaled for Lomont and the other to stop. Then he squatted down, took out a dagger, and started cutting on the ground. Akui, who was behind, saw something happening and stopped. The light from the illumination ring fell on the ground. She shouted, What are you doing? There's a trap here. It must be removed. Chinrue said unhurriedly. Akui took a few steps forward and really sensed an abnormal energy fluctuation in front. It seemed that there was indeed a trap. Akui also studied the knowledge of magic gears. She knew that to set up a magic trap, there must be various relevant materials. The master in front of her was just holding a dagger and drawing, so there shouldn't be much problem. The ground seemed to be very hard. After Chinrue drew for a long time, he finally stood up with a head full of sweat. Let's go. Wait. Akui suddenly stepped forward and said, Master Richard. You stay and let your 2 companions go first. Then, Master, please take me with you. Akui was obviously still suspicious. She had secretly brewed power in her hands to guard against the trio's change of heart. Chinrue thought for a moment and said to Delia and Lomont, "You 2 follow this trace and keep walking forward. Don't walk too fast. Just walk 10 meters." Delia and Lomont looked at each other and walked forward according to Chinrue's instructions. Sure enough, there were no obstacles along the way. Akui was relieved. She stopped Chinrue, who was about to leave, and walked in front. Just as she passed through according to Delia and Lomont's instructions, she suddenly felt the fluctuations around her were strange. An irresistible, powerful force wrapped her in the center. She only had time to let out an angry scream and disappeared without a trace. Smart woman. Chinrue shrugged and walked straight over. The strange thing was that he was not affected by the same method as Delia and Lomont. Lomont asked in surprise, "You killed this woman? How did you do it?" Chinrue shook his head. "I just used a little trick to change the activation time of this trap. She didn't die, but she just returned to the starting point. Let's go. That woman must be furious. She will catch up immediately. My goodness, even her suspicions have fallen into your calculations." Lomont patted Chinrue's shoulder, and Delia also showed appreciation in her eyes. Without asking much, the trio who got rid of the tail quickly walked forward. In fact, this was a return inscription, which had no lethality. Chinrue engraved a timed auxiliary inscription on the ground. When Delia and Lomont walked over, they were in a delayed state. When Akui continued to walk, the inscription had been activated immediately according to Chinrue's intention, and she returned directly to the starting point. Unfortunately, with the strength gap between Chinrue and Peglio, only this mild inscription of teleportation could be used a little, and it was time-consuming. The lethality inscription couldn't be changed. Otherwise, Akui wouldn't be as simple as eating a return talisman. As the trio walked, Chinrue cracked the inscription traps along the way. He felt that this maze was bigger than imagined, but the number of inscriptions wasn't as many as the jungle. It was just that the terrain was complex and strange, and it seemed to change automatically. After walking for a few hours, they actually kept going in circles. There seemed to be a shrill scream coming from the distant passage. The 3 of them were people with sensitive hearing, so their footsteps suddenly slowed down and formed a triangular formation. They were always on guard against any changes. There were footsteps approaching in front, and the 3 of them aimed the lighting equipment in front at the same time. Feeling the illumination of the 3 people, the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and it was very hurried. A figure appeared in their sight. The man's voice was filled with panic. "Don't do it! I'm Hart." "Hart?" Chinrue frowned. Delia and Lomont thought at the same time of the guy who was surprisingly lucky and didn't get any dice rolls. Delia asked, "What happened in front?" Hart said, "We found a hall with a lot of treasures in it. In order to seize the treasures, Cassius killed several people and sent people to hunt me down. I wasn't his opponent, so I had to escape." This person's voice was very strange. It was rare for him to speak so much. The rhythm of his speech seemed to be half a beat slower, and it sounded a bit gloomy. Delia asked quickly, "Where is the treasure?" "I only managed to snatch one thing." Hart took out a golden crystal. "I can give you the treasure, and I can also take you to that hall. I only have one condition. Take me out of this damned place safely." Delia took the crystal stone and looked at it carefully under the light of the illumination ring. She exclaimed, "Gold crystal!" Gold crystal was one of the rarest treasures in the demon realm. In addition to blood crystal, similar crystals such as black crystal, amethyst, and white crystal were used to make the circulating currency of the demon realm. Chinrue once absorbed Christina's gold crystal magic shackles, but now he had the fruit of the galaxy garden, so he didn't need to consume this superb material. Delia looked at the gold crystal and threw it to Chun Rui. "This is yours. We agreed that I only want that thing. Also, it's up to you, the leader, to decide now." Delia had already faintly guessed that Chun Rui's strength was also at the Demon King level. Not only was his attainments in magic circles far better than hers, but he was also very scheming. Even a great Demon King, like Akui, fell into his trap. She had already recognized Chun Rui's ability and status as the temporary leader in her heart. Chun Rui didn't stand on ceremony. He kept it and said to Heart, "I agree to your conditions. You lead the way in front, and we will follow you. However, just in case, we must keep a safe distance." Heart hesitated for a moment before he turned around and walked in front of them. "Lomont, do you know what a corpse puppet is?" Chun Rui asked in a low voice. Lomont frowned and said, "Corpse puppets are puppets made by dark magic using corpses. Why are you asking this? Tell me everything you know about corpse puppets. It's very important." "Let me say it," Delia said. "I know much more about this than this guy." "It seems that you two know each other very well." Chun Rui smiled. Delia snorted coldly, but she still said it. Magic was divided into 6 elements: light, dark, earth, water, fire, and wind. Since the demon realm's dark element was the most abundant, there were many people who were proficient in dark magic, especially necromancers. Among the original dark magic, there was only one dead spirit manipulation magic, which could be used to control corpses in battle. 16,000 years ago, there was a genius evil wizard named Cypress who improved this magic and used dark magic as the foundation to create a series of magic that created corpses and monsters. It was known as necromancy, which was equivalent to a branch of dark magic. Corpse puppet was one of them. It could resurrect corpses as puppets to fight. On the surface, it wasn't much different from ordinary people, but it couldn't be maintained for too long. The later it was, the more obvious the symptoms of the corpses would be. Once the effective time of the magic was exceeded, the corpse puppet would quickly decay and couldn't be used repeatedly. In addition, undead magic also had summoning skeletons, creating zombies, corpse explosion, and so on. It was very strange. "So that's how it is." Chun Rui nodded and looked at Heart, who had stopped in front of him. He smiled slightly. "You heard it, Sir Corpse Puppet?" As soon as this was said, Delia and Lomont were both taken aback. Lomont's left eye began to emit a faint brilliance. He looked at Heart with a shocked expression. "He does have the breath of undead. I always thought he was a necromancer who practiced undead magic. Why are you sure he is a corpse puppet?" Lomont's, the Eye of Evil, was a skill that consumed more power. It couldn't be opened for a long time like Chun Rui's analytical eyes. "I'm the captain. It's as simple as that," Chun Rui replied casually. His current strength is the intermediate stage of Demon King. "It's your turn to fill the hole." Heart's true body was seen through, and he made a terrifying growl from his throat. His body suddenly changed and instantly turned into the great demon's combat form. Not only that, the great demon's body further mutated. His face became more ferocious, his body expanded, his nails grew longer, and the bone spurs on his back protruded. He turned into a terrifying monster with bulging muscles. A corpse puppet that can mutate. Be careful. This is advanced corpse puppet. Delia yelled and stopped in front of Chun Rui. In analytical eyes, Heart's combat power had risen to C+. Chapter 216. According to Delia's previous introduction, although the mutation of the corpse puppet could suddenly increase his combat power, Heart's body would quickly collapse after the duration of the outbreak ended. Lomont's figure was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Heart. Heart's arm swung toward Lomont fiercely. Lomont's shadow disappeared instantly, and Heart's sharp chi left a few thin marks on the opposite wall. If it was in an ordinary place, this power was enough to destroy the entire tunnel. However, this underground maze was covered with the protective power of dragon inscription. Even the power of the Peak of Demon King couldn't cause any damage. Lomont's flash talent was fully exerted. Although Hart's attack was fierce, he couldn't touch a single hair of Lomont in this not very spacious tunnel. The dual swords in Lomont's hands glowed with blue light. In the dim tunnel, countless chaotic blue arcs were fleeting. The subtle sound of breaking through the air intertwined into a death symphony. Although Hart's body had reached a very tough level after the mutation, he still couldn't withstand the cutting of the blue light. Countless wounds on his body spurted out blood. However, Hart didn't feel any pain at all. Even if his arm was cut off by Lomont, he didn't seem to feel anything. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Lomont, Hart's eyes lit up with a strange red light. His body suddenly swelled. "Oh no!" Delia exclaimed. "Corpse explosion!" Corpse explosion was one of the most powerful undead magic. It used the explosion of the corpse to cause great damage. No matter how fast Lomont was, he couldn't avoid it. At this moment, Delia couldn't care about any grudges or dangers anymore. She rushed toward Hart, and the blue pupil in her right eye instantly turned black. Under the strange effect of the eye of Incubus, Hart's body trembled slightly. The swelling explosive power was actually suppressed, but it was very unstable. It changed from big to small, as if it could explode at any time. The lethality after this stalemate and compression was still above the ordinary corpse explosion. "Hurry up!" Delia felt that it was very strenuous, so she shouted at Roman. Lomont didn't leave. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Delia. He wanted to pull her to escape, but who knew that at this moment Hart's eyes were glowing red. The eye of Incubus could no longer suppress it and was about to explode. Lomont made a prompt decision and hugged Delia tightly without any regard for his own safety, using his body to protect her. Boom! There was a burst sound. The entire passage that was blessed by the power of the dragon inscription trembled slightly. Dust rustled and fell. It could be seen how powerful the corpse explosion was. Delia, who was in Lomont's arms, was shocked. However, Lomont's body did not suffer the impact that she had imagined. She only saw a person standing in front of her, and a blue crystal dome enveloped the three of them. The power of the corpse explosion could only cause a few cracks to appear on the round shield. It could not destroy this powerful crystal shield. It was Chun Rue who teleported in front of the two and cast the protective shield. After the aftermath of the explosion, Chinrue put away the protective shield and squinted at Lomont. "I say, someone who is casual, why aren't you letting go of Delia? Although you're not a human when you're casual, Delia isn't a casual person. Let go of me." Delia yelled and broke free from Lomont's arms. Although the light was not good, Chinrue still caught a glimpse of Delia's sparkling eyes. Regardless of the reason why Lomont left 3 years ago, one thing was certain. In Lomont's heart, Delia was more important than his own life. Similarly, Delia was the same just now. Another pair of infatuated man and resentful woman sitting on a seesaw, you took the initiative to face the corpse puppet this time. Chinrue patted Lomont's shoulder and said with a pun, "Keep it up next time." Lomont had always been thick-skinned, so he smiled without blushing. "Of course, it's a must." Initially, he wanted to say thank you to Chinrue, but it seemed that this sentence was a bit redundant. This corpse puppet is quite complicated. Not only does it have the ability to mutate, but it can also self-destruct. Delia did not thank him and changed the topic. Since the disappearance of the famous magician Garatum, the representative of undead magic 2,000 years ago, the demon realm has not heard of a magician who can create such a level of corpse puppet for a long time. Garatum? This name seems a bit familiar. Chinrue thought of something. Is his wife called Amir? Nonsense! Garatum is a demon emperor-level powerhouse who specializes in magic. He has never married a wife in his life, but I heard that he disappeared mysteriously and his whereabouts are unknown. Since then, undead magic has gradually declined. Chinrue rubbed his nose. Sure enough, this Garatum is not Peguladam. The flowers of the demon realm are not the same red. I found out that Heart is a corpse puppet from above. Chinrue showed a thoughtful look. I originally suspected that Cassius was the one who manipulated the corpse puppet, but now it seems that Cassius is not qualified enough. There must be a mysterious powerhouse manipulating behind the scenes. He wants to use our strength to break through the trap. Lomont frowned and said, Actually, the Eye of Evil has long discovered that Heart's breath is different. I wanted to see his strength before making a conclusion, but I didn't expect this guy's luck to be so good that it wasn't his turn even once. If he is really a corpse puppet manipulated by a mysterious powerhouse, then it's easy to explain. Delia's eyes looked dignified. It's not that he is lucky, but our luck is too bad. This is the effect of dark magic. Lomont also reacted. You mean the dark magic, misfortune? Misfortune was a very mysterious dark magic. It did not have direct lethality, but through the power of the curse, it changed the luck of the caster and greatly reduced his luck. It was effective for 1 day, and it could only be used on the same person once a month. Luck is something that can't be explained clearly, but it is certain that we will all be very unlucky today. Moreover, the magic level of misfortune is very high, and the caster even has to pay a certain price. It was the first time that Chinrue was hit by this strange curse, and he felt weird. According to Delia's explanation, misfortune was only ineffective on the dead. Misfortune was the opposite of the light magic. God bless a day that increased luck. The two could cancel each other out. However, there was no one in the demon realm who was proficient in light magic, or a human magician who came to train could cast God bless a day, but where could he find one at this time? I know Cassius. He is a member of the Asmodeus royal family. His cousin is Warren, one of the 3 generals of the empire. He is not proficient in magic. As for that Akui, are you sure she is from the Mammon royal family? After receiving confirmation from Chinrue, Delia did not ask why he knew. She just continued to analyze. Like my Leviathan royal family's water mastery, the Mammon royal family has the dark mastery, bloodline talent. Garatum was from the Mammon royal family 2,000 years ago. However, the corpse puppet just now had 2 characteristics of mutation and corpse explosion. Even my Eye of Incubus couldn't suppress it. Even if Akui has the talent of dark mastery, her strength is only that of a great demon king. She can't create a corpse puppet of this level. It must be someone else, or it may be her accomplice. Have you noticed this? Chinrue groaned. Heart wants to lure us to a place. That place must be a trap. Since the mysterious man used Heart to let us test the way into the cave to find the treasure, then why is he setting a trap now? To expose himself early? Lomont and Delia also had doubts about this. Could it be that the true location of the treasure has been discovered? Is the place of the trap? Delia said, That kind of thing is very important to me. Even if there is only a 1% chance, I have to try. When Delia said so, Lomont naturally had no objection. 3 votes passed, then let's go. Chinrue continued to walk in front. Lomont took 2 steps forward and said, You should be able to think of the danger there. There is no need to go. We have already come this far. You won't ask me to give up, right? Actually, I'm the same as Delia. I came here with a purpose. There are 2 things in this treasure that I'm determined to get. How do you know that the treasure has what you want? Delia asked. She could sense the treasure because of her special bloodline. Chinrue did not answer directly. You may not believe it, but I should be considered the legal owner of this treasure. That's why I'm proficient in those magic traps. The other things are fine, but those 2 things are necessary. But don't worry, our goals should not conflict. Delia was looking for the secret treasure of the Leviathan royal family, while the Eye of Sauron that Chinrue was looking for was actually the secret treasure of the Taran family. As for the mysterious box, it was related to the super powerhouse who sealed Paglio, so it was even more impossible for it to belong to the Leviathan family. I'll reluctantly believe you. Lomont suddenly interjected casually. Since we are all people who value money more than our lives, let's continue. Forget it, you're the irrelevant guy. If you didn't shamelessly beg me to bring you here, I wouldn't want to bring a random guy here. Shinrue's words made Lomont roll his eyes. At that moment, the backpack on his back moved, and Dodo's yawning sound came. And Master, why is it dark? This greedy slime finally woke up after sleeping for a day and a night and began to talk incessantly. It was fine that Lomont had seen Dodo before, but Delia was inevitably a little surprised. This Richard actually had a strange demon king-level pet. There was another fork in the road ahead. Just as they were choosing, the sound came again. It was from the right passage. Shinrue immediately ordered Dodo to be silent, and the three moved forward quickly along the sound. After passing through an inscription mechanism, the light in front seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Soon, a hall appeared in front of the three of them. The sound came from here. It should be the sound of a fierce battle. This hall was larger than the waste or pit in Mountain Shillong. Compared with the dim lighting along the way, the hall seemed to be brightly lit as if it was daytime. The light source was the huge firestones inlaid on the ceiling that were tens of meters high. Firestones were relatively rare, luminous materials. Huge pieces like these were even more valuable. However, compared with the things on the ground, this firestone was just a lamp that illuminated. In the center of the hall, countless shiny things piled up into a mountain of more than 10 meters high, undulating and meandering. Black crystal coins. They were all black crystal coins. Not only that, there were also a lot of unknown gems and crystals. Shinrue finally understood what was called a mountain of gold and silver. Paglio's wealth was much more than imagined. Chapter 217. When Delia and Lomont saw the piles of money, they were also shocked, but both of them were not blinded by greed. They immediately turned their attention to the chaotic battle in the field. There were a lot of corpses on the ground. Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. In the face of huge benefits, the fragile alliance relationship immediately broke down. Everyone wanted to own this terrifying amount of treasure. Not sure if it was the effect of bad luck, the treasure hunters on the ground were basically all there. The most intense battle was between Casillas' team and Akui. Akui was previously tricked by Shinrue, but her strength was by no means just for show. Although Casillas had launched the strongest royal family talent, the war puppet, he still couldn't suppress the opponent. The fist in Akui's hand emitted a dark brilliance. Every time the 5-meter tall bronze puppet was punched, the corresponding parts began to corrode and rust. The sturdy body suffered more and more serious damage. If it weren't for the fact that the bronze puppet had no sense of pain and fear, it would have been defeated long ago. What made Shinrue feel strange was that some people whose strength was not as good as Akui or Casillas were also fighting each other. They didn't run away after collecting part of the treasure. Instead, they were in a frenzy of killing as if they were possessed. Delia's right pupil turned black. The power of the eye of Incubus quickly searched and sensed what it was looking for among the black crystal coins and the treasure mountain. However, the pupil seemed to sense something unusual, and it suddenly shrank. Delia snorted and covered her chest. She almost couldn't stand steadily. Lomont quickly stepped forward to support her. At the same time, Shinrue sensed that there seemed to be layers of powerful mental power fluctuations in the entire hall. Affected by it, there was a heat in his heart. The heat contained boundless violence and cruelty. His heart surged with a strong desire for blood. At this time, the inner demon actually acted up again. "This place is very wrong," Delia panted. "It's full of violent, evil thoughts. The eye of Incubus seems to be imprisoned in a box, and it can't expand." Lomont cast the eye of the evil king, and felt that the mountain of black crystal coins was faintly illusory. but when he grabbed a handful of them in his hand, there was no illusory feeling, which was very strange. Lomont only looked at it for a while before he felt dizzy, as if he had used up 10 times his strength. He exclaimed, "There's something wrong with the money, too!" Chenrue endured the discomfort of the inner demons acting up and stretched out his hand toward the huge pile of black crystal coins. He opened his storage warehouse, but the black crystal coins did not decrease at all, and the items in the storage warehouse did not increase at all. It turned out to be an illusion. There is actually such a realistic illusion. Chenrue was shocked. These money were phantoms condensed by strange powers, but the gold crystals that Hart took out as bait earlier were real. Now, even Akui and Casillas, who were the biggest suspects, were fighting each other. In that case, the mastermind behind this was someone else who wanted to lure everyone here to kill each other. This person must be very familiar with the situation of the cave treasure. Chenrue suddenly knew where his previous thinking was wrong. The manipulator of the corpse puppet was not behind the crowd, but in this cave. Then the goal of the mastermind was probably not the treasure, but these treasure hunters. When Chenrue was in shock, he felt that the heat was getting stronger and stronger. A strong wave of mental power came to his brain, and there was an uncontrollable urge to kill. A prompt came from his brain, found an unknown mental power. Do you want to convert it into aura? Chenrue quickly confirmed the conversion, and the amount of aura rose rapidly. His mind was slightly clearer. However, the mental power seemed to be intelligent. It sensed his devour and surged toward him in large amounts. Chenrue's brain was buzzing. He felt like a lonely boat in a raging sea. The speed of conversion actually couldn't keep up with the speed of the mental power pouring in. Except for the time when he faced Glorfin's demon overlord-level mental power, it was the first time such a phenomenon occurred. Chenrue couldn't be bothered to talk to Lomont. He silently channeled the calming mind tactics and slowly sat on the ground. Lomont and Delia noticed that Chenrue's condition wasn't right, so they guarded beside him tacitly. At that moment, the person who was fighting discovered the newly arrived Chenrue and the other two. He shouted and rushed over. Chenrue hadn't moved yet, but Dodo on his shoulder had already jumped over. His body turned into a rope and tightly entangled the enemy. Lomont's figure was like lightning, and he flashed in front of the person in an instant. With a wave of the blue sword, the enemy's head fell off amidst the splattering of blood. Perhaps due to the stimulation of blood, the slime's eyes flashed with a rare fierce light, and his attacks became more fierce. Gradually, Lomont and Delia were also affected by that strange power. They gradually couldn't suppress the killing intent in their hearts during the battle, and they began to indulge in the killing. Chenrue was hit by a flying corpse and fell to the ground. At this time, the sound of fighting outside could no longer enter his perception. All his attention was used to fight against that kind of spirit power. He was like a dead person, so no one noticed him for a while. Chenrue could have used the power of star devouring, but this kind of spirit power was too huge. Although it was slightly weaker than Glorfin's level at that time in terms of quality, it was endless in terms of quantity. If he rashly used the power of star devouring, it would definitely overflow. He could only use star conversion again to absorb it. His original demon, overlord-level spirit power, could no longer withstand it. Coupled with the power of this strange treasure, it would definitely cause his consciousness to completely collapse and become a monster controlled by instinct. The strange power of the treasure seemed to be controlled by someone. It targeted to completely destroy him, the dangerous person who could devour spirit power in the hall. It was endless wave after wave. Can't you devour? I'll let you devour as much as you want. Chenrue was like an inflated balloon that was in danger of exploding at any time. Dark Will had appeared in his hand, but the spirit resistance of the secret treasure still couldn't stop the invasion of spirit power. It only weakened the speed a lot. No, if this continues, I can only use star devouring. Once I use it, I will basically die, but if I don't use it now, I will still die. I didn't expect that there will be a day when my spirit power explodes. An idea suddenly flashed through Chinrue's mind. Oh right, excess spirit power. Deep analysis. Now, undoing the God-eating mask every day has become a compulsory course. Since Athena's skills to shield breath and control combat power have not been fully mastered, Chinrue left the evil blue tier when he left to prevent others from discovering her peak demon king level power and causing unnecessary trouble. Chinrue could only use deep analysis twice a day now, and the progress had been stuck at 90%. After using it twice last night, it finally reached 91%. Logically, it must be used after 24 hours. Otherwise, it would cause serious side effects of overdraft of spirit power. However, his spirit power was so excessive that it was about to explode. Why would he be afraid of overdraft? As soon as Chenrue thought of this, he immediately activated deep analysis. Fortunately, deep analysis unceremoniously requisitioned this external spirit power. The feeling of skyrocketing was mostly emptied in an instant. Although it continued to pour in, half an hour later, it was emptied by deep analysis. Again, the effect of the deep analysis skill was proportional to the strength and purity of the spirit power. The purity of this external strange spirit power was much higher than Chenrue's own. The progress table that was initially slow in analyzing the God-eating mask began to change continuously. 92%, 93%, 100%. It's finally done. Just when the analysis progress reached 100%, in the supersystem solar system, the floating mask with Chenrue's face suddenly emitted a strong light. It even overshadowed the burning fiery sun in the center. Boom! The God-eating mask, floating in the void, suddenly shattered, turning into bits of stardust that scattered without a trace. But this was not the end. At the same time, in the status bar of the Galaxy Divinity Temple, a mask appeared on the face of Chenrue's 3D human figure. In the hall, Chenrue, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and the God-eating mask appeared on his face. This mask was a little different from the past. It had a mouth and nose. The mouth seemed to have moving facial features. It slowly opened like a whale sucking in water, swallowing all the overwhelming, oppressive spirit power. This kind of swallowing wasn't star devouring nor aura conversion, but the power of the mask itself. This time, it was the seemingly endless, powerful spirit power that was overdrafted. Under the terrifying swallowing power of the God-eating mask, it began to lose its momentum. Then, the huge mountain of black crystal coins also changed and began to become thinner. Gradually, it turned into light smoke and disappeared. The great weakening of the surrounding spirit power caused the people who were originally affected by it to fall into a death match to gradually regain consciousness. In fact, the battle was basically coming to an end. There were only 5 people who survived. By the way, there was also Dodo, who was scattered on the ground and had just been formed. The one with the heaviest injury was the strongest Akui. Under the control of the spirit power, Akui became the target of besiegement. Although she killed many opponents, her left arm was broken and her whole body was scarred. Her plump chest was also exposed because of the broken leather armor. Cassius wasn't having it easy either. His right eye was badly mutilated and couldn't open. There was a large bloodstain between his chest and abdomen. Besides, the bronze puppet became a pile of scrap iron. His mind suffered a corresponding blow. In contrast, Delia and Lomont's injuries were lighter. There was also a survivor who was also at the peak of Demon King. These people were greatly injured. When the control of the psychic energy had been weakened to a certain extent, the battle had stopped. Everyone felt the intense psychic energy surging towards the masked man, and when the entire mountain of money disappeared, they finally understood what had happened. That mask! Akui looked horrified. Could it be one of the 7 artifacts? Everyone was shocked, especially Lomont and Delia. They simultaneously showed disbelief. Isn't this Richard Chinrue a human? Chinrue stood up slowly. He felt that his face was no longer a mask, but a part of his body that could be retracted and retracted freely. A new fruit was born on the skill tree. God-eating extra skill, 1. Immunity to soul control, passive. 2. Devour all spirit power, magic power, and soul attacks, active, limited to once every 7 days. Current usage, 1/1. 3. Demonic flies transformation. Body scattered into countless demonic flies, immune to all physical attacks, active, limited to once a day. Current usage, 0/1.